Chapter 2060. Revealing his true body ancestor. What's wrong? Yu Yue and the other experts in the VIP seats were puzzled by Yu Wuxi's strange behavior. Yu Wuxi's face was as dark as water. An unconcealable murderous intent exploded in the VIP seats. Yu Yue and the others felt a chill in their hearts. 1 trillion divine stones. I hope everyone can give me and the dark illusion sect some face and let this old man have the heavenly domain starry essence. Yu Wuxi immediately reported all the divine stones he had on him. At the same time, he also reported his name. The entire trading house fell into silence. The bidding price had reached more than 100 billion, but Yu Wuxi had increased it by 1,000 times. How could everyone not be shocked? Moreover, Yu Wuxi had even called out his identity. It was obvious that he was determined to get the heavenly domain starry essence. Many cultivators in the trading house who knew the inside story knew that this Yu Wuxi was not Yu Yue, but the dark illusion sect's ancestor, Yu Wuxi. This was an 8-step void heaven old man. Although he had been seriously injured back then, it was still easy for him to kill a 7-step void heaven cultivator. Who would dare to provoke such a terrifying existence? However, while ordinary cultivators did not dare to provoke him, the other sect masters in the VIP seats of the top 10 sects did not. Senior, you must be joking. The heavenly domain starry essence will naturally go to the highest bidder. I bid 1 trillion divine stones. A calm laughter came from the opposite box. The person who called out a price that exceeded Yu Wuxi's. Yu Wuxi slammed the table beside him and stared at the box with a gloomy gaze. He said coldly, Junior Waning Moon, your half-moon Hall's Yuezu is not here. What right do you have to talk to me like this? As he spoke, a terrifying murderous intent spread out. Then the trading house shook violently. The surrounding boxes were all broken open, revealing the figures of the other sect's cultivators. The half-moon hall cultivators that Waning Moon brought were no exception. Waning Moon frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes fell on Yu Wuxi. She was surprised that Yu Wuxi was so angry. The cultivators from the other 10 great sects also looked at Yu Wuxi with fear in their eyes as he exuded a murderous aura. All the sect masters of the 10 major sects were present, but none of their old ancestors were present. Only the old ancestor of the dark fantasy sect, Yu Wuxi, came to bid for the heavenly domain starry sky essence. It could be said that the Dark Mirage sect was the greatest competitor of the other 9 sects in this auction. Of course, the other 9 great sects weren't afraid that Yu Wuxi would try to rob them. If Yu Wuxi dared to act recklessly, the ancestors of the other 9 great sects would not sit idly by. They would immediately come out of seclusion to deal with Yu Wuxi. There was no fear in Elder Waning Moon's beautiful eyes. She calmly said, an auction is won by the highest bidder. If Senior never wants to snatch it, then I have nothing to say. However, I'll report this matter to Lord Yuezu. Yu Wuxi frowned slightly. Yuezu was the old ancestor of the Half-Moon Hall. Moreover, Yu Wuxi's serious injuries were caused by Yuezu. Although they were both Void Sky 8 steps experts, Yuezu was extremely talented and powerful. Moreover, he was already at the peak of the Void Sky 8 steps. Therefore, Yu Wuxi wasn't Yuezu's opponent at that time and was heavily injured. After countless years, Yu Wuxi's injuries were still lingering in his body. On the other hand, Yuezu's strength would only grow stronger. Yu Wuxi didn't have any confidence in facing Yuezu. With a cold snort, Yu Wuxi's right hand reached out and grabbed an old man from the void. Lord, why did you grab this lowly one? The old man asked in fear. Just a moment ago, this old man was still at the back of the auction hall. In the blink of an eye, he was caught by Yu Wuxi without anyone noticing. What kind of great ability did this require? You're the manager of the Great Fortune Trading Company, right? I'm willing to pay 10 trillion divine stones for a drop of heavenly domain star essence in this jade bottle. Is that okay? Although Yu Wuxi's words carried a hint of negotiation, his tone didn't carry the slightest hint of negotiation. Instead, it carried an unquestionable tone. The old man hurriedly nodded and said, "Of course, of course." Yu Wuxi nodded and threw the old man onto the auction stage, allowing him to take out a drop of Heavenly Domain Star Essence. After receiving a drop of Heavenly Domain Star Essence, Yu Wuxi straightforwardly paid 10 trillion divine stones and instantly swallowed the Heavenly Domain Star Essence. The moment Yu Wuxi opened his eyes, his aura actually swelled a little. He let out a long whistle and transmitted his voice to Yu Yue. "Something big has happened in the sect. Bring everyone back immediately. I'll be heading back first." After saying that, Yu Wuxi disappeared from the trading company. Yu Yue immediately led the many experts of the Dim Illusion sect and left. The actions of the Dim Illusion sect's group naturally aroused the doubts and suspicions of many cultivators in the trading company. "Master, Yu Wuxi seems to be in a hurry to return. Did something happen in the Dim Illusion sect?" Tong Chimei, who was standing behind Elder Waning Moon, asked curiously. Elder Waning Moon shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. Let's focus on the remaining Heavenly Domain Star Essence." Seeing that Tong Chimei was absent-minded, Elder Waning Moon asked again, "Chimei, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, I'm not thinking about anything. Let's continue the auction." Tong Chimei recovered and said with a smile. Elder Waning Moon nodded and gave Tong Chimei a deep look before her gaze fell on the auction. Zhuowen looked coldly at the white-haired old man who had sent the signal. He knew that if he really wanted to break through the encirclement of the Dim Illusion sect, he had to severely injure this old fart. Moreover, he did not have much time left. Yu Wuxi definitely knew what had happened in the Dark Mirage sect. If he continued to delay like this, by the time Yu Wuxi rushed back, leaving would be wishful thinking for him. "We have to kill this old fart at all costs. Xiaohei, are you confident?" Zhuowen suddenly transmitted to Xiaohei. Xiaohei replied, "If I erupt with all the power of the Purple Star Sovereign, I am confident that I can severely injure this white-haired old man. However, it will be very difficult to kill him. Moreover, after erupting with all the power of the Purple Star Sovereign, I will also use up all the energy of the extreme lightning and fire in the Thunder Fire Sword." Zhuowen nodded. He knew what Xiaohei meant. After erupting this time, the Thunder Fire Sword would no longer be able to use the power of the Purple Star Sovereign. This also meant that the 5 times stipulated by the Purple Star Sovereign would all be used up this time. "It's fine. I must kill this old fart. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave." Zhuowen's eyes revealed a resolute expression as he glanced at the black-clothed Zhuowen not far away. If Xiaohei could kill the white-haired old man, that would be the best. If she could only severely injure him, Zhuowen would probably reveal Devour's true body. Devour could only unleash his strongest power when he revealed his true body. Zhuowen had already nurtured Devour's doppelganger into true God Extreme Thunder, whose strength was comparable to a 4th-step Void Sky cultivator. Once he revealed his true body, his strength would stack up with true God Extreme Thunder strength, and he would probably be comparable to a 6th-step Void Sky cultivator. If Xiaohei could seriously injure the white-haired old man, Zhuowen would risk revealing his true body to kill the white-haired old man. Unfolding the torch dragon wings, Zhuowen dodged most of the attacks while engaging in a fierce battle with the surrounding Dim Illusion sect disciples. On the other hand, Xiaohei dashed out toward the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man sneered. In his opinion, the Thunder Fire Sword was indeed powerful. However, it was at most on par with him. It was almost impossible for it to defeat him. The white-haired old man had already informed Yu Wuxi and the others in Middle Universe. As long as Yu Wuxi rushed over in advance, Zhuowen and his strange sword would not be able to escape. Hence, the white-haired old man needed to stall for time. The white-haired old man wielded a divine spear and thrust it forward. wanting to block the Thunder-Fire Sword. Kacha! But when the long sword collided with the Thunder-Fire Sword, the aura of the Thunder-Fire Sword instantly increased by several times. The terrifying energy of thunder and fire circled around the sword, forming a terrifying spiral. It actually shattered the long spear in an instant. Swoosh! The Thunder-Fire Sword pierced through the white-haired old man's glabella like a hot knife through butter. Rumble! The white-haired old man's head instantly exploded. Afterwards, a massive illusory bridge rose behind the white-haired old man. This illusory bridge had a total of 9 steps. 7 of them had already been lit up, indicating that the white-haired old man had reached the 7th step of the illusory bridge. The vast energy of the illusory bridge shone down, and the white-haired old man's exploded head began to slowly heal. Kid, to destroy that illusory bridge, this Dragon Lord has already exploded with all the power of thunder and fire. I'm almost powerless now. Xiao He suddenly transmitted to Zhuowen. Zhuowen instantly slashed out with both swords. Terrifying violet light filled the sky, and the numerous dim illusion sect disciples surrounding him all retreated. The main body glanced at the nearby black-clothed Zhuowen. The black-clothed Zhuowen nodded and roared at the sky. This roar was like the collapse of a mountain, shaking the hearts of all the cultivators and giving them a feeling of worship. The black-clothed Zhuowen no longer concealed himself. His figure grew larger and larger, and eventually turned into a colossus. Like a dark cloud, he hovered above the dim illusion sect, almost shrouding the entire star continent where the dim illusion sect was. The moment Devour released his enormous aura, countless cultivators, both inside and outside the dim illusion sect, felt a sense of fear rise in their hearts. This was the innate fear of a lower being towards a higher being, a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. As soon as Devour's main body appeared, all the cultivators of the dim illusion sect subconsciously stopped moving. As for the white-haired old man, because the Thunder-Fire Sword had pierced through his glabella, his soul had been damaged. Now he was being healed by the energy of the illusory bridge, so he was still unconscious. Naturally, he could not feel the terror of Devour. At this moment, Devour's appearance had changed greatly. Lightning surged all over his body, mixed with a dense demonic mist. In the demonic mist, a pair of huge blood-red eyes could be seen. He looked like a terrifying beast from ancient times. Devour glanced indifferently at the illusory bridge of the white-haired old man. Then he stomped his foot, lowered his head, opened his huge mouth, and swallowed the illusory bridge that stretched across the illusory bridge. The terrifying devouring power completely cut off the connection between the white-haired old man and the illusory bridge. Plop! Chapter 2061. Enraged you, Wuxia at this moment. All the cultivators of the dim mirage sect fell into a daze. The white-haired old man was the enforcement elder of the dim mirage sect, the strongest person stationed in the dim mirage sect this time. But now the strongest person had been killed just like that. It was just too inconceivable. Moreover, what was that giant beast shrouded in dense demonic mist? Its pressure was too terrifying, suppressing many disciples of the dim mirage sect, causing them to tremble and not dare to move recklessly. Zhuowen leaped up and landed on Devour's body, looking down at the many trembling disciples of the dim mirage sect. My name is Zhuowen. If any of you still want to kill me, come, continue to attack me. Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded faintly. The response to Zhuowen was silence. Even the enforcement elder of the dim mirage sect had died in this person's hands, not to mention them. Moreover, this person had a heaven-defying item like the heavenly domain starry sky essence, and a large quantity at that. Every time he was heavily injured, he could rely on the heavenly domain starry sky essence to quickly recover to his peak. How could they fight him? Zhuowen's gaze fell on the outside of the dim mirage sect. He naturally saw that many wandering cultivators had laid down a death trap array outside the dim mirage sect. Rumble! Devour suddenly struck out with a claw, causing numerous ripples to appear on the surface of the dim Mirage sect. This was the great defensive array of the dim Mirage sect. Although Devour had revealed his true strength and was unparalleled, this was the great defensive array of the dim Mirage sect that had been laid down for countless years. It was almost impossible for him to destroy it. Of course, if Zhuowen had followed the original path and returned to the exit he had used to enter the dim Mirage sect, he could still leave the dim Mirage sect. However, now that he had even used the Devour body, he naturally did not intend to use that exit. Still not opening your great defensive array? Zhuowen coldly looked at the remaining 7 or 8 elders not far away. In the previous battle, several elders had died at Zhuowen's hands, leaving only these 7 or 8 elders alive. These 7 to 8 elders trembled in fear as they looked at Zhuowen. One of the elders said in a trembling voice, "The sect protecting Grand Array was mainly controlled by the disciplinary elder. Now that he is dead, we can't open it with just us, so—" Zhuowen squinted, reaching out his right hand. With Devour's power, the rolling demon mist turned into a giant hand, grabbing the elder who had just spoken. "You're lying." Zhuowen's eyes were cold and gloomy. Soon after, a terrifying demonic mist shackled this person. Then his enormous divine sense unceremoniously invaded this person's spiritual space. Opening his eyes, Zhuowen's expression was unsightly. He took a jade talisman from the man's body. The light from the jade talisman slowly faded away. Clearly, someone had just sent a message to this man. He probed the jade talisman with his divine sense. There was only one sentence inside: "Delay that, Zhuowen. This old man will be back soon." Who sent the message? Zhuowen looked at the person indifferently. The person trembled and stammered, I don't know. You don't know?" Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy and cold. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a vast divine sense extended over from the other side of the star continent, followed by a suffocating and terrifying aura. "Ignorant brat, quickly surrender and hand over everything you've obtained. Otherwise, this old man will exterminate your 9 generations and consign everyone related to you to eternal damnation." A thunderous voice rang out from extremely far away in the starry sky, exploding in the minds of every cultivator. Zhuowen frowned. This sound was mainly targeted at him, and it was actually attacking his divine sense. Unfortunately, his spiritual space was much more powerful than ordinary void sky cultivators. This person's spiritual space was indeed powerful, but it would not be so easy to injure Zhuowen's spiritual space. On the other hand, the many independent cultivators gathered around the dim illusion sect were momentarily dazed by this voice. "The ancestor has returned. We're saved." The disciples of the dim illusion sect, who had originally sunk into despair, all glowed with hope, revealing different expressions on their faces. Even the elder whose neck was being held by Zhuowen relaxed. He could not help but sneer coldly at Zhuowen. "The ancestor of our dim illusion sect has returned. If you know what's good for you, let go of me. Otherwise, you really won't have the slightest chance of survival." Noisy! Zhuowen could not be bothered with the elder's threat. With a thought, surging demonic qi enveloped the person. With a miserable shriek, the person was completely devoured by the devouring demonic qi. "What audacity! You actually dare to kill a member of my dim illusion sect in front of this seat." Yu Wuxi's gloomy voice rang out again. This time it was even louder, as if it was right in front of him. Zhuowen's lips were filled with a mocking smile. Others might not know, but he knew that Yu Wuxi was still some distance away from the dim illusion sect. Zhuowen's current divine sense was enough to cross the distance of 300 galaxies. He could even detect Yu Wuxi's exact location. He knew that it would probably take some time for Yu Wuxi to arrive here. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Zhuowen and Devour roared. The terrifying demonic mist covered the entire dark fantasy sect in just a blink of an eye. Inside the demonic mist, devouring vortexes moved like venomous snakes, attacking the dark fantasy sect's disciples around. Some of the weaker disciples were basically finished off by the devouring vortexes. As for the stronger disciples, they could barely resist the devouring vortexes that suddenly appeared around them. Zhuowen hid within the demonic qi. His right hand held the glorious amethyst galaxy sword. His left hand held the purple sword condensed from 6 Tao intents. His body was surrounded by the golden sword of no beginning as he shuttled through the demonic qi like a ghost. Didn't Yu Wuxi not allow him to kill the dim illusion sect disciples? Today he would slaughter all these dark mirage sect disciples under the control of Yu Wuxi's divine sense. Zhuowen's first target was the remaining 7 elders. Devour didn't hold back at all. He attached the energy of extreme lightning to the demonic qi, making it impossible to guard against. Devour even released his 2 great divine abilities, Purgatory and Heavenly Thunder Eye. One after another, the dim illusion sect disciples fell. Even the most powerful disciples found it much harder to resist. Puchi! Zhuowen's real body was like a ghost. Sword after sword, as fast as lightning, the dim illusion sect disciples fell one after another. In the end, he arrived in front of the 7 elders. The golden sword of no beginning turned into a massive killing intent vortex and smashed towards them. The 7 elders naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. They all took action, wanting to block the killing intent vortex. Unfortunately, the killing intent vortex was too powerful. It killed the first 3 in an instant. However, at the cost of sacrificing 3 elders, the killing intent vortex was stopped. Zhuowen dashed out from behind the still whirlpool of killing intent. The soul-absorbing godly needle shot out and drilled into the forehead of the 4th elder without any warning, destroying his soul and illusory heavenly bridge, killing him completely. At the same time, Zhuowen wielded the purple sword in both hands, performing the 7th move of the Tao, destroying sword art. Sword swimming, great void. The profound sword art was like an illusory streamer. In a flash, it slashed across the necks of the remaining 3 elders, chopping off their heads. Zhuowen's powerful divine sense invaded their bodies without hesitation, destroying their illusory bridge. After killing the 7 elders, Zhuowen jumped up and landed on Devour's back. His divine sense had detected that Yu Wuxi was very close to this place. "Little bastard, you're dead. If I, Yu Wuxi, don't kill you today, I'm not a man." A thunderous roar came rushing over. With Yu Wuxi's powerful divine sense, he could clearly detect everything that had happened here. At this place, there were 15 elders of the dark fantasy sect. Now, all of them had been killed by Zhuowen alone. Moreover, the number of disciples of the dark fantasy sect that had died was innumerable. Now he could only detect a few disciples of the dark fantasy sect. The disciples of the sect were the foundation of the sect. Among them, there were many talented geniuses with limitless future achievements. Now that most of these talented disciples had been killed by Zhuowen, the future development of his dark mirage sect would enter a blank period, and it would be very difficult for him to recover. These were the seeds of the dark fantasy sect's rise and fall. Now, almost all of them had been killed. How could Yu Wuxi not be angry? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. In his divine sense, Yu Wuxi's speed suddenly increased. He would arrive here soon. Zhuowen knew that he could not stay here any longer. Otherwise, if he really bumped into Yu Wuxi, it would be too late for him to leave. After all, Yu Wuxi was an old monster of the void sky 8 steps. It was impossible for him to be his opponent. Thinking of this, Zhuowen retrieved Devour's real body. Soon after, the torch dragon wings unfolded and flew to the exit he had made. Walking out of the exit, Zhuowen immediately activated the temporary teleportation formation and left the dark fantasy sect in a flash. Not long after Zhuowen left the teleportation formation, A terrifyingly imposing figure streaked across the starry sky like a shooting star and smashed into the star continent where the dark fantasy sect was located. The entire continent began to tremble. The numerous rogue cultivators on the continent were horrified as they stared blankly at Yu Wuxi. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It should be known that Yu Wuxi was an old monster of the void sky 8 steps. He was a supreme expert that rogue cultivators like them could not hope to reach. Who would dare to provoke him? Yu Wuxi did not have time to check the dark fantasy sect. His eyes were fixed on Zhuowen, who had already left through the temporary teleportation formation. Where do you think you're going? Today, even if you run to the ends of the earth, this old man will catch you and bring you back to die. Yu Wuxi growled. He leaped up, following the fluctuations of the teleportation formation, disappearing at an extremely fast speed. That Zhuowen is really bold. In front of an expert like Yu Wuxi, he dares to kill the disciples of the dark fantasy sect. I feel that this kid has guts, since he has already killed the people of the dark fantasy sect. What's the harm in killing a few more? However, the dark fantasy sect has suffered a great loss this time. 15 elders and countless disciples. I'm afraid it will take at least 1,000 years for them to recover. Chapter 2062. Danger. Zoned somewhere in the starry sky, a formless ripple appeared, and Zhuowen's figure appeared. Zhuowen looked around, and his expression suddenly changed. Within the range of his divine sense, he could see Yu Wuxi hurrying over. Little bastard, you can't run. Yu Wuxi's furious voice rang out, and a large hand silently appeared behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen hurriedly activated the temporary teleportation array again and disappeared from the spot. The huge hand had missed its target. Outside the Dark Mirage sect, he had set up many temporary teleportation formations that were continuously connected. Once he was transported out of the first transportation array, he would continue to be transported one after another until he reached the destination of the last temporary transportation array. Cunning brat, you actually set up so many temporary transportation arrays, but you still can't escape from this lord's palm. Yu Wuxi's gaze was as cold as a venomous snake's. He glanced indifferently at Zhuowen, who had disappeared before his eyes, and snorted coldly. Following the ripple of the transportation array, he rushed out once again. Just like that, Zhuowen and Yu Wuxi chased each other across almost half of Dongyu. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Zhuowen's forehead. Yu Wuxi's divine sense had firmly locked onto him. No matter where he used the transportation array to teleport to, he would be found by Yu Wuxi's divine sense, which would then chase after him. This time, Zhuowen's transportation array's destination was set on the planet where Yun Qiyu and Hong Shan were. Originally, Zhuowen had planned to teleport away after rescuing Yin Bingyan, directly taking Yun Qiyu and Hong Shan with him. However, now that he had been targeted by this old fellow, Yu Wuxi, Zhuowen knew that the situation had become somewhat troublesome. After activating the last transportation array, Zhuowen teleported back to the planet where Yun Qiyu and Hong Shan were. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and put Yun Qiyu and Hong Shan, who were still in the room, into his spirit ring. Then Zhuowen unfurled his torch dragon wings and instantly left the planet, rushing towards the border of the star field. The torch dragon phantoms attached to the torch dragon wings had already matured. Each of them was strong and mighty, constantly wrapping around the torch dragon wings, increasing its speed by several times. Not long after Zhuowen left the planet, Yu Wuxi arrived. He glanced at Zhuowen's back and grinned. Looks like the transmission array has been used up. Now prepare to die. After saying that, Yu Wuxi disappeared and charged at Zhuowen. The distance between him and Zhuowen was getting closer and closer. Zhuowen's gaze was dark as he waved his right hand, and a thick purple intent adhered to the illumination dragon wings on his back like maggots. After receiving the blessing of Tao insight, The 9 torch dragon phantoms attached to the torch dragon wings seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They instantly became excited and violent, constantly roaring. The speed of the torch dragon wings also increased rapidly as they carried Zhuowen through the starry sky. One could only vaguely see a hazy purple shadow. The distance that had been constantly shortening because of Yu Wuxi was no longer shortening at this moment. Instead, it was faintly widening. Yu Wuxi's pupil shrank as he looked in surprise at the purple light on the surface of the torch dragon wings on Zhuowen's back. He knew that this boy's sudden increase in speed was due to this purple light. Interesting, this boy really has a big secret on him. The heavenly domain starry sky essence, the colossal beast avatar, and this mysterious and strange purple power. But all of these will soon be mine. Yu Wuxi's eyes were blazing. At this moment, the miserable state of the Dark Illusion sect had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Now, his eyes were only focused on the things on Zhuowen. The value of the heavenly domain starry sky essence alone was enough to completely offset all the things that Zhuowen had done in the Dark Illusion sect. Thinking of this, Yu Wuxi stretched out his skinny hands and continuously formed strange seals before finally blasting them in front of his chest. Creak! Creak! Suddenly, Yu Wuxi's entire body emitted a strange sound of bones dislocating. Then the veins on his forehead bulged, and the bones on his back drilled out of his flesh. On both sides of his back, a pair of incomparably huge bone wings grew. This pair of bone wings was extremely strange. On both sides of the bone wings were 2 eerie white skulls. Moreover, the hollow eyes of these 2 skulls were suffused with a green ghost fire. Whoosh! The moment the bone wings grew, Yu Wuxi's right foot stomped on the ground and his speed instantly increased by several times. Zhuowen, who had just pulled away from Yu Wuxi with great difficulty, naturally saw Yu Wuxi's speed increase behind him and his heart sank to the extreme. Little bastard, you killed so many of my Dark Illusion sect's disciples, and you want to leave just like that? Do you think that's possible? Yu Wuxi leaped a few times and appeared above Zhuowen. His skinny right hand suddenly pressed down, and countless black bone hands condensed into numerous black bone hands that pierced toward Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy as he immediately summoned the no-beginning demon gold sword to block his back. Bang! Unfortunately, although the no-beginning demon gold sword was powerful, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of Yu Wuxi's powerful attack. Puchi! The no-beginning demon gold sword was blasted away, and Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backwards, and a trace of dispiritedness appeared in his eyes. Die! Yu Wuxi's eyes were filled with disdain. In his opinion, this Zhuowen was simply too weak. The bone hand's momentum did not decrease as they continued to sweep towards Zhuowen's vitals. This attack was enough to destroy Zhuowen's body and soul. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy as he immediately released the black-clothed Zhuowen. A terrifying extreme lightning energy manifested into a huge lightning fist that heavily smashed against the bone hands. Crackle! The bone hands that had been like a hot knife through butter were forced to a halt by the lightning fist. Zhuowen took advantage of this opportunity to escape with the black-clothed Zhuowen. Yu Wuxi was too strong. He was a powerful existence at the Void Sky 8-step. The white-haired old man that Zhuowen had killed before was at the Void Sky 7-step. Zhuowen had barely managed to kill that white-haired old man with the help of the Purple Star Sovereign's power in the Thunder Fire Sword. However, Yu Wuxi was different. If he wanted to kill that white-haired old man, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Now that Zhuowen was facing such a powerful existence, he had no chance of winning. Even his chances of survival were pitifully low. You can't escape. Yu Wuxi's mouth was full of ridicule. He once again urged his bone wings to catch up with Zhuowen. The bone hands once again struck out and sent the black-clothed Zhuowen flying. At the same time, Zhuowen's internal organs felt like they were about to shift. After taking a drop of heavenly domain star essence, Zhuowen recovered to his peak state and continued to flee. It really is the heavenly domain star essence. At first, the enforcement elder said that you had a lot of heavenly domain star essence. I didn't believe him at first, but now I do. Seeing Zhuowen recover to his peak state in an instant, Yu Wuxi's eyes blazed with passion. He couldn't wait to capture Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen was too cunning. Although Yu Wuxi was faster than Zhuowen, there was a limit to how fast he could be. He could only use his attacks to disturb Zhuowen and slow him down. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Die! Yu Wuxi's mouth curled into a sinister smile. His bone wings suddenly spread open, and the two skulls on both ends of his bone wings opened their mouths and spat out two oily green ghost flames. These oily green flames didn't have the slightest bit of temperature. On the contrary, they gave off a bone-piercing chill. Zhuowen was extremely sensitive to this kind of chill. He had felt this kind of chill on the 3rd floor of the Nether Hall, and the source of that chill was the ice lotus that he had taken away. Roar! These two ghost flames were too terrifying. Zhuowen's real body didn't dare to face them directly. He immediately asked the black-clothed Zhuowen to reveal his real body. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the ghost flames. However, Devour wasn't in a good condition. The two ghost flames were moving around in his body, which even affected his god soul. Puff! Zhuowen spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Just as he was about to spit out the ghost flames, the ice lotus that he had swallowed into his body suddenly absorbed the two ghost flames. This ice lotus was terrifying. Zhuowen had purposely placed it in the outermost area of his body. As for the deepest area, it was where the Z-Way galaxy and the heavenly armor star were located, so the ice lotus couldn't affect them. This thing can absorb Yu Wuxi's attack. Excellent. Zhuowen's eyes brightened. He immediately flapped his torch dragon wings and fled. Yu Wuxi furrowed his brows, coldly looking at Devour's giant body. He was surprised and muttered, "It's Devour. I didn't expect it to be Devour. This kid has so many secrets. I didn't expect him to have a mount like Devour. This kid must be killed. These things can only belong to me." Then Yu Wuxi's attacks became fiercer. However, Zhuowen's devouring power had swallowed them all. However, Devour's devouring power wasn't omnipotent. Yu Wuxi's attacks were still beyond Devour's endurance. Zhuowen could clearly feel that Devour's bodily functions were weakening as Yu Wuxi's attacks became fiercer. It can't continue like this. Devour will get hurt sooner or later. Zhuowen's heart sank to the bottom. Eventually, Devour turned into a cluster of black mist, entering Zhuowen's spirit ring. Zhuowen immediately sent the heavenly star marrow into the ring, asking Devour to swallow it. However, he found that Devour could only recover a part of its power. It couldn't recover instantly. Is it because Devour's body structure is different from humans? Is it because the heavenly star marrow doesn't have much effect on it? Zhuowen's eyes were dark like water. If that was the case, he was done for. Devour was his strongest clone, which was much stronger than his real body. However, Devour couldn't recover in a short time, which was a fatal problem for Zhuowen. Devour's severely wounded. You don't need to use the heavenly star marrow to heal him. Although the heavenly star marrow has a great effect, it's only effective to humans who don't have a big body. Devour's body is too big. One drop of the heavenly star marrow isn't enough. Yu Wuxi sneered, waving his right hand. Countless bone thorns flew toward Zhuowen like a storm. Chapter 2063. 7 Dao Intense Puchi. A bloody hole appeared between Zhuowen's eyebrows. However, at the moment of his death, Zhuowen immediately swallowed the heavenly domain starry essence that he had kept in his mouth. Yu Wuxi snorted coldly as he watched Zhuowen recover in an instant. He didn't seem to care at all as he launched another terrifying attack. The surrounding bone spikes rained down like rain, forming a wall of bone spikes that sealed the space around Zhuowen. It was impossible for Zhuowen to break through this terrifying wall of bone spikes in a short period of time. Yu Wuxi's attacks became faster and faster. Every attack was enough to tear Zhuowen to shreds. However, Zhuowen was like a tenacious cockroach. Every time he was on the verge of death, he would quickly swallow the heavenly domain starry essence. Moreover, the moment Yu Wuxi tried to grab him, he would immediately use the torch dragon wings to dodge. This caused Zhuowen and Yu Wuxi to be in a stalemate for a while. However, Zhuowen was smiling bitterly in his heart. He knew that this stalemate couldn't last for long. In this short period of time, he had almost walked through the gates of hell more than 10 times. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the more focused Zhuowen's mind was. He repeatedly used the 6th level Dao intent. The purple intent spread around his body, causing his figure to become hazy and indistinct. Yu Wuxi frowned slightly as the coldness in his eyes intensified. Moreover, he didn't want to continue fighting with Zhuowen. With a cold snort, Yu Wuxi crossed his hands and rapidly formed a hand seal. Then, a ray of dim light burst out from his hand seal. It was extremely fast and disappeared in a flash, entering the purple intent. Whoosh! Wherever the dim light passed, the purple intent dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Then, Zhuowen's figure was revealed within the purple intent. Zhuowen stared fixedly at the dim light. He felt a fatal threat from this dim light. It was as if he was hit by this dim light, he would definitely die. As the dim light got closer, the threat of death grew stronger. Although Zhuowen still had the heavenly domain starry sky essence in his mouth, his intuition told him that even the heavenly domain starry sky essence would not be able to save him if he was hit by this dim light. No, I can't be hit by this attack. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. Zhuowen believed in his instincts. He could feel the terror of this dim light. Most likely, Yu Wuxi was no longer holding back. Zhuowen wanted to escape, but he discovered that Yu Wuxi's terrifying pressure was firmly suppressing him. It was like a vast mountain pressing down on an ant. No matter how hard this ant tried, it was simply impossible for him to escape the heavy pressure of this vast mountain. As the dim light got closer and closer, cold sweat dripped down Zhuowen's forehead. The threat of death enveloped Zhuowen's heart, causing Zhuowen's heart to sink to the extreme. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a drowning person that desperately urged the energy of his Dao insight. A terrifying purple will burst out from Zhuowen's body like blazing sunlight and shot out in all directions. Even so, it was still useless. The dim light ignored the power of the purple will and continued to shorten the distance between it and Zhuowen. Once the dim light sank into the depths of Zhuowen's forehead, Zhuowen knew that he was finished. Extreme unwillingness caused Zhuowen to involuntarily growl. He was unwilling to die like this. He still had many unfinished business. He still had to save his wife, Mu Qinxue. He had promised to go to 6 Desires Heaven to find Moyan Wushang in the future. He had also promised Yunqiu and the others that he would send them safely back to Brahmastar. How could he die like this? I won't accept this. Zhuowen roared to the sky. Suddenly, the purple will around him began to boil. The purple will that had originally collapsed, condensed, and reformed. It became denser and denser until it finally turned into a purple qi. The purple qi was like a ribbon that shot out and twined around Zhuowen's body. The terrifying pressure that had fallen on Zhuowen's body suddenly dissipated the moment the purple will turned into purple qi. The 9 torch dragon phantoms attached to the torch dragon wings had completely turned into purple dragons. Their bodies were also several times larger than before. Swoosh! After breaking through Yu Wuxi's pressure, the torch dragon wings spread open. Zhuowen's speed was so fast that he disappeared from his spot. Of course, that terrifying dim light missed its target. When he reached the edge of the bone wall, Zhuowen didn't hesitate to summon Devour's doppelganger. The doppelganger condensed the heavenly devouring devil book and the extreme lightning force, smashing a hole in the bone wall. As for Zhuowen, he passed through the hole and instantly disappeared into the distance. Although Yu Wuxi had wounded Devour severely, a drop of the heavenly domain star marrow couldn't restore him to his peak state instantly. However, Zhuowen had more than one drop of the heavenly domain star marrow. He had dozens of barrels. After drinking a barrel of the heavenly domain star marrow, Devour had recovered to his peak state. That was how he had broken the bone wall with one punch and escaped. Apparently, Yu Wuxi hadn't expected that Zhuowen's Dao power would increase all of a sudden. Moreover, the Dao power had counteracted the pressure that he had deliberately released. Moreover, Devour, who he had thought was severely wounded, had recovered to his peak state when Zhuowen had let him out. He hadn't expected this at all. Although he knew that Zhuowen had a lot of heavenly domain star marrow, Devour's body was too big. If he wanted to heal him instantly, he would need a lot of heavenly domain star marrow. However, Zhuowen had helped Devour recover to his peak state in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, he had broken the bone wall that Yu Wuxi had set. Now, Yu Wuxi knew that he had underestimated the amount of heavenly domain star marrow that Zhuowen had. Instantly, thousands of thoughts crossed Yu Wuxi's mind. Then he waved his sleeves, retrieving the bone wall around him. Then he chased after Zhuowen. However, he soon realized that his soul consciousness couldn't find any trace of Zhuowen. Looking at the direction he's going, I think he wants to leave the star field. I should go to the heaven receiving stone first. I must catch that little bastard. Yu Wuxi was a little anxious. After knowing that Zhuowen might have a huge amount of heavenly domain star marrow, he was even more anxious to capture Zhuowen and take everything that Zhuowen had. At the moment of life and death, my Dao power has advanced from the 6th level to the 7th level. A purple shadow glided across the starry sky. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the 7th and 6th level Dao Intense, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. The 7th, 8th, and 9th level Dao Intense were the higher realms of Dao Intense. With each step, the power of Dao Intense would be stronger, and the amplification effect would naturally be more terrifying. Now, Zhuowen had enhanced the torch dragon wings with the power of the 7th level Dao Intent, so his current speed was much faster than before. Zhuowen was confident that his current speed might be similar to that of Tai Ching and Yu Qing when they used the earth shrinking technique. Even Yu Wuxi's speed was not as fast as Zhuowen's current speed. Otherwise, Zhuowen would not have been able to shake off Yu Wuxi's soul consciousness so easily. I have to leave the star field as soon as possible, Zhuowen thought as he sped up again. Soon he arrived at the dock where many airships were located. Zhuowen was naturally no stranger to this dock. Back then, he had taken High Heaven Sect's airship and landed near this dock from the Heaven Receiving Stone. However, this dock was relatively close to the star continent where High Heaven Sect was located, so the airship Zhuowen was on back, then did not stop at this dock. Instead, it flew directly to the star continent where High Heaven Sect was located. The dock was bustling with people coming and going. Many cultivators were entering and exiting the dock in an orderly manner. The moment Zhuowen landed on the dock, a huge airship suddenly swept over from the void in front of him. This airship was completely black and had a strange appearance. At first glance, others would feel fear and trepidation. It's the airship of Dark Mirage Sect. Let's hide quickly. In the dock, many cultivators dodged the moment they saw the strange airship sweeping over with fear in their eyes. The black airship stopped at the dock, and then the cultivators on this airship disembarked one after another. When all the cultivators had disembarked, Zhuowen leisurely stepped onto the airship. Who are you? The airship has already docked. If you want to go to the Heaven Receiving Stone, wait for the next one. The moment Zhuowen entered the airship, a black-armored cultivator immediately looked at Zhuowen with extreme hostility. Zhuowen did not bother to pay attention to the black-armored cultivator. The glorious purple galaxy soared, turned into a purple light, and slashed at the man's neck. Pucci. Before this person could even finish speaking, his head was thrown high into the air. You're courting death. After seeing Zhuowen's actions, several black-armored cultivators behind him were shocked and furious. They summoned their respective divine artifacts and attacked Zhuowen. Unfortunately, how could these black-armored cultivators be a match for Zhuowen? In less than 10 breaths, all the cultivators on the airship were killed by Zhuowen. Moreover, all the corpses on the airship were thrown out by Zhuowen. He then entered the control cabin and controlled the airship to take off again and rush towards the heaven receiving stone. On the dock, many cultivators stared blankly at the mystic illusion sect cultivators on the airship that had been killed. They obviously did not expect that such a ruthless person would suddenly appear and snatch the mystic illusion sect's airship the moment he arrived. Not long after Zhuowen drove the airship away from the dock, Yu Wuxi had already arrived. He saw the mystic illusion sect cultivators' corpses piled up like a small mountain in the middle of the dock, and his eyelids twitched. Then, under the mountain of corpses, there were a few lines of words written in blood. Old man, it's not that easy to kill this young master. Back when this young master first came to the heaven receiving stone, I tore down your mystic illusion pavilion. Today, I've caused trouble for your mystic illusion sect. Presumably, the mystic illusion pavilion on the heaven receiving stone has been rebuilt. Now, this young master will tear down the mystic illusion pavilion again. If you're not satisfied, come and bite this young master. Yu Wuxi's eyes were gloomy. He immediately picked an airship at the dock and drove the airship away from the dock after driving the airship away. Only a group of cultivators on the dock were left in an uproar. Moreover, there were many knowledgeable cultivators among them. Some cultivators even recognized Yu Wuxi's identity and were inexplicably shocked. Yu Wuxi was the mystic illusion sect's ancestor, a terrifying expert who had reached the 8 steps of the Void Sky Realm. Chapter 2064. Demolishing Dark Illusion Pavilion. The receiving Heaven Stone was no longer as lively as it used to be. At this moment, it was deserted and deserted. Ever since the receiving Heaven Stone was sealed, no cultivators had entered or exited it, so it was naturally devoid of life and desolate. In High Heaven Pavilion, Ren Yongan was strolling around in boredom. Looking at the deserted environment, he could not help but shake his head and whisper, "Who is that Zhuowen?" He actually made the 8 great sects join forces to seal off the star field's borders. Ren Yongan had a complicated look in his eyes. The 8 great sects joining forces to arrest a rogue cultivator was definitely a major event that had never happened in the star field. Although Ren Yongan was a disciple of High Heaven sect, he still admired the rogue cultivator named Zhuowen. Speaking of Zhuowen, Ren Yongan recalled Longwen, who had personally demolished Dark Illusion Pavilion. Longwen was also a rogue cultivator, and his cultivation was not weak. As soon as he arrived at the receiving Heaven Stone, he killed a Dark Illusion sect disciple. Later, the conflict escalated, and he even demolished Dark Illusion Pavilion. Ren Yongan saw that Longwen was a talent, so he wrote a recommendation letter intending to recommend Longwen to High Heaven sect. However, he did not expect that High Heaven sect's elder would reject Longwen. As for where Longwen went, Ren Yongan did not know. "Oh, isn't this our pavilion master in? Why are you leisurely strolling around the streets today?" A cold voice sounded, causing Ren Yongan's footsteps to stop abruptly. Ren Yongan stared at the black-armored man in front of him and the group of black-armored soldiers behind him and said coldly, "Yong Tang, what I do has nothing to do with you, right?" The black-armored man named Yong Tang was the new master of Dark Illusion Pavilion sent by Dark Illusion sect. He was slightly stronger than Ren Yongan. Moreover, Dark Illusion sect knew that Ren Yongan had helped Longwen, so over the years, Dark Illusion Pavilion had been extremely arrogant, openly and secretly targeting High Heaven Pavilion. Ren Yongan had reported this matter to High Heaven sect many times, but his news was like a stone sinking into the sea. Not a single reply. Haha, how is it unrelated? Back then, you were the one who protected the culprit who destroyed the Dark Illusion Pavilion, right? So many of our people have died. Do you dare say that it has nothing to do with you? Yongtang mocked. Ren Yongan's gaze was sharp as he stared coldly at Yongtang. What is the meaning of this? Yongtang laughed mockingly. What do you mean? I don't mean anything by that. I just think that an eye for an eye. Back then, you shielded the murderer. Now that the murderer is nowhere to be found, this debt can only be settled with you, right? Rin Yongan's eyes were filled with anger as he said, You want to fight? As he spoke, Rin Yongan's aura erupted from his entire body. At the same time, all of the cultivators from Towering Heaven Pavilion rushed onto the street, aggressively glaring at the Yongtang group across from them. Yongtang grinned, unwilling to be outdone. His imposing aura swept out like a hurricane. The auras of the two clashed, setting off a terrifying whirlwind that swept across the surroundings. The strange situation here immediately attracted the attention of the other encampment cultivators. One cultivator after another flew to the top of the encampment building and looked at the two groups of people on the street with interest. No one came out to stop them, nor did they want to stop them. The Star Domain's lockdown had caused the Heaven Receiving Boulder to be unusually cold and cheerless. If there was no entertainment, they would all be bored to death. Now that the Dark Mirage House and Towering Heaven Pavilion were about to fight, why would they want to stop such an opportunity to watch a good show? Whoosh! Just as the two groups were about to fight, a flying ship broke through the air and arrived above the Heaven Receiving Boulder in an instant. It's the Dark Mirage House's flying ship. Didn't this ship just fly away a few days ago? Why is it back? Everyone raised their heads and looked at the flying ship that had landed on the Heaven Receiving Boulder with puzzled eyes. Yongtang's brows furrowed slightly. His gaze landed on the flying ship with a strange expression. I'll settle the score with you later, Yongtang said viciously before heading straight for the flying ship. He wanted to ask the pilot what was going on. Generally speaking, a flying ship would take several months to make a round trip. It was illogical for it to fly back after only a few days. The instant Yongtang's group arrived at the flying ship, the cabin door opened and a straight figure walked out. Who are you? Why are you on my Dark Mirage Sect's flying ship? And where are the others from my Dark Mirage Sect? Yongtang stared fixedly at the youth who walked down from the flying ship. He could not help but ask with furrowed brows. The person paused. He looked at Yongtang and asked indifferently, You're a disciple of the Dark Mirage Sect? Yongtang raised his head and puffed out his chest. He said rather proudly, Of course. I'm also the new house master of the Dark Mirage House. Who are you? Tell me the truth. So you're the house master of the Dark Mirage House. How about this? This one has something to give you. You better catch it. Zhuowen smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, a streak of purple light shot out at the speed of light towards Yongtang. Just as Yongtang was about to ask what it was, his expression changed drastically. He immediately summoned his natal divine artifact to block the purple light. Unfortunately, his divine artifact crumbled the moment it came into contact with the purple light. The purple light pierced through Yongtang's forehead like a hot knife through butter, killing him in one blow. Yongtang was merely a true god of three disasters, while Zhuowen was already a void sky expert. Dealing with Yongtang with such cultivation was a piece of cake. Plop! Yongtang fell to the ground dead. The surroundings fell into a long silence. No one expected that the young man who had just come out of the flying ship would kill Yongtang in one move. For a moment, no one could react. Brother Long, on the street, Run Yangon muttered softly as he stared at the young man who killed Yongtang with a wave of his hand. The purple light didn't slow down at all after killing Yongtang. It continued to rush forward, passing through the group of black-armored cultivators behind Yongtang at an extremely fast speed. In just one breath, all of them were dead. This completely shocked the many cultivators who were watching the battle. This person is a void sky expert. He's definitely a void sky expert. The surrounding cultivators all had expressions of fear on their faces. Only a void sky expert could so cleanly dispose of Yongtang. There was no other possibility. Rin Yangon, on the other hand, was astonished. Although he knew that Longwen wasn't an ordinary person, he still didn't expect him to advance to the void sky so quickly. Brother Long, you have to be careful. There's still a void sky expert guarding the Dark Illusion House. Ever since you destroyed the Dark Illusion House, the Dark Illusion sect sent him over. He's been staying in the Dark Illusion House ever since. After killing the Dark Illusion sect, Zhuowen heard Run Yongnan's voice transmission. Zhuowen nodded and replied, Brother Rin, this Long will need to leave the star field for a period of time. Do you have a way to get me out of the star field? This time, Zhuowen didn't plan to force his way out of the receiving heaven stone. Instead, he wanted to leave this place with Rin Yongnan's help. Although Zhuowen didn't have a good impression of the High Heaven sect, he had a good impression of Rin Yangon. If Rin Yangon could really help him this time, he wouldn't be stingy. After all, he had a lot of resources, comparable to the great forces of the star field. He was probably the only person in the entire star field who could have so many resources. Rin Yangon frowned slightly, revealing a hesitant expression. This time, the 8 great sects had joined forces to seal off the receiving heaven stone. It would be too difficult for him to take people out. Moreover, if this matter was exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. If Brother Rin finds it difficult, this Long won't force you. Zhuowen naturally saw the hesitation on Ren Yongnan's face and transmitted his voice again. Ren Yangon grit his teeth and said, Brother Long is too polite. This time, this Rin will risk everything and help you. Zhuowen revealed a look of ecstasy at the corners of his mouth as he replied, Many thanks, Brother Rin. Saying so, Zhuowen rushed to Rin Yongnan's side and whispered, I hope Brother Rin can help me quickly. I'm in a hurry. Zhuowen could clearly feel that Yu Wu Si's flying ship was getting closer and closer to the receiving heaven stone. If Yu Wu Si arrived here, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Brother Long, rest assured. This method is very fast. However, I need a key. The key is with the Void Sky Master in the Dark Illusion Pavilion. Ren Yangon glanced at Zhuowen. Don't worry. Let me tear down the Dark Illusion Pavilion first. Zhuowen waved his hand and rushed towards the Dark Illusion Pavilion. This guy, he's so bold. Rin Yangon was dumbfounded. Although he knew that Zhuowen had also reached the Void Sky Realm, he was afraid that his cultivation level was not very high. The Void Sky Master, guarding the Dark Illusion Pavilion, had reached the Void Sky Realm 3 times. Rin Yangon didn't think that Zhuowen would gain anything by barging into the Dark Illusion Pavilion. On the other hand, many cultivators on both sides of the street swarmed overexcitedly and followed Zhuowen. Zhuowen soon arrived in front of the Dark Illusion Pavilion. Ever since Zhuowen had torn it down, the rebuilt Dark Illusion Pavilion looked much brighter and more upright. Moreover, the restrictions inside were much stronger. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and immediately summoned 24 golden no-beginning demon swords. A terrifying black gold killing intent vortex emerged from the combination of the no-beginning demon golden sword and blasted against the barrier of the Dark Illusion Pavilion. Boom! 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 In an instant, the restrictions on the surface of the Dark Illusion Pavilion collapsed, like clay chickens and pottery dogs. The vortexes of killing intent formed by the golden no-beginning demon swords continued to wreak havoc inside the Dark Illusion Pavilion. The huge Dark Illusion Pavilion was instantly torn to pieces. Which daring bastard dares to tear down this old man's Dark Illusion Pavilion? A loud shout suddenly came from the depths of the Dark Illusion Pavilion. Then, a terrifying hand slammed into the vortexes of killing intent and repelled them. The Lord of the Dark Illusion Pavilion has made his move. The surrounding cultivators who had rushed over all had grave expressions. They all knew that the Void Sky Master was not to be trifled with. It was precisely because of the support of this Void Sky Master that the Dark Illusion Pavilion had been extremely arrogant and despotic all these years. Chapter 2065. Suddenly, it was an old man in a dark blue Taoist robe. His hair was mottled with black and white, and his face was green. He looked quite strange. The old man glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you destroying my phantom tower?" With the old man's character, he would have taught Zhuowen a lesson as soon as he arrived. However, after noticing the void heaven aura on Zhuowen's body, he did not act rashly. Zhuowen stood proudly and said indifferently on Longwen, "I'm here to destroy your phantom tower." After saying that, Zhuowen waved his sleeve. The 24 golden demon swords turned into a vortex of killing intent again and swept toward the old man. The old man's eyes were extremely dark. He knew that the young man in front of him was here to destroy his phantom tower. At the same time, he also heard the name Longwen. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he was inexplicably surprised. He remembered that Ran Yongan had said that Zhuowen was only a true god when he first entered the receiving heaven stone. It had only been a few years, but he had already advanced to the void heaven realm. Wasn't his cultivation speed too fast? However, the current situation did not allow the old man to think too much. The terrifying vortex of killing intent was already in front of him. It's actually Longwen. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on entering it. You think you're invincible after advancing to the void heaven realm? How ridiculous! The old man in the Taoist robe sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying energy turned into a giant hand and slammed into the vortex of killing intent. Rumble! Violent energy overflowed in all directions. Soon after, the giant hand and the vortex of killing intent exploded into a ring-shaped airwave, creating countless vacuum zones and erupting with terrifying energy. The huge receiving heaven stone seemed to be trembling. The old man in the Taoist robe groaned and retreated continuously. On the other hand, Zhuowen was as immovable as a mountain. "You." The old man in the Taoist robe was frightened. The Taoist-robed old man revealed a look of fear. The powerful strength that Zhuowen had displayed had greatly surprised him. "Die!" Zhuowen stomped his right foot. Another 12 golden demon swords flew out of his spiritual ring and slammed into the old man in the Taoist robe. The Taoist-robed old man no longer held back. He took out his natal divine artifact and summoned the illusory heavenly bridge at the same time. His aura instantly increased by several times. Bang, bang, bang. When they collided again, the old man in the Taoist robe was not afraid at all. Instead, he suppressed the vortex of killing intent. The old man in the Taoist robe laughed out loud. He was about to mock Zhuowen when the coldness in the corner of Zhuowen's mouth became more and more intense. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhuowen once again released the 12 no-beginning demonic golden swords. The terrifying killing intent vortex suddenly increased in intensity, breaking through the layers of defenses before the Taoist-robed old man. The Taoist-robed old man hurriedly retreated while simultaneously strengthening his defenses. Zhuowen continued to move forward, arriving at the back of the whirlpool and taking out the remaining 24 demon golden swords. Bang, bang, bang. When all of the no-beginning devil golden swords were stacked together, the vortex of killing intent that was produced was extremely powerful. The old man's defense was like a clay chicken and pottery dog, completely useless. Pucci! The old man in the Taoist robe did not even have time to react before the vortex of killing intent completely enveloped him and tore him into pieces. Zhuowen stepped onto the illusory, heavenly bridge of the old man in the Taoist robe. He raised the purple sword in his right hand above his head and slashed down fiercely. A terrifying and huge purple moon rose slowly and then suddenly fell down, smashing onto the illusory heavenly bridge and completely shattering it. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. The battle between Zhuowen and the old man in the Taoist robe was too short. It was over in just a few breaths. Originally, everyone thought that this would be a stalemate between a fierce and fierce battle. But now, beyond their expectations, the old man in the Taoist robe who had ascended 3 times in the illusory heavenly bridge was actually dealt with so cleanly by Zhuowen. Rin Yangan was even more stunned on the spot. Looking at that proud figure, his eyes were full of complexity. Brother Rin, this should be the key you mentioned, right? I'll leave it to you this time. Zhuowen rushed to Rin Yong'an's side and handed over a key that was emitting a 7-colored light to Rin Yong'an as he said softly. Rin Yong'an took the key, nodded solemnly, and immediately said, "Brother Long, come with me." Saying that, Rin Yong'an took Zhuowen and walked straight towards High Heaven Pavilion. After entering High Heaven Pavilion, Rin Yong'an brought Zhuowen to a secret basement of High Heaven Pavilion. This basement was surrounded by piles of yellow boulders, looking quite simple and gorgeous. In the center of the basement, there was a huge spirit array, but this spirit array was dim at the moment, obviously lacking energy supply. Brother Long, the entrance to the receiving heaven stone has been completely sealed by the experts of the 8 great sects. It is impossible for you to go out, but my High Heaven Pavilion has another shortcut, and that is this spirit array. This spirit array was left behind by the pavilion master of High Heaven Pavilion. This person has a fanatical interest in spirit arrays and is even more unruly. The receiving heaven stone was also sealed, but it was not as strong as this time. At that time, the pavilion master was very unhappy because he was the pavilion master. Since the receiving heaven stone was sealed, he had to stay on the receiving heaven stone and wait for the seal to end before he could go out. Otherwise, he would be treated as a spy. In order to slip out, the pavilion master arranged this spirit array. It is said that this spirit array can directly leave the star field without going through the receiving heaven stone. Ran Yangan came to the side of the spirit array and patiently explained. Did the pavilion master try this spirit array? Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Ran Yangan was a little embarrassed as he smiled and said, "No, after he finished arranging this transmission array, the seal was lifted, so he didn't need to use this transmission array to leave the receiving heaven stone. As for this key, it is actually the key to open this spirit array." At that time, Elder Su Tian of the Dark Illusion sect, in order to retaliate against my High Heaven Pavilion for helping Brother Long, caused a lot of trouble here. He saw that I valued this key very much and wanted to snatch it away, so Zhuowen nodded and didn't pursue the matter with Ren Yangan, saying, "Can we begin now?" "Yes," Ren Yangan said as he threw the 7-colored key into the spirit array. Then the key automatically drilled into the groove in the center of the spirit array. Suddenly, the dim and lightless formation burst out with a blazing 7-colored radiance. Zhuowen knew that the formation had been activated. Suddenly, Zhuowen's face changed slightly. He immediately grabbed Ran Yong'an's shoulder and stepped into the 7-colored spirit array. Rumble! The moment Zhuowen entered the 7-colored spirit array, the entire High Heaven Pavilion erupted with a terrifying tremor. Soon after, High Heaven Pavilion was destroyed, and all the cultivators inside were killed. The basement was also directly opened by this terrifying force, revealing Zhuowen and Ren Yangan who had entered the spirit array. "Zhuowen, you little bastard, you can't escape." The moment the basement was opened, an aura as vast as the sea suddenly appeared in the basement. The entire basement couldn't withstand this terrifying aura, and countless fine cracks appeared. "Open the teleportation array." Zhuowen shouted at Ren Yangan. Ren Yangan trembled. This aura was too terrifying, making him feel as if he was facing the might of the heavens. In front of this aura, it was as if the entire sky was collapsing. "Now!" Zhuowen yelled at him, finally making him sober up. He didn't ask who this person was, but immediately activated the teleportation array. Suddenly, a terrifying teleportation array wrapped around the two of them. "Want to leave? Do you think it's possible?" Yu Wuxi's voice resounded once again. Then a terrifying giant hand, as if the dome of the sky was collapsing, instantly pressed down and smashed on the seven-colored teleportation array. Zhuowen's eyes darkened as he immediately released the black-clothed Zhuowen. Roar! The black-clothed Zhuowen revealed the incomparably huge, true body of Devour, and its pillar-like claws met the terrifying giant hand. Crack! In an instant, the terrifying collision set off countless astral winds. Then numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the huge receiving heaven boulder. All the cultivators on the receiving heaven boulder were terrified. They floated in the air and looked at the receiving heaven boulder, which was already riddled with holes. Pucci! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. Devour's claws were completely destroyed. The demonic fog around its huge body dispersed, revealing countless bloody scars on its body. It looked as if it would shatter at any moment. Although Devour's state was quite miserable, it had still managed to block Yu Wuxi's terrifying attack. "Let's go!" Zhuowen immediately put away Devour. Then the seven-colored teleportation array teleported Renyangan and Zhuowen away from this place. After Zhuowen and Renyangan were teleported away, Yu Wuxi, with a gloomy face, slowly landed on the ruins of High Heaven Pavilion. He quietly looked at the teleportation array that had completely lost its brilliance. He knew that the other side of the teleportation array had been completely destroyed by Zhuowen. Even if he reactivated the teleportation array, it would be impossible for him to teleport out. "Little bastard!" Yu Wuxi took a deep breath and roared towards the sky. His roar reverberated endlessly on the receiving heaven boulder. As soon as Yu Wuxi arrived on the receiving heaven boulder, he discovered that the Dark Fantasy Pavilion had been destroyed. Then he learned from the crowd that the person who destroyed the Dark Fantasy Pavilion had been brought into High Heaven Pavilion. So he mercilessly destroyed High Heaven Pavilion in an attempt to capture Zhuowen. However, he never expected that he would be one step too late. There was actually a teleportation array hidden under High Heaven Pavilion. The cultivators on the receiving heaven boulder quickly distanced themselves from Yu Wuxi and stared at this terrifying figure with dread. Chapter 2066. The Land of the Far West. This was a huge meteorite belt. The meteorite belt was like a halo around a satellite, slowly rotating in a circle. A seven-colored light appeared on a huge meteorite in the center, and under the seven-colored light, there was a seven-colored array. Within the seven-colored light, two wretched figures appeared. Pucci, one of the white-clothed youths, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the side of the array. He immediately took out a purple sword and completely destroyed the array that was glowing with rainbow light. The other middle-aged man in a blue robe also fell to the side, but his condition was much better than the young man in white. These two people were naturally Zhuowen and Renyangan, who had left the star field through the transmission array. Renyangan's face was extremely ugly. When he found that the expert chasing Longwen was so terrifying, he had already regretted it. But it was too late to regret now. The High Heaven Pavilion had been destroyed by the unknown expert, and he had followed Zhuowen out of the transmission array. Returning to the receiving heaven stone was naturally unrealistic. Now Renyangan was a little distressed. "Brother Long, is your real name Zhuowen?" Renyangan seemed to think of something and suddenly asked Zhuowen. The voice had called Zhuowen's real name before, so he also knew Zhuowen's real name. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was pale. He took out a jade bottle and drank a drop of Heavenly Domain Star Essence, and his face became much rosier. "Brother Ren, this jade bottle contains Heavenly Domain Star Essence. Take it. If it weren't for you this time, my life might be in danger." Zhuowen handed the jade bottle to Renyangan, but Renyangan's entire person was dumbfounded. He held the jade bottle in his hand, his entire body trembling with excitement. Heavenly Starry Sky Essence. When he was in Zhongyu, the 8 great sect masters fought for 2 drops of Heavenly Starry Sky Essence. Now, he actually obtained a whole bottle of Heavenly Starry Sky Essence. This was like a dream for him. Ran Yangon gently opened the bottle cork, and suddenly a terrifying medicinal power soared into the sky, forming a huge phantom above him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Ran Yangon closed the bottle cork, took a deep breath, and cupped his hands to Zhuowen. "Thank you long. Brother Zhuo." Ran Yangon wanted to call Zhuowen Brother Long, but thinking of Zhuowen's real name, he changed the way he addressed him. At this moment, Ran Yangon had already forgotten that Zhuowen had destroyed the High Heaven Pavilion. There was only a bottle of Heavenly Domain Star Essence in his hand. The Heavenly Domain Star Essence. The value of this bottle of Heavenly Domain Starry Sky Essence was almost immeasurable. Even if Ran Yangon had to die now, he would feel that it was worth it. Yangon, Yangon. Yangon, Yangon. Yangon, Yangon. Zhuowen took out a Void Ascension pill from his spirit ring and handed it to Ran Yangon as he said with a smile. At this moment, Ran Yangon was flattered to receive the Void Ascending pill, and the unhappiness in his heart suddenly disappeared. With the Void Ascending pill and Heavenly Domain Star Essence, even if he betrayed High Heaven Sect, he would still have profited. "Thank you, Brother Zhuo. Many thanks," Ran Yangon said quickly. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "Brother Rin is too polite. This time, it was all thanks to you that I was able to escape. These things should be given to you." This time, Zhuowen was indeed very grateful to Ran Yangon. If it weren't for Ran Yangon, he really would have been finished. He was very willing to take out a bottle of Heavenly Domain Star Essence. After all, his life was much more important than this bottle of Heavenly Domain Star Essence. Zhuowen looked at the surrounding asteroid belt and asked, "Where is this place?" Ran Yangon carefully put away the Heavenly Domain Star Essence and Void Ascending pill before immediately taking out the star chart from his spirit ring and looking at it for a while. "What's wrong?" Zhuowen could not help but ask in surprise when he saw the strange look in Ran Yangon's eyes. Ran Yangon said, "Brother Zhuo, this place is close to the westernmost part of the great Brahma domain. It doesn't seem to be far from the waning waxing moons. I really didn't expect the power of the transmission array to be so powerful that it could teleport the 2 of us so far." Zhuowen also showed a strange look. He also didn't expect that the transmission array hidden in High Heaven Pavilion could teleport them so far. Wasn't it comparable to the ancient transmission array? "The waning waxing moons is not far from here, so can we go in now?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Ran Yangon looked around and smiled bitterly. "Brother Va, the westernmost part of the Heaven Domain has a terrifying magnetic field. This magnetic field will interfere with the direction of our divine sense. Although we know the geographical location of the waning waxing moons, if we go in blindly, we will most likely lose our way." Zhuowen frowned and said, "Then what should we do?" Now, Zhuowen was a little anxious. He clearly knew the geographical location of the waning waxing moons, but he could not act rashly. Moreover, Ran Yangon was not lying. Just now, he had used his divine sense to determine the direction, but every time he determined the direction was different. He knew that his divine sense was indeed affected by an external object, and this external object should be the magnetic field that Ran Yangon was talking about. "We must first enter a certain galaxy or star continent in the far west. According to my impression, the far west is an extremely chaotic place. It is the true forbidden area of the great Brahma domain. It is said that even the supreme great Brahma can't control this area." Ran Yangon said worriedly. Although Ran Yangon had never been to the far west, he knew the notoriety of this area, so he was worried about his own situation. Even great Brahma can't control it? This far west? Zhuowen frowned slightly. He was very curious in his heart. Since great Brahma was the master of the heaven domain, he generally had absolute control over the entire heaven domain. But now, Ren Yangon was saying that even great Brahma could not control the Far West. Could it be that there was something special about the Far West? Of course, Ren Yangon was not too sure about the specifics of the Far West. Ren Yangon had only heard about the Far West. Zhuowen summoned Yin Bingyun, Yun Chiyu, and Hongshan from the spirit ring. They had already escaped the star field, so he naturally had no reason to put them back into the spirit ring. After all, they could not cultivate in the spirit ring. Big Brother Zhua, thank you for saving my aunt this time. Yun Chiyu immediately stepped forward and looked at Zhuowen gratefully. Yin Bingyun came to Yun Chiyu's side and bowed to Zhuowen in an extremely formal manner, saying, Bingyun will not dare to forget your life-saving grace. Zhuowen smiled bitterly and said, The two of you don't have to be so formal. Actually, we are not out of danger. This time Brother Rin and I, Zhuowen, slowly recounted what had happened. When he finished, Yin Bingyun frowned and said, We actually came to the Far West. Could it be that Sect Master Yin is very familiar with the Far West? Zhuowen looked at Yin Bingyun and asked. Yin Bingyun shook her head and said, I don't know too much about it. However, I once met a senior who had traveled to the Far West. He once said that the Far West is extremely chaotic, and it is very difficult to travel through the Far West with just a star chart. If we can't use our divine sense and star charts, then what do we need to travel through the Far West? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Flying ships. The flying ships of the Far West are very developed, even more developed and powerful than the star field. It is said that the most powerful flying ships, built by the cultivators of the Far West, have cannons that can even kill the strongest powerhouses of the void sky. Yin Bingyun's words were shocking, and her words shocked everyone present. The cultivators of the void sky could be said to be the top powerhouses of the great Brahma domain. It was incredible that a mere flying ship could kill such a powerhouse. Look, there seems to be something flying over there. Suddenly, Ren Yangon pointed to the starry sky on the left and said. Zhuowen and the others looked up and indeed saw a black shadow rushing over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived and stopped outside the meteorite belt. Only then did Zhuowen see clearly that this black shadow was actually an incomparably huge, pitch-black flying ship. The surface of this flying ship was covered with black scales that looked like dragon scales. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that this was a black dragon flying in the starry sky. Whether it was the shape or the aura, Zhuowen found that this flying ship was much more advanced than the flying ships of the 10 major sects in the star field. It seemed that Yin Bingyun was right. The flying ship technology of the Far West was indeed much more powerful than that of the star field. The flying ship that had stopped opened a hatch and 5 cultivators walked out. The one in the lead was a burly man in dragon-scale armor. He walked straight towards Zhuowen. The burly man sized up Zhuowen and the others, and his gaze lingered on Yin Bingyun, Yun Chiyu, and Hongshan. Yin Bingyun and Yun Chiyu in particular were extraordinarily beautiful. Although their faces were covered by veils, it still couldn't hide the extraordinary temperament of the 2 women. The 5 of you are refugees, right? Our captain found the 5 of you and planned to help you, the burly man said indifferently. Thank you, brother, Ren Yangon hurriedly said with a smile. The corners of the burly man's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued, I think you know the rules, right? Rules? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Chapter 2067. Lan Gui, brother, the 5 of us are cultivators from outside the land of the Far West. When we came to the land of the Far West this time, our flying ship was accidentally destroyed. The 5 of us were lucky and escaped with our lives, so we don't know the rules here, Ren Yangon said with a smile. The burly man responded with an, oh. Immediately he sized up the 5 of them again and said, In that case, I will tell you the rules. If you want to board the ship and leave this meteorite belt, you need to pay a fare. Our captain will not let you come up and take up space for nothing. Zhuowen was relieved when he heard that. If this person let them board the ship, then there would be a problem. Zhuowen felt that it was normal that they had to pay a fare to board the ship. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. How much do you need? Renyangan asked. 10,000 divine stones per person, the sturdy man said indifferently. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although he felt that the ticket was a little expensive, there was nothing he could do. After all, they could only leave this place on the ship. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to determine the direction, so it was impossible for them to walk aimlessly. The sturdy man's expression eased when he saw Zhuowen hand over 50,000 divine stones without hesitation. Then, he led Zhuowen's group into the flying ship. After passing through dozens of aisles, the sturdy man brought the 5 of them to a hall that wasn't very big. There were soft, ring-shaped chairs in the hall. But at this moment, the chairs in the hall were filled with cultivators, so there were no empty seats. Zhuowen frowned as he looked around the hall. There weren't even any seats in the hall. Could it be that they had to stand? Renyangan, Yinbingyan, and the other 3 also had similar expressions. They had paid 50,000 divine stones. But there weren't even any seats, let alone the single room they wanted. After bringing Zhuowen's group of 5, the sturdy man left the hall. He didn't have any intention of paying any attention to Zhuowen's group. Zhuowen looked around the hall and found that most of the people here were true gods. There were also a few void sky cultivators, but they were very few. Moreover, very few true gods dared to casually approach these void sky cultivators. This resulted in these void sky cultivators occupying a rather large empty space. The arrival of Zhuowen's group of 5 attracted the attention of many cultivators. Of course, these cultivators were not paying attention to Zhuowen and Renyangan. Instead, they were paying attention to Yinbingyan, Yunqiu, and Hongshan, who were standing beside Zhuowen. Regardless of whether it was Yinbingyan or Yunqiu, just Hongshan's beauty alone was incomparably alluring. In particular, the flirtatious glint that occasionally flashed through her beautiful eyes caused many cultivators' hearts to heat up. They wanted nothing more than to ruthlessly ravage her. Although Yinbingyan and Yunqiu had veils covering their faces, just by looking at their delicate bodies and temperaments, one could tell that these 2 women were definitely not ordinary. They were many times better than the ordinary female cultivators in the hall. A man in his 30s, wearing a blue robe, sat upright on a huge empty seat. He opened his eyes and directly ignored Zhuowen and Renyangan. His gaze landed on Yinbingyan and Yunqiu. This person sized up Yunqiu and Yinbingyan in an extremely presumptuous manner. Suddenly he grinned and said, "Beauties, take off the veils on your faces and let me have a good look." When the surrounding cultivators saw this blue-robed man, they all revealed expressions of fear. Lan Gui has taken a fancy to these 2 female cultivators. I'm afraid these 2 women will suffer. What a pity for these 2 delicate beauties. Everyone's eyes revealed looks of pity. This blue-robed man was called Lan Gui. He was one of the few void sky cultivators in the hall and was extremely powerful. Moreover, this Lan Gui had an extremely disgusting hobby, which was to play with women. The more beautiful the woman, the more miserable Lan Gui would play with her, and he would even enjoy it. During this journey, many female cultivators had been forcefully played to death by Lan Gui. These were all seen by the surrounding cultivators. However, Lan Gui was too powerful. Although many cultivators could not bear it, they only dared to be angry and did not dare to say anything. Now, Lan Gui had specifically asked the 2 female cultivators who had just entered to take off their veils. Everyone knew what Lan Gui would do next, so they could only silently mourn for the 2 female cultivators. As for the other void sky cultivators, they were not surprised at all. They did not even glance over. Instead, they sat cross-legged on the spot and silently cultivated. Yunqiu and Yinbingyan frowned slightly. Their beautiful eyes revealed disgust. The 2 women's observation skills were not weak. Naturally, They could see the trace of lust in Lan Gui's eyes. They could guess that this person's intentions were definitely not pure. What? Are the two beauties shy? There's no need to be shy. Since you're shy, I'll have to take the initiative. Lan Gui licked his lips and immediately stretched out his right hand. Terrifying energy turned into a huge hand that was the size of a cattail leaf fan. It instantly enveloped Yun Qiu and Yin Bingyan. However, just as the huge hand approached Yun Qiu and Yin Bingyan, there was a flash of violet light, and the hand collapsed. Lan Gui's eyes narrowed. His gaze finally landed on Zhuowen, who wielded a violet sword. He said fearfully, "Sir, what is the meaning of this? How dare you get in the way of me?" Although Lan Gui was lustful, he was not an idiot. When Zhuowen attacked earlier, he knew that he was also a void sky cultivator. It seemed like he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. Kneel down and apologize to the two of them. Zhuowen looked down at Lan Gui as he spoke, and all of the cultivators present fell into a daze. The entire place was filled with astonishment, and even a pin drop could be heard. Even Lan Gui was stunned. He even suspected that he had misheard. When Zhuowen attacked earlier, he could tell that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the first step of the void sky realm. His cultivation was almost the same as his own, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly. Wasn't he a little too conceited? The other void sky cultivators all opened their eyes and silently stared at Zhuowen and Lan Gui. What if I say no? Lan Gui sneered. Spurt. As soon as Lan Gui finished speaking, the violet light swept past his right arm like lightning. Afterwards, blood sprayed into the air as his right arm was instantly severed. Kneel down! Zhuowen arrived with his sword. He calmly stared at Lan Gui, who was staring blankly at his severed right arm. The surrounding cultivators all gaped. Wasn't this young man a little too ferocious? He had actually severed Lan Gui's right arm without anyone noticing. Even the other void sky cultivators had grave expressions on their faces. They hadn't clearly seen how Zhuowen had severed Lan Gui's right arm. "You be **starred. Lan Gui came to his senses and roared. His eyes were as red as blood as he immediately summoned his natal artifact. Lan Gui's natal artifact was a skull forged from jade. As soon as the skull was summoned, a gust of wind and a rain of blood swept toward them, sending chills down their spines. As soon as the skull appeared, it opened its mouth wide and flew toward Zhuowen. Countless eerie evil spirits rushed out of the skull. Zhuowen discovered that these evil spirits were all beautiful and graceful women. It seemed like Lan Gui was indeed a bastard. After toying with the women's souls, he collected them into the skull and cultivated them into evil spirits to enhance the power of his natal artifact. Zhuowen's gaze was ghastly cold as an incomparably enormous divine sense suddenly erupted, transforming into countless branches that bombarded the bodies of those evil spirits. Zhuowen's divine soul was truly too powerful, and evil spirits were illusory beings. Divine sense could cause considerable damage to them. In just an instant, all the evil spirits in the surroundings were wiped away by Zhuowen's consciousness. Afterwards, Zhuowen swung his sword and struck the jade-colored skull, sending it flying without any resistance. The violet sword did not slow down at all and instantly severed Lan Gui's limbs. Thump! Lan Gui collapsed in a pool of blood as he constantly struggled. His eyes were filled with viciousness and malice. Zhuowen kicked Lan Gui to the side, then led Yun Qiu, Yin Bingyan, and the others to occupy Lan Gui's position without any scruples. Logically speaking, with Lan Gui's cultivation, he should have been able to recover very quickly even if his limbs had been severed. However, Zhuowen's violet sword contained the power of Tao. This power could suppress Lan Gui's recovery abilities. Although Lan Gui desperately circulated the energy within him in an attempt to regrow his limbs, it was to no avail. Moreover, his wounds failed to close up. Blood constantly poured out, basically forming a small pool of blood in the surroundings. "What have you done to me?" Lan Gui roared out. Zhuowen stared at Lan Gui indifferently and said, "If you want to die, you can keep screaming." Lan Gui sensed the chilling killing intent in Zhuowen's gaze. His face froze, and he immediately shut up. However, as he continued to lose blood, Lan Yu felt weaker and weaker. He was powerless. The surrounding cultivators kept quiet out of fear, not daring to speak. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Zhuowen, who was sitting on Blue Ghost Seat. They knew that this person was vicious. He had severed Lan Gui's limbs as soon as he had arrived, and he was so powerful as well. They obviously did not dare to provoke him. What's happened? Why is it so messy here? Chapter 2068. Young Master Worryless, Captain Lu. This person has no regard for the law. He actually attacked me in this cabin and cut off my limbs. He's simply audacious and unforgivable. Seeing the burly man enter, Lan Gui acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw. His eyes shone as he hurriedly complained. Ren Yangon, Yun Chuyu, and the others were furious. Just as they were about to defend themselves, Captain Lu coldly snorted and interrupted their words. Captain Lu's sinister gaze fell on Zhuowen. He grinned and said, "You're quite bold, newcomer. You've caused such a big mess as soon as you arrived. I have a whole new level of respect for you." With that, Captain Lu walked straight toward Zhuowen and finally stopped in front of Zhuowen. He looked down at Zhuowen and continued, "Now, come with me." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up. He did not refuse and followed Captain Lu out of the hall. After all, Zhuowen had just entered this cabin. He still needed to rely on this flying ship to head to the nearby continent, so he did not want to fall out with the people on this flying ship. Otherwise, if they threw him out of the flying ship, he would quickly lose his way. Captain Lu led Zhuowen out of the hall and came to a remote corner. He looked at Zhuowen indifferently and said, "You're very bold. Do you know what happens to cultivators who violate the rules of our divine continent?" The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. He took out a bottle of fire spirit juice from his spirit ring and handed it to Captain Lu. He said, "I was impulsive just now. I think Captain Lu is a reasonable person." Fire spirit juice? Captain Lu opened the bottle and sniffed it lightly. His eyes revealed surprise. Fire spirit juice could temporarily increase one's comprehension. Even for void sky cultivators, the effect was not bad. Captain Lu's cultivation was at the peak of void sky, so this fire spirit juice would have a great effect on him breaking through his shackles. Captain Lu put away the fire spirit juice with a troubled expression. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. He knew that Captain Lu was complaining that the fire spirit juice was too little. Zhuowen also knew how to behave. He took out 3 more bottles of fire spirit juice from his spirit ring and handed them to Captain Lu. Putting away the 3 bottles, Captain Lu revealed a satisfied expression and said, "Since this is your first offense, then I won't pursue this matter anymore. Be careful next time." Captain Lu was about to leave when he was stopped by Zhuowen. "Is there anything else?" Captain Lu asked with a frown. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "Captain Lu, your god Lu is so big. It shouldn't be that you don't have an independent cabin, right?" Captain Lu looked at Zhuowen from head to toe and grinned. "Of course, but the 5 of you are refugees. You don't have tickets for God of Lu beforehand. Naturally, you don't have the right to enjoy the cabin of God of Lu. Can't I buy it now?" Zhuowen asked. The smile on Captain Lu's face deepened. He said, "Of course you can buy it, but it's much more expensive than the outside world. 1 ticket costs 10 million divine stones. Do you want to buy it?" Zhuowen cursed in his heart and said in a low voice, "Yes, and I want to buy 5 tickets." Captain Lu looked at Zhuowen from head to toe and was surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect the guy in front of him to be rich. When he thought about how this guy could take out 4 bottles of fire spirit juice at once, Captain Lu felt relieved. Sure, I happen to have 5 tickets with me. As long as you pay, I can give you the tickets and order someone to take you to the corresponding cabin, Captain Liu said calmly. Zhuo Wen paid the 50 million godly stones without any hesitation and received 5 tickets for the ship. When he returned to the hall, Lan Gui was still lying in a pool of blood like a dead dog. Yun Qiu, Yin Bingyan, and Hong Shan were nowhere to be seen, while Ren Yangon was lying to the side in a sorry state, constantly twitching and struggling. After Zhuo Wen returned, the hall immediately fell silent. However, Lan Gui chuckled coldly and said, "Serves you right? Those 3 delicate beauties of yours are going to be finished as well. Perhaps they'll end up in a much more miserable state than when they fell into my hands." Zhuo Wen arrived by Ren Yongan's side and helped him up. He asked in a low voice, "Brother Ren, what happened?" Ren Yangon coughed up a mouthful of blood and said in a slightly dispirited manner, "Brother Zhuo, not long after you and Captain Liu left, several cultivators with powerful presences appeared at some point in time. They restrained Miss Chu and the others without any explanation and took them away. I resisted with all my might, but I wasn't strong enough. I was heavily injured." Speaking of this, Ren Yongan's face was filled with shame. Clearly, he felt that he had let Zhuo Wen down. Zhuo Wen's gaze was cold. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Just as Zhuo Wen had been taken away, there were people waiting for an opportunity to come in and kidnap him. These cultivators were probably in cahoots with Captain Liu. Serves you right. Haha, serves you right. Lan Gui laughed wantonly and even mocked him. Splat. Unfortunately, a purple sword directly sliced off Lan Gui's mouth. Afterwards, Zhuo Wen slowly arrived before Lan Gui. Lan Gui whimpered loudly as he stared at Zhuo Wen in fear. His mouth had been sliced off, so he could not even speak clearly. However, from his whimpering, Lan Gui was probably begging for mercy. Zhuo Wen pressed a hand against Lan Gui's head, and his terrifying divine sense violently invaded Lan Gui's soul. He began to carefully search through his memories. Zhuo Wen was not familiar with the group of cultivators who had taken Yun Qiu and the other 2 away. However, Lan Gui had been on the God of Liu for a long time, so he should know a little. Not long after, Zhuo Wen removed his right hand with a grave expression. From Lan Gui's memories, Zhuo Wen discovered that the group of cultivators who had taken Yun Qiu and the other 2 away was a young cultivator named Young Master Worryless. This young master Worryless cultivation was ordinary. It was said that he had just condensed the Void Sky Bridge. However, there were many experts around him. The strongest guard's cultivation had even reached the 3rd step of the Void Sky Bridge. He was quite famous on the God of Liu. Not only that, it was said that the force behind this young Master Worryless was not small. The destination of the God of Liu this time was the Myriad Magnet Sea. The Myriad Magnet Sea was the core of the far west land. It was filled with a more terrifying magnetic field than other places. Because the magnetic field was too terrifying and the range was huge, the magnetic fields constantly collided with each other, forming a vast ocean. It looked exceptionally strange. The Myriad Magnet Sea was also an extremely terrifying and dangerous place. There were many types of giant astral beasts here. Powerful space beasts could easily tear apart ordinary void sky cultivators. Furthermore, the cultivators who entered the Myriad Magnet Sea would not only lose their sense of direction, but if they were not careful, the powerful magnetic field would affect the cultivator's soul, causing cultivators whose souls were not strong enough to immediately lose consciousness and be unable to resist. Once this cultivator was discovered by the giant starry sky beast in the Myriad Magnet Sea, he would definitely die without a doubt. Moreover, the Great Brahma region's most famous danger zone, the Waning Moon Crescent, was located in the depths of the Myriad Magnet Sea. If one wanted to enter the Waning Moon Crescent, they had to enter the Myriad Magnet Sea. Therefore, this time, Zhuo Wen and the others entered the god Liu as a free ride. Within the sea of magnetism, there were countless giant meteorites that were not affected by the magnetic field. The surface area of these meteorites was extremely large. The large ones were no smaller than the star continents in the star field, and the small ones were slightly larger than the average life planets. Due to the existence of these meteorites, there were countless cultivators and rogue cultivators who came to explore the sea of magnetism. Moreover, they formed various forces within the sea of magnetism. Young Master Worryless was the son of the Palace Master of Worryless Palace, a rather famous force in the sea of magnetism. Young Master Worryless' behavior was extremely unrestrained. He was addicted to dual cultivation. Every time he took a liking to a female cultivator, regardless of her background, he would basically kidnap her and forcefully seize her primordial een. Moreover, his dual cultivation was not the kind that benefited both parties, but a one-sided and domineering one. The cultivation and blood essence of the woman who dual cultivated with him would be completely sucked dry by his domineering dual cultivation method. In the end, she would become a lifeless corpse. It could be said that young Master Worryless was an existence even more disgusting than Blue Ghost. Coincidentally, Blue Ghost was young Master Worryless' underling, the so-called errand boy. What a scumbag! Zhuowen muttered, then completely strangled Blue Ghost. Seeing Zhuowen casually kill Blue Ghost, no one in the hall dared to breathe loudly. Brother Rin, how about following me to the cabin? Zhuowen's eyes revealed killing intent as he looked at Ran Yangon behind him. Ran Yangon revealed a hesitant expression, but when he recalled the earth-shattering and terrifying deeds that Zhuowen had done in the star field, he also knew that Zhuowen was not simple, so he nodded and agreed. Leading Ran Yangon out of the hall, Zhuowen went straight to the cabin on the upper level. The crowded hall they were in was the lowest level of the God of Lu. It was also the worst place. Usually it was used to store goods and other miscellaneous items. Very few people lived here. The real cabins were on the upper level, and the higher up, the better the cabins were. Young Master Worryless' cabin was on the deck. It was considered a first-class cabin and the best cabin on the God of Lu. At the staircase, a guard immediately stopped Zhuowen and Ren Yangon. However, after Zhuowen took out the 2 tickets, the guard allowed the 2 of them to board the ship. Brother Zhua, looking at Blue Ghost, that young Master Worryless should have a great background. How do you plan to save Miss Yun and the rest? Ran Yangon quietly asked through voice transmission. Barge in. Zhuowen spat out a sentence that almost made Ran Yangon vomit blood. This Zhuowen was too bold. He actually dared to be so unscrupulous on the God of Lu. If they barged in, they would definitely break the rules of the God of Lu. At that time, the 5 of them would very likely be abandoned by the God of Lu. Zhuowen also saw Ran Yongan's hesitation and said, If Brother Rin feels that it's inappropriate, you can choose not to follow me. At this moment, I just want to feel better. Others have already bullied you. If you are a coward, it will only make them worse. Only by displaying your strength and biting back at them will they remember that you are not someone to be trifled with. Next time, they will not mess with you. Chapter 2069. Barging in with the ticket. Zhuowen and Ran Yangon naturally had the right to enter the deck of the God of Lu. Therefore, Zhuowen and Ran Yangon were able to ascend to the deck of the God of Lu without any obstructions. The deck was enveloped in a powerful restrictive array. Through the almost transparent array, one could see the vast starry sky outside the array. Zhuowen silently glanced at the scene on the deck, then withdrew his gaze and walked towards the cabin where young Master Worryless was. Haha, young Master Worryless, it looks like you've gained a lot this time. Did you bring back any good news after returning from the star field? Suddenly, a rough and unruly voice came from outside the deck, attracting Zhuowen's attention. Raising his head, he saw many cultivators standing in front of the railing at the edge of the deck. Among these cultivators, there were 2 people who were the focus of everyone's attention. One of them was a young man with a sickly pale complexion, dressed in a light yellow brocade robe. A long sword hung from his waist, and the surface of the scabbard was inlaid with countless sparkling crystals. It was very dazzling. The other person was dressed in a black robe. He was 9 feet tall and as sturdy as a tiger. His skin was dark, and his bearing was extraordinary. The rough and unruly voice just now had come from this black-robed young man. Zhou knew that the pale-faced young man should be the young master Worryless he was looking for. However, he did not immediately go up. Since this young master Worryless was on the deck, Yun Chiu and the other two should have been brought back to the cabin by this young master Worryless subordinates. He gave Ren Yangon a look, and the two of them entered the deck as if nothing had happened. They blended into the crowd on the deck, and no one noticed anything unusual. Zhou when quietly walked into the crowd surrounding young Master Worryless and heard young Master Worryless' voice. He, a very interesting rogue cultivator, has appeared in the star field this time. It is said that this rogue cultivator has played 8 of the 10 great sect masters in the star field. Oh, a mere loose cultivator can play the 8 sect leaders in circles? Young Master Worryless, are you making things up? The black-robed young man said in disbelief. Young Master Worryless smiled and said, "That's because that loose cultivator has a treasure like the heavenly starry sky essence. Do you think anyone from the 10 great sects can remain calm?" As soon as he said this, the crowd went into an uproar. Heavenly starry sky essence was obviously very attractive to them. The black-robed youth also revealed a strange expression and looked at young Master Worryless, wanting him to continue. Worryless didn't keep them in the star field in the star field. He told them all of the star fields grand interstellar. Haha, this independent cultivator called Zhou Wen is a talent. His strength isn't bad, and his boldness isn't small either. If he's nurtured properly, he'll absolutely become a terrifying and ambitious figure in the future. The black-robed young man laughed loudly and 2. Speaking of which, I also want to meet Zhou. Unfortunately, my luck is too bad. Speaking of, young Master Worryless sighed. Zhou sneered. He glanced at Ren Yangon and said, "Brother Ren, you stay here and keep an eye on young Master Worryless. I'm going to check this guy's cabin." After getting Ren Yangon's affirmative answer, Zhou quietly left the deck. Young Master Worryless' cabin was heaven number 10. Zhou learned this from Blue Ghost's divine soul memory. Every cabin on the Divine Lu ship was set up with powerful restrictive spells to prevent other cultivators from breaking into the cabin and stealing. Without the key, once the restriction was triggered, it would immediately trigger the alarm. At that time, everyone on the ship would know. Standing in front of heaven number 10, Zhou's powerful divine sense spread out. After confirming that there was no one around, his eyes fell on the door of heaven number 10. At the same time, more than 300 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space operated at the same time. His powerful divine sense entered the door without making a sound. Fortunately, Zhou's level of array Dao was extremely high. While he used his divine sense to explore the door, he also used the all-devouring restriction to hide his aura. This was to prevent the restriction inside the door from detecting his aura and triggering the alarm. After about 2 hours, Zhou's divine sense finally completely invaded the door. Then his divine sense turned into a large hand and opened the restriction from inside the door. Quietly opening the door of heaven number 10, Zhou sneaked in. Then he frowned and found that the door was filled with the charming smell of rouge and powder. At the same time, a pink mist floated in the room. With a light sniff, Zhou actually felt a slight heat in his lower abdomen. He knew that this thing was probably an aphrodisiac or something similar. Holding his breath, Zhou's sharp eyes fell on the corner of the room. There were 3 beautiful figures tied up there. Zhuowen did not need to think to know that they were definitely Yin Bingyun, Yun Chuyu, and Hongshan. Just as Zhuowen was about to undo the bindings on the three women, Ren Yangon sent him a message. Young Master Worryless has returned to the cabin. Be careful. Zhuowen frowned slightly and hurriedly resealed the restriction in front of the door. Then he dove into the wardrobe at the side and circulated the all-devouring formless, completely restraining his aura. The moment Zhuowen hid in the wardrobe, the door of heaven number 10 was opened. The pale-faced young Master Worryless slowly walked in. His eyes carried a lustful light as he looked at the three beauties tied up in the corner of the room. Moreover, their 5 senses had been blocked. 3 beauties, this young master will immediately undo the shielding on your 5 senses. Young Master Worryless grinned and came to the 3 women's side. He quickly tapped them, and the 3 women immediately spoke in clear voices. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped us here? Yin Bingyin was the calmest. She coldly looked at young Master Worryless and asked. Young Master Worryless carefully examined Yin Bingyun's peerless beauty. Yin Bingyun's beauty was not inferior to Yun Chiyu's. Moreover, Yin Bingyun had a more mature charm than Yun Chiyu. So to men, Yin Bingyun was more alluring than Yun Chiyu. Young Master Worryless gently lifted Yin Bingyun's delicate chin and clicked his tongue in wonder. What a seductive little vixen. You're so alluring even when you're angry. This young master can't bear to part with you. Yin Bingyun wanted to struggle, but it was a pity that young Master Worryless was stronger than her. Moreover, her cultivation had been sealed, so she could not break free from the hand that she loathed. Yun Chiyu and Hongshan also glared at him. Although they did not know what young Master Worryless was trying to do, it was obvious that he was up to no good. Young Master Worryless stood up and silently sized up the 3 women in front of him. In the end, he pulled Hongshan out and said with a smile, Little beauty, let's start with you. If we play with the best from the start, we might end up with a fly in the ointment. As he spoke, young Master Worryless let out a lewd laugh. His hand unceremoniously reached into Hongshan's lapel. Hongshan's beautiful eyes were filled with shame and anger. Just as young Master Worryless was about to succeed, a purple light suddenly shot out. It was extremely fast and pierced towards young Master Worryless' back. Young Master Worryless' right hand suddenly exerted force and forcefully pulled Hongshan to his chest. He abruptly turned around and used Hongshan as a shield. The purple light was extremely fast, but when it realized that young Master Worryless was using Hongshan as a shield, it immediately changed direction and landed beside Hongshan's feet. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the ground beside young Master Worryless' feet shattered and cracked. The purple light exploded and looked extremely strange. Young Master Worryless grabbed onto Hongshan and hastily retreated to the corner of the room. He coldly stared at the youth who suddenly appeared in the room and said, Who exactly are you? Zhuowen looked at young Master Worryless in astonishment. His timing was very accurate, but this young Master Worryless still managed to dodge his sneak attack. It was obvious that young Master Worryless had discovered him in advance. However, his previous series of actions were merely a show in front of him. How did you see through it? Zhuowen put away his purple sword and asked indifferently. Young Master Worryless sneered and said, This room is filled with this red mist. It is an aphrodisiac that this young master personally concocted. This young master has left his divine sense imprint in it. The moment someone enters this young master's room, this young master will immediately know. Speaking of which, this young master really admires you. You didn't even need a key, and you were actually able to enter this room. It seems like your array Dao standard is pretty good. Zhuowen neither agreed nor disagreed. He slowly walked towards young Master Worryless and said indifferently, Now you only have one choice, and that is to immediately release these 3 women. Only then will you have a chance to live. Young Master Worryless narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly, saying, Are you crazy? Who exactly is strong and who is weak now? Don't tell me you can't tell? After young Master Worryless finished speaking, 3 figures with powerful auras rushed in from outside heaven number 10. These 3 people's divine senses were firmly locked onto Zhuowen. As long as Zhuowen dared to move, these 3 people would definitely attack without mercy. Zhuowen glanced at the 3 people indifferently. These 3 cultivators weren't weak. 2 of them had a cultivation of 2 steps in the Void Sky realm, while the other old man had a cultivation of 3 steps in the Void Sky realm. This kind of lineup was enough to capture a 3-step Void Sky expert. Zhuowen's aura was only 1 step in the Void Sky realm, so it was no wonder that young Master Worryless was so confident. Now, do you still dare to say those big words from before? Young Master Worryless looked at the youth in front of him with ridicule and said. Zhuowen nodded. He still looked at young Master Worryless indifferently and said, I said you only have 1 choice, and that is to immediately release these 3 women. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. The ridicule on young Master Worryless' face disappeared. He licked his lips and said coldly, It seems like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You guys go and kill this brat. This young master will reward you handsomely. Boom! Chapter 2070. The Sinister Human Heart Bang. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Zhuowen was engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 cultivators. It was unknown if it was intentional, but after young Master Worryless ordered the 3 cultivators to enter, he closed the door again, as if he didn't want the other cultivators on the divine continent to know. Young Master Wu Yu's mouth was filled with a sneer as he looked at Zhuowen, who was retreating step by step under the joint attack of the 3 cultivators. Your strength is not bad to actually be able to resist the joint attack of the 3 of them. However, how long can you last? Before young Master Worryless could finish his words, the cabinet beside him suddenly shattered, and a black shadow rushed out, heading straight for the complacent young Master Worryless. Bang! The black shadow was too fast, and before young Master Worryless could react, he was sent flying and smashed into the wall. You, young Master Worryless roared, and the jade pendant on his waist emitted a terrifying light, forming a thick wall of light in front of him. The black shadow was silent, and with a step, it arrived in front of young Master Worryless. His right hand grabbed at the air, and terrifying pitch-black lightning condensed into a pitch-black longsword in his palm. Bang! 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 The pitch-black long sword slashed out hundreds of times in an instant, and the light wall on the surface of young Master Worryless shattered. Young Master Worryless spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. The black shadow stretched out his right hand, and the black lightning extended out like a chain, instantly binding young Master Worryless' neck and lifting him up. Young Master Worryless wanted to resist, but unfortunately the black shadow was much stronger than him, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. The 3 cultivators who were fighting Zhuowen immediately noticed the abnormality on young Master Worryless' side, and they were startled, turning their heads to look. The eyes of Zhuowen, who'd been suppressed since the beginning, emitted a dazzling bright light. He flicked his sleeve and withdrew 48 golden devil swords. They crisscrossed through the air and formed layers of overlapping vortexes of killing intent that swept towards the 3 people who were in a daze. The 3 of them didn't expect Zhuowen to suddenly exert his strength, and their attention was completely attracted by young Master Worryless. For a moment, they didn't react, and were directly hit by the killing intent vortexes. Pucci! 2 of the cultivators who reached the 2nd step of the illusory sky instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist. Even the illusory sky bridge was shattered into pieces. They were deader than dead. The other cultivator was seriously injured. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the wall. His expression was dispirited, and he continued to twitch. Young Master Worryless was scared silly. Looking at the young man who had defeated his 3 personal guards in an instant, his heart was filled with fear. With young Master Wu Yu's intelligence, how could he not know that Zhuo had intentionally concealed his strength in order to numb them? As for the unfamiliar cultivator, shrouded in demonic mist, he was definitely an accomplice of the young man in front of him. He had actually not noticed this before. This time he had really miscalculated. Zhuo came to the side of the wall and stabbed the glorious amethyst galaxy sword into the cultivator's forehead, destroying his soul. At the same time, sharp sword qi circulated around the cultivator's body, destroying the illusory heavenly bridge in his body. I said before that you only had one choice. Unfortunately, you made the wrong choice. Then, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhuo arrived in front of young, noble Worryless, and nodded to the black-robed Zhuo. Zhuo clenched his right hand, and an extreme lightning sword pierced through young noble Worryless' body. The terrifying extreme lightning energy spread throughout young noble Worryless' body, instantly turning him into dust. After dealing with the corpses in the room, Zhuo released the shackles on Yin Bingyun, Yun Chuyu, and the 3 women. Zhuo, I owe you another life. Yin Bingyun said with a slightly ashamed expression. Zhuo waved his hand and said, If I hadn't been purposely sent away by Captain Lu, you wouldn't have been captured. The responsibility is mine. Although Yin Bingyun and the other 2 still wanted to say something, they were stopped by Zhuo. Zhuo said, From now on, we'll cultivate in this cabin. Also, I'll call Brother Ren over later. For the time being, no one knew about young Master Wu Yu's death. Moreover, this Heaven Number 10 cabin was extremely large. There were 4 to 5 bedrooms inside, enough to accommodate 5 people. Moreover, the red mist that young Master Wu Yu had arranged in the room had been completely devoured by Zhuo with his devouring power. The 3 women who were originally under the influence of the aphrodisiac had used their divine power to completely expel it. Not long after, Ren Yangon, who had been notified by Zhuo, quietly arrived at the door of Heaven Number 10. He appeared extremely nervous and cautious. When the door opened, Ren Yangon jumped in fright. Seeing that it was Zhuo, he hurriedly went into the cabin. Brother Zhuo, did you get rid of young Master Wu Yu and the others? Ren Yangon asked with trepidation. Zhuo nodded and said with a smile, From now on, we'll cultivate in young Master Wu Yu's cabin until we reach the myriad magnet sea. But, Brother Zhuo, didn't you buy 5 tickets? Aren't you going to use them? Ren Yangon asked in astonishment. However, Zhuo sneered and said, Brother Ren, do you really think that Captain Lu is kind? It's not a coincidence that Captain Lu called me out. It's deliberate. Ren Yong'an's pupils shrank. He said in a deep voice, Brother Zhuo, you mean, won't we know what Captain Lu's intentions are once we go to that cabin? Zhuo sneered. The God Lu cabin was divided into 4 levels, namely heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The heaven cabin was the highest level and was located on the deck of the God Lu cabin. The yellow cabin was the lowest level and was located on the lowest level. It was only 1 level higher than the pile of junk that Zhuo was in. At this moment, Captain Lu, who was dressed in black armor, was leading a group of soldiers to the front of the yellow cabin. Finally, they arrived at the 5th cabin, which was the most secluded cabin. Open these 5 cabins and kill everyone in them, Captain Lu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yes, the group of soldiers shouted in unison. Soon after, they opened the 5 cabin doors one after another. Without even looking inside, they bombarded the inside with divine abilities and divine artifacts without any warning. After a while, when there was no movement inside, the soldiers divided into 5 squads and entered the 5 cabins with extreme vigilance. Not long after, the 5 squads came out again and reported, Captain, there's no one in the 5 cabins. Captain Lu narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of astonishment. He knew that 3 of the female cultivators in Zhuo's group were taken away by young Master Wu Yu's men. After Zhou got the tickets, even if he found out that the 3 female cultivators were captured by young Master Wu Yu, after hearing of young Master Wu Yu's reputation, he shouldn't act rashly. Instead, he should return to the cabin to cultivate in seclusion. However, there was not a single person in the 5 cabins. This naturally caused Captain Lu to be exceptionally surprised. The reason why he wanted to kill Zhou was naturally because of the fire spirit sap on Zhou's body. Since Zhou could take out several bottles of fire spirit sap without a frown, it meant that he had a lot of fire spirit sap on him. Now that Captain Lu was at the juncture of a breakthrough, how could the few bottles of fire spirit sap that Zhou gave him be enough? Therefore, he planned to silence him and take all of Zhou's fire spirit sap for himself. Not far from the isle, there was a shadow. Zhou and Ren Yangon silently watched everything. That bastard is trying to kill us all. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Zhou. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how he died. Ren Yangon cursed in a low voice with lingering fear. Zhou's gaze was extremely cold. He said to Ren Yangon, "Brother Ren, you go back to the cabin first." "What about you?" Ren Yangon looked at Zhou in surprise. "I'll go back later. You go back first," Zhou said with a smile. Ren Yangon nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He quietly left. At this moment, Captain Lu frowned. The soldiers around him were waiting for his orders. Clean up these 5 cabins and monitor them at all times. If someone enters these cabins with a ticket, inform me immediately. Do you understand? Captain Lu ordered the soldiers around him again and left the place. He walked straight in the direction of Zhou. Zhou secretly lay dormant. His huge divine sense covered the surface of his body. At the same time, he operated all life formless to the extreme. Captain Lu didn't notice that Zhou was hiding in the dark at all. He walked over as if nothing had happened. The moment Captain Lu walked to the dark place where Zhou was, Zhou immediately activated the soul-absorbing divine needle. At the same time, he detonated the 100 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space, boosting his divine sense to an extremely terrifying level. The soul-absorbing divine needle turned into a blazing golden light. With a whoosh, it entered the depths of Captain Lu's forehead. Then a powerful and terrifying strangling force completely destroyed Captain Lu's divine soul. Zhou's huge divine sense turned into an invisible hand that entered Captain Lu's body and crushed his illusory heavenly bridge. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The soldiers behind only saw Captain Lu suddenly fall to the ground when he walked to the dark place. After killing Captain Lu, Zhou quietly left the place. If Captain Lu hadn't been so ruthless, Zhou might not have killed him. Unfortunately, Captain Lu was too greedy. First, he sent Zhou away and let young Master Worryless kidnap Yun Qiu and the other 2 girls. Now he coveted more of the fire spirit juice on him and wanted to take his life. In that case, he couldn't blame Zhou for being merciless. What happened to Captain Lu? The soldiers at the back felt that something was wrong. They rushed forward and stopped beside Captain Lu. Then their expressions changed drastically. They found that Captain Lu's aura was completely gone. It was as if he was dead. Captain Lu is dead. What should we do? The soldiers began to panic. Report to the captain immediately. Captain Lu is the captain's younger brother. This time, Captain Lu is dead. I'm afraid the captain... Thinking of the infamous captain, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but shiver. However, they didn't dare to not report it. If they hid the truth, they would die very miserably. Chapter 2071. Second Ascension of the Illusory Sky. What was different from the situation outside the cabin was that the cabin of Heaven number 10 was as calm as water. In the room, Zhou casually set up a thick seal wall at the door. Then he sized up the spoils of war that he had plundered. Zhou moved most of the resources into Devour's inner world. He was going to use the resources to assist the cultivators of Heavenly Armor Star and Ziwei Galaxy in their cultivation. At the same time, he moved the Scarlet Cloud celestial soil herb field that he had dug out from Netherworld Hall to Heavenly Armor Star. The divine herbs in it were almost inexhaustible. It would bring unimaginable benefits to the cultivators of Heavenly Armor Star. After dealing with the Scarlet Cloud celestial soil herb field and other resources, Zhuowen carefully took out the ice lotus that he had obtained from the 3rd level of Netherworld Hall. Zhuowen was sure that there was something unusual about the ice lotus that Yu Wuxi had carefully preserved on the 3rd level of Netherworld Hall. The surface of the ice lotus was still covered with the thunder fire swords, lightning, and fire energy. However, the ice lotus gave off a cold air that was too thick and terrifying. The lightning and fire energy gradually weakened and even showed signs of being frozen. Zhuowen creased his eyebrows. Back then, he had come into contact with the ice lotus. Hence, he knew how terrifying the cold air that the ice lotus gave off was. Once the lightning and fire energy was broken by the ice lotus, the terrifying cold air would definitely freeze the entire cabin. The thunder fire sword floated next to Zhuowen. Xiao He sat cross-legged on the sword's hilt and said lazily, "If you want to restrain the ice lotus, I'm afraid you'll need a powerful extreme fire energy. This thing is quite beneficial for you to pass through the fire." Extreme fire energy? Zhuowen's eyes twinkled, and he immediately thought of Yin Bingyan. Yin Bingyan had passed through the 19th fire and was only one step away from becoming real god Extreme Fire. The extreme fire energy in Yin Bingyan's body should be able to restrain the terrifying cold air of the ice lotus. With that thought, Zhuowen invited Yin Bingyan over. When Yin Bingyan saw the ice lotus floating in Zhuowen's room, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she naturally felt the terrifying cold air of the ice lotus. However, Yin Bingyan was smart. She didn't ask much, but followed Zhuowen's instructions. She poured all her extreme fire energy into the ice lotus and merged it with the lightning and fire energy within the ice lotus. The thunder fire energy, which had been gradually extinguishing, gradually expanded and finally completely suppressed the cold energy of the ice lotus. Sect Master Yin Bingyan, Zhuowenyang as he cupped his hands Yin and cupped his hands. Yin Bingyan 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 Yun Yang Yang. Is Yun 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 Yu? Yu Yun 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 is Dragon Yang Studio. Is Yun. Studio Yang Studio. Yun 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 Yang Xian. Yun Studio Yun Studio. Studio Yang Studio Studio. I won't disturb you any longer. Yin Bingyan smiled and left Zhuowen's room. After Yin Bingyan left, Zhuowenyang Studio sat cross-legged in his room and prepared to cultivate. Since Dark Fantasy Sect had taken so many resources from him, it would be a waste if he didn't use them for cultivation. 1 month later, Zhuowenyang Studio opened his eyes, and there was a huge illusory heavenly bridge behind him. The illusory heavenly bridge was overflowing with purple light. There were a total of 9 steps. The first step was bright while the other 8 steps were dim. Phew, let's try to step onto the second step. Zhuowenyang Studio fixed his gaze on the dim second step. He knew that once he stepped onto the second step, the dim step would shine with dazzling light. His realm would also advance to the illusory heavenly second step smoothly. However, each step on the illusory heavenly bridge was harder than the previous one. The pressure was also scarier than the previous one. Although Zhuowenyang Studio had consumed all the resources he had taken from Dark Fantasy Sect in the past month, he still didn't have enough confidence to completely step onto the second step. However, he could give it a try. Thinking of this, Zhuowenyang Studio landed on the illusory heavenly bridge. Then he stomped his right foot and stepped onto the second step. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion resounded from the second step of the illusory heavenly bridge. Subsequently, an earth-shattering pressure pressed down on Zhuowen. Zhuowenyang Studio snorted coldly and stood firm against the terrifying pressure. At the same time, the more than 300 divine soul galaxies in his spiritual space began to operate at full speed. To Zhuo and Yang's studio's surprise, he stepped onto the second step without any pressure. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dim step lit up rapidly. The surface of the illusory heavenly bridge became more solid and its aura became more vast. Zhuo and Yang's studio's essence, qi, and spirit were raised to another level. Zhuo and Yang's studio knew that he had completely advanced to the second step of the illusory heavenly bridge. His strength had increased by more than a few times. I wonder if I can also step onto the third step of the illusory heavenly bridge? Zhuo Wen looked at the dim third step with a burning gaze. After thinking for a long time, he finally took a step forward and directly stepped onto the third step. Rumble! Suddenly, a muffled, thunderous sound exploded in Zhuo and Yang's studio's ears. Then, a pressure like the might of the heavens surged over like a tide. Zhuo and Yang's studio was caught off guard and was hit head-on. With a muffled groan, he fell off the illusory heavenly bridge. After stabilizing his body, Zhuo and Yang's studio smiled bitterly. It seems that I was too greedy. Advancing to the second step of the illusory heavenly bridge is already the limit. How can I advance to the third step of the illusory heavenly bridge in a row? Suddenly, Zhuo and Yang's studio's gaze changed slightly. He put away the illusory heavenly bridge, walked out of the room, and came to the door. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yun Chiyu, Yin Bingyun, and the others heard the noise and walked out one after another. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere became heavy. Who is it? Zhuo and Yang's studio asked coldly. Brother Wu Yu, it's me. Fang Zhen opened the door. Let's go to the deck and take a stroll. I don't know what's wrong with the captain of the divine continent these days, but he suddenly put up such heavy security and forbade the passengers from casually coming out. A rough voice came from outside the door. Zhuo and Yang's studio recognized this voice. Wasn't it the black-robed young man who was talking loudly with young Master Wu Yu on the deck? At that time, from the way young Master Wu Yu and the black-robed young man stood, the black-robed young man's background was probably not inferior to young Master Wu Yu's. All right, I'll open the door for you right away, Zhuo and Yang's studio said, then indicated for Yun Chiyu, Yin Bingyun, and the others to hide. Afterward, he took out the mask god tool he obtained from the Hongyun Trading Company and put it on his face. Then he used all life formless to change his appearance to young Master Wu Yu's. After opening the door, the black-robed young man sized up Zhuo and Yang's studio, then looked inside the cabin and said, You took so long to open the door. Are you hiding a mistress inside? Do you want me to catch her for you? Zhuo and Yang's studio frowned slightly. He knew that he must have aroused the black-robed young man's suspicion. You also know my nature. You were right when you said that I was keeping a mistress in a golden house. Zhuo and Yang's studio smiled, then transmitted his voice to Yin Bingyun and the others, telling them to come out. At this moment, Zhuo and Yang's studio was calmer than anyone else. If the black-robed young man before him was really suspicious and wanted to check the cabin, Zhuo and Yang's studio had no way to stop him. He could only use this method to evade him. After all, on this god Lu, the cultivators who knew Yin Chiyu and the others were basically all dead, so he was not afraid of being recognized. Of course, even if they recognized him, Zhuo and Yang's studio was not afraid. These three women were originally kidnapped by young Master Wu Yu's men. Now that they appeared by young Master Wu Yu's side, wasn't it very normal? TSK. Sure enough, young Master Wu Yu knows how to enjoy life. You've hidden three beauties, all of a sudden. It's really not simple. The black-robed young man, Fang Zhen, gave him a thumbs up and laughed. Let's go. Let's go to the deck and take a look. Also, what do you think happened to the god Lu recently? Could it be that something happened? Zhuo and Yang's studio closed the cabin door, then walked to the deck side by side with Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen said with a gloomy expression, I heard that the captain's younger brother died, so the captain is now turning the entire god Lu upside down to find the murderer. However, the results are minimal. Moreover, the captain is even crazier. He actually broke into every cabin and searched carefully in order to find the murderer who killed his younger brother. Zhou Yang's studio silently followed behind Fang Zhen, but his heart was filled with astonishment. He knew that Captain Lu, who he had killed, should be the captain's younger brother that Fang Zhen was talking about. He did not expect that Captain Lu's position was not high, but his background was so great. What Zhou Yang's studio did not know was that Captain Lu's previous position was extremely high, above many of the cultivators on the god Lu. However, Captain Lu had angered everyone and was impeached by many cultivators on the god Lu. Under the pressure, the captain could only demote Captain Lu's position to captain. After the matter died down, he would promote Captain Lu again. However, now that Captain Lu had been killed by Zhou Yang's studio, the captain was completely enraged. Even if he had to pay a huge price, the captain swore that he would find the culprit. Since the captain is searching the cabin, why isn't there any movement from my heaven number 10? Zhou asked in surprise. Fang Zhen smiled and said, "The cultivators who are able to stay in the sky cabin are all people of high status. The captain doesn't dare to search the sky cabin at will. Otherwise, he would offend too many people, and it wouldn't be good for him." Hearing this, Zhou's heart relaxed slightly. What he was most afraid of was that the captain would search heaven number 10. Once they searched, Ren Yanggan would definitely be exposed. At that time, he would also become the target of public criticism. This was not the result he wanted. Now he only wanted to safely ride the god Lu to the myriad magnetic sea. The two of them arrived at the deck. At this moment, there were quite a number of cultivators gathered on the deck. The numerous cultivators that came forward all greeted Zhou and Fang Zhen warmly. Zhou Yang's studio naturally knew that these people were not greeting him, but the young master Zhou that he was impersonating. Standing on the deck and looking at the vast starry sky outside, Zhou and Fang Zhen quietly chatted. Chapter 2072. Doubt from Fang Zhen. Zhou knew that the carefree palace behind young Master Aurelius was a slightly famous force in the myriad magnet sea. It had many experts and abundant resources. As for Fang Zhen, he was the young master of a force called the Xian Tian Valley. His father was the master of the Xian Tian Valley and possessed monstrous authority. He was in the limelight in the Xian Tian Valley. Fang Zhen and young Master Aurelius were birds of a feather. Although they hadn't known each other for long on the god Lu, their relationship wasn't bad. It just so happened that the carefree palace and the Xian Tian Valley were on par. The two of them quickly became good friends and often hung out together. Zhou also found out from Fang Zhen that the captain of the god Lu was called Lu Wuqi. He was an itinerant cultivator, but his talent was extraordinarily high and he had many fortuitous encounters. His cultivation had reached the 6th level void sky. After struggling in the myriad magnet sea for thousands of years, he finally established his own flying ship and force. His reputation in the myriad magnet sea wasn't small. There were many flying ship forces in the myriad magnet sea, but this god Lu was sufficient to be ranked in the top 20 among the numerous flying ships in the myriad magnet sea. It could be seen that this Lu Wuqi was extraordinary. Zhou wasn't afraid of the 6th level void sky. Even if Lu Wuqi discovered that it was he, Zhou, who killed his younger brother, Zhou wouldn't panic in the slightest. But the purpose of Zhou's trip this time wasn't to kill, but to head to the myriad magnet sea and enter the waning phases. He naturally didn't want any unforeseen events to occur on the god Lu. In this unfamiliar land of the far west, Zhou could only rely on the god Lu to reach the myriad magnet sea. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move an inch. Thump, thump. All of a sudden, hurried footsteps sounded like steel hitting the ground, resounding throughout the entire deck. Subsequently, at the end of the deck, a group of over 20 black-armored soldiers walked over quickly, causing many cultivators on the deck to frown. The deck was within the scope of the heaven cabin, and the soldiers of the god Lu rarely came up with such great fanfare. After all, most of the people in the heaven cabin were existences with powerful backgrounds. Lu Wuqi never dared to act rashly. But now, this group of soldiers had come in so brazenly. It would be strange if the other cultivators were comfortable. The leader of the group was clad in black scale armor. He led the soldiers towards young Master Worryless and Fangzhen. Fangzhen, who was originally conversing with young Master Worryless, frowned slightly. He stared coldly at the soldiers and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" The leader bowed politely and said, "This lowly one, Guiyang, greets the two sirs. I'm very sorry to disturb the two sirs this time, but this lowly one is under Captain Lu's orders to take these 3 women away. I hope that young Master Worryless can give Captain Lu some face." After saying that, the leader turned his head and bowed deeply to Zhuowen. His expression was full of respect, and he did not dare to show any neglect. On the other hand, Yun Qiu, Yin Bingyun, and Hong Shan, who were standing behind Zhuowen, had pale faces. So that's how it is. In any case, they are used shoes that Brother Worryless is tired of playing with. Naturally, giving them to Captain Lu is no problem, Fangzhen said indifferently. Fangzhen knew young Master Worryless' nature. Although he was lustful, he was extremely cold, especially towards the women he had played with. He would either use his domineering dual cultivation method to suck their blood essence and cultivation dry, play them to death, or give them away casually. It could be said that in young Master Worryless' eyes, women were like livestock. They were completely useless. If he could throw them away, he would throw them away. If he could kill them, he would kill them. Therefore, Fangzhen did not mind and treated it as giving Lu Wuqi some face. The leader's eyes were filled with joy. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a terrifying palm wind suddenly whistled over and heavily slammed into his chest. Pucci! The leader suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and bloodless as he heavily smashed into the ground. He was on his last breath. "You actually dared to ask for the women that this young master has taken a fancy to in front of me. Are you looking down on this young master?" Zhuowen looked down at the leader and said indifferently. The originally clamorous Dek instantly became extremely silent. Many cultivators looked at young Master Worryless while discussing animatedly. Obviously, they did not expect that young Master Worryless would suddenly make a move and heavily injure the leader. This was obviously not giving Lu Wuqi any face. Fangzhen opened his mouth but did not speak. He frowned slightly. Just now, when Zhuowen made a move, he noticed that the latter's aura was actually much stronger than his. Zhuowen had probably already attained the 2nd step of the illusory sky realm. But Fangzhen remembered that young Master Worryless' cultivation was not high a month ago. He had merely condensed the illusory sky bridge not long ago. It had only been a month since they last met, yet young Master Worryless had already attained the 2nd step of the illusory sky bridge. His speed of advancement was really too fast. After the leader was defeated, the soldiers behind him drew their weapons and looked coldly at Zhuowen. "What, you still want to make a move against this young master? Your divine continent is really something. Are you relying on this young master's presence on your flying ship to silence me?" Zhuowen said fearlessly, since young Master Worryless' identity was not ordinary. He naturally would not make good use of it. "Stop! Let's go." The leader struggled to get up and shouted at the surrounding soldiers. Shortly after, he knelt on one knee and said while panting, "Young Master Worryless, this lowly one was rude just now. I hope that young Master Worryless will not take offense. Scram! If this young master fancies a woman, I would rather kill and throw her away than give her to you. If you want this young master to give her away, then what is this young master? Am I a subordinate of your divine continent?" Zhuowen said indifferently. Once these words came out, the surrounding cultivators all nodded. Zhuowen's words were in line with Zhuowen's current identity as young Master Worryless. Young Master Worryless' identity was honorable, and the worryless palace behind him was not small. Although the palace lord was also a cultivator at the 6th step of the illusory sky bridge, his strength was only stronger than Lu Wuqi's. Moreover, the divine continent only had Lu Wuqi, a 6th-step illusory sky bridge expert, while the worryless palace had 4 such experts. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. After the leader left, Feng Zhen carefully sized up Zhuowen in front of him and said with a smile, "Worryless, you brat. You hid it from me for quite a long time. I originally thought that your cultivation was about the same as mine, but I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. Your cultivation reached the 2nd step of the illusory sky bridge so quickly. You really make me envious." Zhuowen smiled and said, "Brother Feng, you've misunderstood. You should know that I'm cultivating a dual cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is different from yours. It requires dual cultivation in order to rapidly increase my cultivation." As he said that, Zhuowen pointed at Yin Bingyun and the other 2 behind him and said with a lewd smile, "These 3 are of the highest quality. In this 1 month, it was because of these 3 that my dual cultivation reached the large success stage. Why do you think my cultivation increased so quickly?" Feng Zhen looked at Yin Bingyun and the other 2 in surprise. He believed Zhuowen's words a little. Feng Zhen naturally knew that young Master Worryless cultivated a dual cultivation technique. However, he didn't expect that his cultivation would increase so quickly after encountering a top-quality cultivation furnace. On the other hand, Yin Bingyun and the other 2's faces were flushed red, even to their ears. They cursed Zhuowen's shamelessness in their hearts. After hearing Zhuowen's words, the doubts in Feng Zhen's heart were immediately dispelled. He laughed heartily and said, "As expected of Worryless, I really envy you for being able to find such top-quality cultivation furnaces." As he said that, Feng Zhen's eyes revealed a look of envy. When he heard that the 3 of them were of the highest quality, he originally wanted to ask Zhuowen for 1 or 2 to play with. However, when he thought of the fate of the captain of the divine continent, he gave up on that idea. Zhuowen chatted with Feng Zhen for a while more before bidding farewell and returning to the cabin. On the other hand, Feng Zhen gave Zhuowen an ambiguous expression and didn't ask Zhuowen to stay. Zhuowen led the 3 women through the crowd. At the entrance, he stopped because someone was blocking his path. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his right eye. His body was filled with a soul-shaking, ferocious aura, like a trapped beast that had just been released from its cage. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at this person. Judging from this person's aura, he knew that this person was an expert at the 6th step of the void sky realm. On the divine continent, there weren't many people with a cultivation base at the 6th step of the void sky realm. Who else could it be but the captain of the divine continent, Lu Wuqi? "What's the matter?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. Lu Wuqi didn't say anything. He only glanced at Zhuowen before looking coldly at the 3 women behind Zhuowen. He grinned and said, "It's nothing. This king just has some questions to ask the 3 women behind young master. I wonder if young master will give me face?" At this moment, the deck was completely silent. Many cultivators were quietly watching the scene. Even Feng Zhen looked over, but he didn't walk over. He wanted to see how Zhuowen would deal with Lu Wuqi. Although Feng Zhen knew that young Master Carefree had brought experts with him, he didn't think that Carefree Palace would send out their strongest experts. At most, they would send some experts at the 3rd step of the Void Sky Realm. However, such experts weren't worth mentioning in front of Lu Wuqi. They were like ants. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "These 3 are this young master's women. Can Captain Lu give me face and not ask any questions?" Lu Wuqi's expression stiffened and his eyes turned cold. Everyone on the deck was in an uproar as they discussed animatedly. No one expected that young Master Carefree wouldn't give Lu Wuqi any face when he personally came out. This was too much of a character. Then what if I insist? Lu Wuqi suddenly laughed. Soon after, A terrifying aura erupted like a vast mountain, completely suppressing Zhuo Wen's body. Yun Qiu and the other two women's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't withstand this terrifying pressure. Their bodies trembled, and they almost knelt on the ground. However, this pressure left as quickly as it came. A terrifying divine sense swept out from between Zhuo Wen's brows and turned into a thick barrier around him, firmly blocking this terrifying pressure. What? Does Captain Lu want to use force? It looks like you don't put the carefree palace behind this young master in your eyes at all. Zhuo Wen sneered. Lu Wuqi frowned slightly. Seeing that Zhuo Wen wasn't affected in the slightest, he withdrew his pressure. Chapter 2073. Myriad Magnet C. Young Master Worryless, I don't intend to do anything to your women. I just want to ask you a few questions, Lu Wuqi said calmly. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered as he replied indifferently. If you want to ask questions, you should have said so earlier. Previously, you even sent someone over to take away my women so arrogantly. Do you really think that you can take away my belongings just like that? Lu Wuqi nodded and clapped his hands. A cultivator who was tied up was thrown at Lu Wuqi's feet. Zhuo Wen looked over. Wasn't that the cultivator in black armor who wanted to take the women away from him earlier on? However, at this moment, the black-armored cultivator's eyes were filled with terror. He quickly kowtowed to Zhuo Wen and begged for mercy. Young Master Worryless, please spare my life. This lowly one did not mean to offend you. Please forgive this lowly one. I will kowtow to you. After saying that, the black-armored cultivator kowtowed to Zhuo Wen, causing his forehead to bleed. Uft! Suddenly, the black-armored cultivator's movements stiffened. A pitch-black spear pierced through his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The black spear spun, and the cultivator in black armor spat out a mouthful of blood before exploding into a blood mist. Zhuo Wen waved his sleeves and blocked the splattering blood as he looked indifferently at Lu Wuqi, who was standing in front of him with a spear. Lu Wuqi smiled. This person didn't know the rules and actually offended you, young Master Worryless. Now that I've killed him, I wonder if you vented your anger? It's all right. Zhuo Wen replied indifferently. Lu Wuqi's smile deepened. Then, about what happened earlier on, young Master Worryless, what do you think? Go ahead and ask, but you must know that these 3 women are very important cultivation furnaces for this young master. If anything happens to them, I don't mind reporting this matter back to Carefree Palace, saying that your god Lu is looking down on our Carefree Palace, Zhuo Wen said indifferently. Lu Wuqi frowned slightly and could only smile politely. Young master, don't worry. Who would dare to touch your things? I'm just asking a question. Zhuo Wen nodded and no longer spoke. Lu Wuqi looked at Yun Qiu and the other 2 and asked, The 3 of you are very lucky to have young Master Worryless backing you up, so I will not do anything to you. However, I have a question for you now, and I hope you can answer it properly. As he spoke, Lu Wuqi didn't wait for the 3 women to answer, and continued, I heard from others that you have 2 companions who entered the god Lu with you. Where are the other 2? Who would have thought that the 3 women would be at a loss? They shook their heads and said, After we followed young master, we don't know their whereabouts. As for where they are, we don't know either. Lu Wuqi frowned slightly. He glanced at young master Worryless by the side and nodded. Since that's the case, then this Lu will be rude. As he spoke, Lu Wuqi led his subordinates and quickly left the deck. Zhuo Wen looked at Lu Wuqi's departing figure and frowned slightly. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. Lu Wuqi's younger brother was dead, so how could he let the matter go so easily? Moreover, Zhuo Wen felt that Lu Wuqi was beginning to suspect him. Inside the dimly lit flying ship, Lu Wuqi sat quietly with a cold gaze. Behind him stood 2 people. Their auras were like dragons and were exceptionally terrifying. My lord, there's something wrong with young Master Worryless. Before young Master died, he came into contact with young Master Worryless. If it weren't for young Master Worryless wouldn't have captured those 3 female cultivators so easily. One of them said in a deep voice, "Do you want us to kill him in secret? After all, we haven't reached the infinite magnetic sea yet." The other person said with a murderous aura. Lu Wuchi snorted coldly and said, "Do the 2 of you want the god Lu to be finished? If we kill young Master Worryless on the flying ship, wouldn't it be telling Carefree Palace that we killed him? Although young Master Worryless is suspicious, it's not enough to kill him. Let's observe him for a while first." In the following period of time, Zhuowen spent almost all his time cultivating in the cabin. Occasionally he would go out for a stroll or chat with Fangjin. With the many resources of the mystic Mirage sect on him, coupled with his almost extravagant consumption of resources, Zhuowen's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Very soon, he stabilized the 2nd step of the illusory sky realm. The flying ship flew in the starry sky for a full 3 years before arriving at the infinite magnetic sea. Although the infinite magnetic sea wasn't very far, the extreme west was filled with powerful magnetic fields. Although the flying ship had the ability to distinguish directions, it still needed time. Therefore, the flying ship flew and stopped during the flight, mainly to confirm the direction. It was because of this reason that the flying ship took 3 years to arrive at the infinite magnetic sea. In 3 years, Zhuowen's cultivation had already reached the 2nd step of the illusory sky realm. Ever since coming out of the Tower of Hanno, Zhuowen could clearly feel that his cultivation speed was faster than before. After all, it hadn't been long since he reached the 1st step of the void sky realm, but he had already reached the 2nd step of the void sky realm. Now only 3 years had passed, and he was only 1 step away from the 3rd step. From this, it could be seen that the Tower of Hanner had indeed transformed Zhuowen, but Zhuowen did not notice it. After all, this change was subtle and not so obvious. After leaving God Lu, Zhuowen planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the 3rd level of the virtual sky before going out to enter the waning moons. After all, the yin, yang, waxing, and K formation were not a good place to be. Naturally, he had to be fully prepared. Moreover, the black-clothed Zhuowen had already broken through to true god of 2 disasters. Due to the large amount of disaster crystals on him, the black-clothed Zhuowen could already survive the fire. However, it wasn't suitable on the Lu god, so Zhuowen had been suppressing it. This caused the black-clothed Zhuowen to accumulate more and more fires. He had already accumulated 5 fires. For the black-clothed Zhuowen, the 5 fires occurring at the same time was quite a challenge. However, Zhuowen wasn't worried. The ice lotus that he had obtained from you, Wuxi, was chilly. With that item, Zhuowen wasn't afraid of fire. Moreover, Zhuowen felt that once he became real god of extreme fire, he wouldn't be afraid of the chilly air that the ice lotus emitted. By then, he would be able to study the use of the ice lotus. We have arrived at Dubhe City in the Magneto Sea. This is the final stop. All passengers may disembark. A solemn voice could be heard from every cabin, and it reverberated in everyone's ears. "We should go," Zhuowen said, and left the cabin with the 3 ladies. As for Ren Yangan, he was kept in the spiritual ring by Zhuowen. As for whether Ren Yangan would stay or go, Zhuowen planned to ask him after they disembarked from the spaceship. Then, the Lu god stopped at Dubhe City. It was a famous big city in the Magneto Sea. There were countless spaceships, and there were many spaceships that left the westernmost land. As long as Ren Yangan bought a ticket, he could leave the westernmost land and return to the star area. Of course, apart from spaceships, there was also an ancient teleportation formation. However, it was unknown if the teleportation formation in the star area had been unsealed. If it had been unsealed, Ren Yangan could definitely use the teleportation formation to return to the star area. Wuyu, Dubhe City, isn't far from Xian Tian Valley. Do you want to go to Xian Tian Valley? After leaving the cabin, Fang Zhen asked Zhuowen enthusiastically. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Brother Fang, I am in a hurry to return." Hence, I won't be going. I will visit again, next time when I have time. Seeing that Zhuowen had rejected him, Feng Zhen looked disappointed and said, If that's the case, it's fine. You must visit me next time. I will definitely treat you well. No problem, Zhuowen said and took the lead to get off the Lu God, disappearing into the crowd. However, after Zhuowen got off the ship, two figures followed him silently. Most cultivators did not notice them at all. Zhuowen had a map of Dubhe City, so he would not get lost here. Dubhe City was called a city, but it was actually a huge meteorite. However, many cultivators had built Dubhe City on this meteorite. Zhuowen walked silently, but the corners of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. Soon after, he arrived at the most luxurious inn in Dubhe City. He booked 4 rooms and paid for 3 years' worth of rooms. Then he went upstairs in a leisurely manner. Flourishing Tower? The 2 black-clothed cultivators following him frowned at the same time. Flourishing Tower was the best inn in Dubhe City. It had a strong background and was said to be inextricably linked to the city, Lord of Dubhe City. No one in Dubhe City dared to cause trouble in Flourishing Tower. What should we do? One of the black-clothed cultivators asked in a deep voice. You go back and report to the captain first. I'll continue to keep an eye on this place. It's best if we kill this kid without anyone knowing. Then we'll capture the 3 female cultivators and torture them. Young master's death is definitely related to them, another cultivator said. The black-clothed cultivator nodded and disappeared. Zhuowen went into seclusion for another 3 years. On this day, he suddenly opened his eyes and entered Devour's inner world to release the huge illusory sky bridge. Zhuowen stepped on the first 2 steps of the illusory sky bridge. His eyes shone brightly like never before as he stepped on the 3rd step. This time, he was confident that he could enter the 3rd step. Boom! 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 The 3rd step of the illusory sky bridge produced a rolling hurricane that swept up Zhuowen's sleeves. Step over it. Zhuowen's eyes shone brighter and brighter. His bones creaked and his feet exploded like thunder. Finally, he stepped on the 3rd step of the illusory sky bridge. Zhuowen's aura had completely transformed. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached an unprecedented state. My main body seems to be much stronger than before. After reaching the 3rd step of the illusory sky bridge, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He suddenly felt that his strength was much stronger than an ordinary 3rd step of the illusory sky bridge. He could feel that this strength was not due to the power of Tao intent, but the strength of the essence of his body. He remembered that he was not this strong in the past. Tower of Hanno. Zhuowen thought of the Tower of Hanno. It was said that the Tower of Hanno could change one's body, but Zhuowen did not feel anything after coming out of the Tower of Hanno. However, as his cultivation continued to rise, he found that his strength was different from the others. Zhuowen knew that his main body did not have much of an advantage, but after going through the Tower of Hanno, he could feel that his main body's 3rd step of the illusory sky bridge was enough to fight against a 5th step of the illusory sky bridge. If he cooperated with the black-clothed Zhuowen, even the 6th step of the illusory sky bridge would be defeated. As for the 7th step of the illusory sky bridge, it was a little difficult. When he killed the 7th step of the illusory sky bridge, it was because Xiaohe had used all of the Thunderfire Sword's Thunderfire Sword and injured the elder to the point of unconsciousness. Chapter 2074. 10 Fire Zhuowen turned to look at the black-clothed Zhuowen on the other side of the room. At this moment, the black-clothed Zhuowen did not have many calamity crystals left. In 3 years, the black-clothed Zhuowen had crazily absorbed the calamity crystals. Originally, he had accumulated 6 fires, but now he had accumulated 10 fires. As long as Zhuowen was willing, he could immediately make the black-clothed Zhuowen start to cross the fires. It's time to go out. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, but his eyes were cold. Zhuowen's soul was extremely powerful. In these 3 years, Not only did the cultivator who followed him not leave, he even called for more and more helpers, almost covering the outside of the flourishing building with spies. As long as he, Zhuowen, went out, he would be completely discovered by these spies. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer. Even if he did not say it, he knew the origin of these cultivators. They were probably sent by Lu Wuqi on the god of Lu. After sending a message to Yin Bingyun, Rin Yangon, and the other three, Zhuowen swaggered out of the flourishing building and rushed towards the outskirts of W City. The moment Zhuowen appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the spies around the flourishing building. Then, these spies passed the news to Lu Wuqi, who was still drinking not far away. Ever since Lu Wuqi stopped the god of Lu in W City, he did not set sail again and could be considered to have been completely shelved. Ever since he suspected that his brother was killed by this young Master Wu, he could not sleep and eat in peace. He could not wait to kill this young Master Wu immediately and offer sacrifices to his brother's soul in heaven. Although young Master Wu was the young master of Carefree Palace, he had killed young Master Wu and completely became enemies with Carefree Palace. However, he would definitely avenge his son's death. This time he wanted to ask clearly, if this young Master Wu admitted to being the murderer, he would give him a quick death. If he did not admit it, he would directly search his soul. If he found out that he was lying, he would make this young Master Wu suffer a fate worse than death. Young Master Wu, you left the flourishing building. Sir, should we follow him? There were two cultivators seated beside Lu Wuqi. They were none other than the two cultivators who had followed Zhuowen back then. These two people's cultivations were both very powerful. One of them was at Void Sky 4 steps, while the other was at Void Sky 5 steps. They were both powerful experts. Go. A dangerous glint flashed in Lu Wuqi's eyes. He got up and led the two people out of the restaurant. After arriving in the wilderness, Zhuowen purposely chose a remote corner and threw out several formation discs in a steep canyon, setting up a chain of trap and kill arrays. Zhuowen's mastery of formations was not slow either, especially in the battle at the Dark Mirage Sect. He had witnessed the various formations of the Dark Mirage Sect, which had given him great inspiration. His mastery of formations had also unknowingly risen to the 5th level. After setting up the trapping array, Lu Wuqi had already arrived here with two personal experts. Young Master Worryless, from the looks of it, you already knew that we were following you. Lu Wuqi placed his hands behind his back and surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that there was no one around, he knew that this young Master Worryless had purposely lured them here. Zhuowen looked at Lu Wuqi indifferently. From the looks of it, you've long suspected me. Lu Wuqi smiled coldly. My younger brother came into contact with you before he died. Then he died suddenly not long after. Tell me, aren't you suspicious? Don't tell me you want to go against Carefree Palace? Aren't you afraid that Carefree Palace will find trouble with you after you kill me? Zhuowen remained calm, but Lu Wuqi laughed loudly and said, After I kill you, I'll drive the god Lu and leave the myriad magnetic sea far away from the land of the far west. I don't believe that Carefree Palace can find me. At this point, Lu Wuqi's gaze turned cold as he said to the two people beside him, Take this person down. Don't kill him yet. I still want to search his soul. I want to see how he killed my younger brother. The two cultivators nodded and immediately rushed toward Zhuowen with a sinister smile. You're really going to attack? Zhuowen's face turned pale as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He kept retreating until he reached the canyon. The two cultivators looked at the cowering Zhuowen with disdain, and a cold smile appeared on their faces as they said, You really are a coward. You actually dared to lure us out like this. You're really courting death. With that, the two cultivators instantly entered the canyon. Unfortunately, the moment they entered the canyon, Zhuowen activated the trap and kill array that he had prepared beforehand. Although the trap and kill array that Zhuowen had set up could not kill the two of them, I could at least trap them completely. In the outside world, Lu Wuqi's gaze instantly turned serious. He snorted coldly and headed towards the canyon. However, a sturdy black figure blocked Lu Wuqi's path. Looking at the demonic cultivator with blurry facial features and rolling demonic fog, Lu Wuqi frowned slightly. He realized that this demonic cultivator clearly did not have the aura of the illusory sky bridge, but he actually gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Bang! 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 With this delay, the trap and kill array in the canyon gradually dissipated. Then, 2 corpses were thrown over. Lu Wuqi retreated dozens of meters. Divine power surged from his hands as he caught the 2 corpses in midair. Then he was shocked to discover that the 2 corpses were his 2 subordinates. Whoosh! The moment Lu Wuqi caught his 2 subordinates, the black-clothed Zhuan took a step forward and threw a punch. Terrifying lightning turned into a net and wrapped around Lu Wuqi. Lu Wuqi's gaze was cold. Although he was surprised that young Master Worryless had dealt with his subordinates so easily, he did not panic in the slightest. Lu Wuqi took out a black spear from his body and fiercely swung it. The terrifying energy transformed into a huge tiger and blasted towards the lightning net. However, what surprised Lu Wuqi was that the lightning net was extremely strange. When it blasted onto the spear, it wrapped around the surface of the spear like maggots on a corpse. Disperse! Lu Wuqi shook his right hand, and an invisible wave spread to the surface of the black spear. Instantly, the lightning wrapped around the black spear was dispersed. Whoosh! After the lightning on the surface of the black spear was dispersed, Lu Wuqi's spear momentum did not change. Its speed was as fast as light as it swept towards the Zhuan's vital points. The black-clothed Zhuan grinned. The aura on his body suddenly became much more terrifying. Then, flames spread out from his body. Boom! 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 The void beneath the black-clothed Zhuan's feet cracked open 10 huge fire pits. Each fire pit was about a dozen feet in size. Inside the pits were raging black flames that soared into the sky and enveloped the black-clothed Zhuan. Because the 10 fire pits spread out too quickly, Lu Wuqi, who was the closest to the black-clothed Zhuan, was also caught in the sea of flames spewing out from the fire pits. What a terrifying fire! The demonic fog on the black-clothed Zhuan's body was burned clean by the flames, revealing his original appearance. At this moment, he realized how terrifying these 10 fires were. Even with the black-clothed Zhuan's super-strong body, he felt as if he was being roasted and melted by these 10 fires. Generally speaking, the fires of a double calamity true god wouldn't be so terrifying. Even if 10 fires were stacked together, it still wouldn't be so terrifying. However, it was different for the Zhuan. Devour himself was already heaven-defying. Moreover, Devour, who had become true god Extreme Thunder, was even more heaven-defying. That was why the rules of the starry sky sent down such a terrifying fire. Even a void sky cultivator might not be able to withstand such a terrifying fire. This won't do. I need the help of that ice lotus. Otherwise, even Devour would be seriously injured after passing through the fire. Zhuan's main body looked at the terrifying fire that almost covered half the sky in shock. He immediately took out the ice lotus from his spirit ring and threw it to the black-clothed Zhuan, who was still trapped in the fire. The moment the black-clothed Zhuan caught the ice lotus, a cold air lingered around him, causing the surrounding flames to recede slightly. The black-clothed Zhuan didn't dare to release the lightning and fire energy on the surface of the ice lotus. After all, even he couldn't control this ice lotus. If he released it, wouldn't he be frozen into an ice sculpture after the fire passed? Sitting cross-legged beside the ice lotus, the black-clothed Zhuan barely managed to resist the surrounding flames with the help of the ice lotus. At the same time, he began to temper his physique. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The fire burned in the void for 10 days, almost causing the surrounding space to collapse. Finally, the fire completely dissipated. The black-clothed Zhuowen took a step forward. The fire energy on his body was extremely dense. Of course, it was much denser than an ordinary double calamity true god. Now, the black-clothed Zhuowen's main body was sure that even if the black-clothed Zhuowen didn't reveal his true body, his fighting power should be comparable to a void sky fifth-step cultivator. After the black-clothed Zhuowen observed his body, his gaze fell on the vacuum area that had collapsed due to the fire. His eyes slowly narrowed. Back then, Lu Wuqi should have been surrounded by the fire, but now there was no trace of him. Could Lu Wuqi have been burned to death? The black-clothed Zhuowen's main body muttered softly. Then he landed in the vacuum area. Whoosh! The moment he landed in the vacuum area, a spear light instantly swept over and pointed at the center of the black-clothed Zhuowen's forehead. The black-clothed Zhuowen immediately spread his torch dragon wings and dodged the spear light in the nick of time. Then the purple sword in his right hand executed sword, swimming great void, and heavily slashed the figure behind the spear light. Bang! That figure fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Then he straightened his body and fled into the distance. However, this figure did manage to escape far before he was intercepted by the black-clothed Zhuowen, who fiercely punched him back. Zhuowen carefully sized up the figure that was struggling to get up. He saw that this person's entire body was charred black and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Zhuowen knew that this person should be Lu Wuqi. Although Lu Wuqi didn't die, his injuries were very serious. If it were a fire caused by an ordinary true god, two disasters. A void sky cultivator would naturally disdain it. However, the black-clothed Zhuowen was true god extreme thunder, and his true body was the powerful devour race in the starry sky. When true god extreme thunder advanced to a true god two disasters, the fire he produced was very terrifying. Moreover, there were 10 fires superimposed. That power wasn't something an ordinary void sky cultivator could resist. Even if it was Lu Wuqi, if he didn't rely on his powerful divine power to protect himself, he would have lost his life. Lu Wuqi still wanted to run, but unfortunately the black-clothed Zhuowen, who had survived 10 fires, easily killed him. Chapter 2075. Yao Xiong putting away Lu Wuqi's ring. Zhuowen left the place. The resources in Lu Wuqi's ring were abundant. Zhuowen had put most of them into the heavenly armor star in Devour's body. In addition, Zhuowen also found a key with the words God Lu engraved on the handle. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He knew that this was the key to activating God Lu. After all, Lu Wuqi was the captain of God Lu. In the land of the far west, this kind of special airship was very necessary. You could either take someone else's airship or have your own airship. Zhuowen was worried about not having a flying ship, and it was very inconvenient to take someone else's flying ship. He needed to buy a ticket to reach the designated location. Now that he had the Lu God, it was much more convenient for Zhuowen. He could go wherever he wanted. Pa pa pa! Suddenly, applause sounded from not far away. Zhuowen stopped and looked coldly at the source of the sound. On the left, a young man in a golden brocade robe was clapping his hands while sizing up Zhuowen, as if he wanted to see through Zhuowen completely. Zhuowen calmly looked at the young man, but a trace of fear arose in his heart because he actually didn't notice how this person appeared here. Now, Zhuowen's soul was extremely powerful, but this person was able to come to this place without him noticing. It was obvious that this person was not ordinary. He probably had an extremely powerful concealment technique. Real God Extreme, Thunder's doppelganger. His original body was able to kill a cultivator of Void Sky Stage 5 with just 3 steps of Void Sky Stage. His doppelganger even borrowed the power of 10 fires to kill a cultivator of Void Sky Stage 6, like Lu Wuqi. You are truly not simple, the young man said with a smile. Zhuowen said calmly, Who are you? How long have you been here? The young man smiled faintly and said, I am Yao Xiong, and I am only a rogue cultivator. I just happened to pass by here and encountered such a genius like you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Zhuowen became more and more afraid of the young man in front of him because he found that this person's aura was faintly discernible. He actually couldn't sense this person's cultivation base. Yao Xiong smiled faintly and quietly blocked Zhuowen's path. Zhuowen's eyes revealed murderous intent and said, "What do you mean by this?" Yao Xiong laughed and said, "Ah, brother, your murderous aura is a bit heavy. Be a bit more amiable. Is precious. I just want to discuss something." Zhuo, when slowly retracted his killing intent. His face was still cold as he asked, "What is it?" Yao Xiong looked around and set up a concealment array formation. Zhuo, Wen's heart stirred. Looking at this person's words was a very one. "Is this matter?" "Brother," he said. Yao didn't answer. "Zhuo Wen." Zhuo Wen said, "He, Brother Zhuo, I think you should be very interested in this item." Yao Xiong mysteriously took out a scroll and handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen took the scroll doubtfully and opened it to take a look. His pupils could not help but shrink into needles. Inside the scroll was a fragmented map which recorded the topographic map of a certain place. However, Zhuowen was extremely familiar with this topographic map because it was the topographic map of the waxing and waning phases. The reason why Zhuowen was surprised was naturally because this incomplete map was a map of the yin, yang, waning and waning paths, and most importantly, this map was partially compatible with the Jade Scroll left behind by the Purple Star Lord that he had obtained from the Crepe Myrtle sect. In the Jade Scroll that Zhuowen obtained from the Crepe Myrtle sect that recorded the sun and moon grass, there was a fragmented map, and it was a fragmented map of the sun and moon grass. Now the fragmented map that Yao Xiong took out faintly showed signs of compatibility with the fragmented map in the Crepe Myrtle sect's Jade Scroll. This showed that the two were closely related, and it was possible that the two fragmented maps were fragments of the same map. After calming down, Zhuowen pretended to be disappointed. "A detailed map of the yin, yang, waning and waning paths? Unfortunately, it's just a fragmented map." Yao Xiong was not surprised by Zhuowen's surprise, because every cultivator who saw this fragmented map for the first time would feel ecstatic and unable to control themselves. Although the yin, yang, waning and waning paths were in the Myriad Magnet Sea, it was an extremely famous, dangerous place in the Great Brahma Domain, where even void sky cultivators could easily fall. If one recklessly entered the yin, yang, waning and waning paths, it was very easy to fall. But if you grasped the correct route of the yin, yang, waning and waning paths, then for the cultivators who entered the yin, yang, waning and waning paths to search for treasures, it was absolutely more important than their life. No wonder Yao Xiong looked around and set up a shielding formation before taking out the fragmented map. If this fragmented map were to spread, it would definitely cause many cultivators to fight over it like crazy. After all, Zhuowen had seen many markings on this fragmented map. Most of these markings were dangerous areas, but one of them caught Zhuowen's attention. This marking had the words Luo God Palace Ruins written on it. "Brother Yao, what kind of place is this Luo God Palace Ruins?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. Yao Xiong looked at Zhuowen in surprise and said, "Brother Zhuo, don't you know about the Luo God Palace Ruins? Cultivators in the Myriad Magnet Sea should know about this place, right?" Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "I've been cultivating in seclusion most of the time and rarely come out. I really don't know about the Luo God Palace Ruins." Yao Xiong took a deep look at Zhuowen but didn't expose Zhuowen's lie. Instead, he explained patiently, "The Luo God Palace is extremely famous in the far west. It was a powerful force 1,000,000 years ago." After Yao Xiong's patient explanation, Zhuowen finally understood the ins and outs of the Luo God Palace. At the same time, he also knew why he hadn't heard of the Luo God Palace in other places. It had a lot to do with the Great Brahma Sky region. 1,000,000 years ago, a proud woman had appeared in the far west of the Great Brahma Sky region. This woman had advanced to the void sky realm in a short 100 years. Her talent was almost heaven-defying. In 1,000 years, this woman had advanced to the 8 steps void sky region, shocking the entire great Brahma sky region. In that era, this woman was the most dazzling star. She was a household name, and even many cultivators from neighboring heavens knew her name. This woman's name was Luotian, and she was the ancestor of the Luo god palace. After Luotian's cultivation reached the 8 steps void sky region, she unified countless forces in the far west region and established the Luo god palace. In that era, apart from the 10 major sects and the great Brahma sky palace, the Luo god palace's reputation was the best. It was almost on par with the 10 major sects of the star field. Luotian loved to fight. After establishing the Luo god palace, she challenged the patriarchs of the 10 major sects of the star field, shocking the entire star field. The patriarchs of the 10 major sects were furious and wanted to teach Luotian a lesson. However, in the end, Luotian defeated the patriarchs of the 10 major sects, one by one. After the challenge, Luotian fell into an epiphany and understood life and death, breaking through to the 9 steps void sky region. After Luotian broke through to the 9 steps void sky region, the great Brahma of the great Brahma sky palace appeared and personally summoned Luotian. No one knew what great Brahma said when he summoned Luotian. Everyone only knew that Luotian had mixed feelings after leaving the great Brahma sky palace. As Luotian had understood life and death, she was invincible in the entire great Brahma sky region except for great Brahma. Therefore, the Luo god palace developed faster and faster, almost surpassing the 10 major sects and approaching the great Brahma sky palace. With the Luo god palace's power back then, it was enough to enter the star field and become the leader of the 10 major sects. However, for some reason, the Luo god palace remained in the far west region, even though it was already so powerful. Luotian rarely showed herself and was basically in seclusion. Suddenly, one day, an extremely resentful voice came from the Luo god palace. The owner of the voice was Luotian. It was also on that day that great Brahma came to the far west region and destroyed the Luo god palace with a flip of his hand. Luotian also appeared from her seclusion. However, she was extremely weak at that time. She was listless and her face was pale. Moreover, her beautiful eyes were blind at that time. Great Brahma and Luotian fought for 10 days and 10 nights, shattering countless galaxies in the far west region and shattering the starry sky into countless fragments. In the end, great Brahma severely injured Luotian. However, before Luotian died, she sacrificed her life to move the Luo god palace ruins to the deepest part of the waning peaks. Furthermore, Luotian used her lifetime of cultivation to mess up the starry sky rules in the far west region and cast the most vicious curse on the great Brahma sky. The main reason why such a terrifying magnetic field appeared in the far west region was inseparable from Luotian back then. Such a powerful magnetic field was to restrain great Brahma. Although the far west region didn't dare to confirm it, there were already rumors that the terrifying magnetic field was great Brahma's weakness. Otherwise, after the battle, great Brahma no longer came to find the Luo god palace in the waning peaks. Instead, he ignored the far west region. It was probably because of this magnetic field. And this magnetic field was Luotian's curse on great Brahma. She cursed great Brahma to not be able to step into the pure land that Luotian had created. It was also from then on that the entire great Brahma domain, except for the far west region, almost all the other regions were forbidden from mentioning Luotian's name. Over time, with the exception of the far west, the cultivators in the other regions gradually forgot about Luotian. This was also why Zhuowen had never heard of such a famous master in the great Brahma domain's star field. What did Luotian say back then? Zhuowen looked at Yao Xiong and asked curiously, Chapter 2076, Lady Ghost Curse. Your map of the waning lunar crescent is incomplete. Most importantly, the location of the Luotian palace is incomplete. Zhuowen said after a moment of silence. Although Zhuowen appeared calm on the surface, his heart was beating wildly. He was certain that the map fragment he had obtained from the crepe myrtle sect was the other half of the map fragment that Yao Xiong had. Furthermore, the terrain listed on the other half of the map fragment was the exact location of the Luotian palace ruins. In the beginning, Zhuowen had never come into contact with the waning lunar crescent. He had never even been there, so he did not know where the sun and moon grass was located on the map he had obtained. Now that Yao Xiong's map fragment had a location marked in advance, he immediately compared it with the map fragment that he had. He knew that the map fragment clearly recorded the various locations of the Luotian palace ruins. If he could reach the Luotian palace ruins, he would be able to move around the Luotian palace ruins like a fish in water with the map fragment he had. Not only would he be able to obtain the sun and moon grass, but he would also be able to obtain other good things from the Luotian palace ruins. However, Yao Xiong did not mind and said, "Brother Zhua, you're wrong. It's enough to find the Luotian palace ruins. As long as we can find the Luotian palace ruins with our strength, what do we have to be afraid of? Furthermore, I see that Brother Zhua's array formation skills are extremely impressive. You will be of great use in this trip to the Luotian palace." Zhuowen sneered in his heart. It seemed that Yao Xiong had been here for a long time. He had even seen the trap and kill array that he had set up. However, he did not say anything. Since it was on the way to the waning lunar crescent, even if Yao Xiong did not have any good intentions, Zhuowen had to go because of the map fragment in Yao Xiong's hands. Without the map fragment, it would be too difficult for Zhuowen to find the Luotian palace ruins in the waning lunar crescent. However, once he found it, he would be like a fish in water. "I'll think about it," Zhuowen said in a low voice. Yao Xiong, however, was in no hurry. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and smiled at Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen had already made up his mind, he didn't immediately agree. After all, if he agreed too readily, it would instead arouse Yao Xiong's suspicions. Not long after, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and said, "Although the waxing, waning, and waning phases are very dangerous, riches and honor come from danger. I promise, Brother Yao." Yao Xiong laughed heartily and said, "Brother Zhua is indeed a straightforward person. The fact that you agreed so quickly is out of my expectations. However, you are right. Wealth comes from danger. If one is a coward, how can one walk far on the path of martial arts?" "When are we leaving?" Zhuowen asked. 3 days later. I still need to invite a few old friends. When the time comes, we'll gather here," Yao Xiong said. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He didn't expect Yao Xiong to invite others. As if seeing the expression on Zhuowen's face, Yao Xiong smiled and said, "Brother Zhuo may not know this, but the waxing, waning, and waning phases are extremely dangerous. Even void sky 8th step cultivators may die if they aren't careful. The more people there are, the safer it will be." Zhuowen nodded noncommittally and didn't continue to speak. "However, in order to keep this a secret, Brother Zhua, it's best if you keep this thing on you. This way, this Yao can ensure that you won't break your promise and leave Dubhe City." Yao Xiong smiled and handed a black bracelet to Zhuowen, his eyes full of deep meaning. Zhuowen took the black bracelet. Even if he did not use his spiritual consciousness to search it, he knew that Yao Xiong's spiritual consciousness brand must have been left behind in it. It should be used to confirm Zhuowen's location. Then, this Zhuo will take his leave first. After saying that, Zhuowen leaped and left this place. After returning to Dubhe City, Zhuowen first went to the dock. After putting the god Lu into the spirit ring, he returned to the flourishing building. "Brother Zhua, are you really planning to go to the waxing, and waning phases?" Inside the room, Ren Yangon suddenly stood up and exclaimed. Although Zhuowen was powerful, going inside still pointed to disaster. "I came to the great Brahma domain for the waxing, and waning phases. You don't need to say anything more. Also, don't follow me in. If possible, cut off all ties with me. Otherwise, staying in the Great Brahma domain won't do any good. After saying that, Zhuowen left the flourishing building. However, before leaving, he left a lot of resources for the four of them. Zhuowen, why is he going to the waxing, and waning phases? That place is filled with adventurers from all over the Tian domain, or some old fellows who have no hope of breaking through and enter to find opportunities. Zhuowen is so young and has such great talent. Why does he want to enter the waxing, and waning phases? Yin Bingyun asked in confusion. Yun Chu's beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions as she said, because Brother Zhuo's wife needs the sun and moon grass to save her life. That's why he wants to enter the waxing, and waning phases at all costs. For a moment, the room fell into a long silence. 3 days later, in the wilderness of Dubhe City, a stream of light quickly flew over. Above a canyon, a figure wearing clothes whiter than snow appeared. It was Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze swept over and landed on 2 people who had been waiting for a long time. One of the 2 people was wearing a golden brocade robe. It was Yao Xiong, the person who invited Zhuowen to enter the waxing, and waning phases 3 days ago. Standing beside Yao Xiong was an old woman with a face as pale as snow. This old woman had a head of white hair that draped over her face. Her face was blurry, but one could vaguely see that hidden in her white hair was a ferocious, ghost-like face. After Zhuowen arrived, this old woman glared at Zhuowen coldly with her ferocious eyes. It sent chills down one's spine. Zhuowen only glanced at the old woman before his gaze landed on Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong, is everyone here? Yao Xiong chuckled. Not yet. There are still 2 people on the way. They should be here soon. Let me introduce this person first. This old woman is the Ghost Curse Lady. I heard from Yao Xiong that although your cultivation level is very low, your strength is not bad, and your array skills are not weak either. I wonder if Yao Xiong was lying? The old woman laughed and interrupted Yao Xiong's words. She stretched out her skinny right hand and gently pinched her thumb and middle finger together. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Zhuowen's body trembled. He found that countless orchids were protecting him. These orchids were very strange. They kept squirming, and at the stamens, mouths full of sharp teeth grew out and bit at Zhuowen. Zhuowen snorted coldly. His terrifying divine sense gushed out and turned into countless large hands, violently crushing these orchids. Then the orchids around him disappeared. Not bad, not bad. You can actually break this old woman's illusion. You are qualified to join our team. The Ghost Curse Lady smiled coldly and withdrew her skinny right hand. Her eyes were full of arrogance, as if it was Zhuowen's honor that she had attacked Zhuowen just now. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Old woman, since you attacked me, I can't be rude. As he spoke, the more than 300 divine soul galaxies in Zhuowen's spiritual space operated at the same time. Then, a vast and terrifying divine sense condensed into a sharp golden light and quickly swept toward the Ghost Curse Lady. Calling me an old woman? You are courting death. The Ghost Curse Lady jumped up like a cat whose tail was pinched. At the same time, she released her divine sense, condensed it into a point, and blasted it toward Zhuowen. Crack! Unfortunately, the Ghost Curse Lady's divine sense light was shattered in an instant, and Zhuowen's divine sense light was unstoppable. It slammed heavily into the Ghost Curse Lady's forehead. Puff! The Ghost Curse Lady spat out a mouthful of blood. Her pale face became even paler and bloodless. Zhuowen's divine sense blasted into her divine soul, instantly severely injuring her divine soul, causing her to have a splitting headache. You! The Ghost Curse Lady stared at Zhuowen with lingering fear. She did not expect this kid's spiritual soul to be so terrifying that it was even stronger than hers. Although the Ghost Curse Lady's cultivation was only at the 4th step of the virtual sky realm, she was a level 7 divine array master. Her spiritual soul was naturally not weak. However, Zhuowen was a freak. Due to the star's meditation diagram that Devour cultivated, his spiritual soul was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. The Ghost Curse Lady was at a disadvantage when fighting against Zhuowen with her divine sense. Of course, with her cultivation, she was no match for Zhuowen. That's enough. Both of you stop arguing. Do me, Yao Xiong, a favor. Yao Xiong immediately stepped forward to mediate. The Ghost Curse Lady snorted coldly and did not make a fuss. She swallowed her grievances in silence. Zhuowen smiled faintly. He did not care about the Ghost Curse Lady's attitude. You guys are so early. Suddenly, a thunderous voice came from the horizon, resounding through the sky and startling many birds. Zhuowen looked over and saw a tower-like man who was 2 meters tall. He was walking over at an extremely fast speed, and the ground was trembling along with him as if there was an earthquake. Chapter 2077. Emperor Spirit the Tower-like Man took a step forward and arrived in front of Yao Xiong and the others. His giant height of 2 meters allowed him to look down on the 3 people present. Haha, we just arrived. Luo Suo, let me introduce you. This is my new guest, Brother Zhuowen. Yao Xiong smiled and immediately pointed to Zhuowen, who was standing to the side. The tower-like man glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and nodded without greeting him. Zhuowen could see the disdain in the tower-like man's eyes. Obviously, he was looking down on Zhuowen, who was only at the 3rd level of the virtual sky realm. Since Luo Suo had such an attitude, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't be so polite and took the initiative to greet him. The corners of Yao Xiong's mouth curled up slightly, but he tactfully shut his mouth. Yao Xiong knew Luo Suo's character best. He was a guy who wouldn't hide his emotions in his heart. If Luo Suo didn't like him, he definitely wouldn't be nice to him. Zhuowen's aura was too weak. It would be strange if Luo Suo took the initiative to greet him. Yao Xiong, who is the other person? Luo Suo suddenly asked in a muffled voice. Yao Xiong smiled mysteriously and said, You will know soon. I think you all know this guy. Seeing the mysterious look on Yao Xiong's face, Luo Suo curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. The Ghost Curse Lady's face was gloomy because she had suffered a loss at Zhuowen's hands. Naturally, she was not in the mood to ask more questions. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was new to this place, so he naturally would not ask more questions. The 4 of them waited for another hour. Suddenly, a violent whistling sound came from the sky. Then, a huge black vortex appeared in the depths of the sky. In the terrifying black vortex, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. It was as if a divine horse was rapidly approaching from the depths of the vortex. The black vortex sank rapidly in the shape of an inverted funnel. At the tip of the funnel, an incomparably handsome black horse could be vaguely seen. It was as if the black horse was carrying the terrifying black vortex with it as it rolled over. Rumble! The black horse landed on the ground, and the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles shattered, while the black vortex slowly dissipated. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as his attention fell on the man on the black horse. This man looked to be about 30 years old. He was wearing a black armor that looked like fish scales. His face was covered with a dark mask, making him look like a ferocious demon. What made Zhuowen's heart sink was that this person's aura was extremely vast, even stronger than that of the enforcement elder of the dark fantasy sect, but far inferior to Yu Wuxi. Zhuowen guessed that this person's cultivation was probably at the 7th level of the void sky realm, and it was very likely that he was at the peak of the 7th level. Now that Zhuowen was facing this person, even if he used all his trump cards, his chances of winning were not high. After all, the reason Zhuowen was able to kill the law enforcement elder of the Void Sky 7 stage was all because of the power of the Purple Star Sovereign in the Thunderfire Sword. During the battle, Xiao He had already used up all of the power of the Purple Star Sovereign. With Zhuo Wen's current strength, he was comparable to a cultivator of the Void Sky 6th stage, but it was still difficult for him to fight against a cultivator of the Void Sky 7th stage. Of course, Zhuo Wen's cultivation was at the Void Sky 5th stage, and his doppelganger had become Real God Extreme Fire. Hence, Zhuo Wen was not afraid of a cultivator of the Void Sky 7th stage. King Spirit? I didn't expect you to invite him over. Luo Suo frowned and said with fear. Lady Ghost Curse also came back to her senses and could not help but exclaim softly. There was a tinge of fear in her eyes. Of course, the person that Lady Ghost Curse was afraid of was not Zhuo Wen, but the man on the black horse who was slowly approaching. King Spirit? Zhuo Wen muttered. It was his first time seeing this person. However, this person's cultivation was so strong that even Zhuo Wen was afraid of him. He knew that this King Spirit must be very famous in the land of Far West. Otherwise, Luo Suo and Lady Ghost Curse would not be so frightened. The King Spirit came to Yao Xiong and then dismounted. He looked at the people around him and finally looked at Yao Xiong and said, I thought you would find some good helpers. Why are you looking for a bunch of trash? As soon as he said this, Luo Suo, who was surrounded by chains, looked at the King's Spirit coldly and said, What did you say? Who is trash? The King's Spirit tilted his head and looked at Luo Suo indifferently and said, What do you think? Since you know it, then don't say it out loud. Trash should still act like trash. Clang! Luo Suo roared and swung his right hand. The chains on his body began to move rapidly like snakes. Then hundreds of black chains turned into countless water pillars and shot toward the King's Spirit. Yao Xiong frowned but did not do anything. In his opinion, Luo Suo was too impulsive. Attacking the King's Spirit was asking for trouble. The King's Spirit's lips curled into an evil smile, and his eyes suddenly turned white. It was a strange sight to behold. Bang! 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 The hundreds of chains that were originally rushing over were all shattered, turning into countless black powder that scattered in the air. Puchi! Luo Suo spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. His face was pale and bloodless. The Ghost Curse lady trembled as she looked at the Emperor's spirit in horror. Zhuo Wen frowned. He realized that he had underestimated the King's Spirit. The King's Spirit was much stronger than the law enforcement elder of the demonic fantasy sect. The Emperor's spirit glanced at Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen didn't seem to be surprised when he sent the chains flying. He didn't even see the fear in Zhuo Wen's eyes like the Ghost Curse lady did. Although Zhuo Wen's reaction was strange, the King's Spirit did not think much of it. After all, in his opinion, Zhuo Wen was just an ant. Even if he was a little special, he would not care. Shall we go now? The King's Spirit looked at Yao Xiong and asked, Yes. Yao Xiong nodded and waved his sleeve. A streamlined flying ship appeared in front of him. This flying ship was much smaller than the God Lu. It could only seat 10 people at most. However, Zhuo Wen could see that this flying ship was many times better than the God Lu. In a dangerous place like the Sea of Magnets, this flying ship was much faster than the God Lu. Yao Xiong and the King's Spirit were the first to enter the cabin. Zhuo Wen and the Ghost Curse lady followed closely behind. Luo Suo staggered and entered the cabin with difficulty. Everyone entered the cabin. The flying ship spewed out blue exhaust and flew away. Trash! We will need you to enter the Inyan Yuan K later. Take this pill. The King's Spirit, who was sitting in the front, flicked his finger and gave 3 pills to Zhuo Wen, the Ghost Curse lady, and Luo Su. Seeing the confusion in Zhuo Wen and the Ghost Curse lady's eyes, the King's Spirit smiled and said, This thing is good for your injuries. Take it. If you are injured, take it. It will heal your injuries quickly. Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed, but he was wary. He did not believe the King's Spirit would be so kind as to give them such good pills. Half a month later, the flying ship passed through many asteroids and magnetic seas. Finally, they arrived at their destination, the Inyan Yuan, Quebec. The The waning waxing moons was an incomparably huge galaxy, and it was much, much bigger than all the other galaxies. The shape of the Inyan Yuan K was like the moon. Sometimes it was like a crescent moon, and sometimes it was like a full moon. It was like the moon of the year. It was because of this feature that it was called the Inyan Yuan K. In the far west, there were almost no galaxies. Most of them were asteroids. The reason for this was, as mentioned before, caused by the battle between great Brahma and goddess Luo. The entire land of the far west had been reduced to ruins. The star system had shattered, and only these ownerless asteroids of different sizes were left. The cultivators of the far west basically built their own forces and lived on these meteorites. After this kind of star system declined, the energy inside the star system would become very unstable and would often go berserk. Therefore, cultivators who wandered inside would easily die if they weren't careful. Even void sky cultivators were no exception. The asteroids around the Inyan Yuan K were densely packed, like locusts. There were more asteroids than anywhere else in the magnetic sea. Most of these asteroids were stalls set up by cultivators, inns, shops, and other facilities built by some forces. Although the Inyan Yuan K was a terrifying place, it was the most prosperous place in the far west. It was also the place with the most cultivators. Of course, there were many experts here. They were like carps crossing the river. Naturally, their numbers were not small. The Inyan Yuan K has many entrances. Most of these entrances were opened by our ancestors. However, the entrance we're going to this time has not been opened by humans. I think it's best for everyone to keep it a secret, Yao Xiong said to the people behind him. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Ever since the Emperor's spirit arrived, Yao Xiong's attitude towards them had become much colder. The Emperor's spirit sneered. If anyone dares to gossip outside, you'll have to bear the consequences. Although the three people present did not like the Emperor's spirit's threat, they could not refute it now that the map fragment was in Yao Xiong's hands. After a while, the flying ship stopped on an extremely remote asteroid in the Inyan Yuan K. Chapter 2078. The ancient sword tuned. The landing of the flying ship immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators on the meteorite. The cultivators looked at the flying ship in awe and only dared to sneak a peek. It was obvious that this flying ship was expensive. The cultivator who could ride this flying ship must be an expert. Yao Xiong and the others got off the flying ship quietly. The king's spirit looked around with a bloodthirsty look. Black lightning. The king's spirit chuckled, and a black vortex appeared above him. It covered the entire meteorite in the blink of an eye. The sound of hooves could be heard again from the black vortex. The king's spirit leaped onto the black horse's back. Like a bolt of black lightning, it cut through the void and dashed across the meteorite. Swoosh! Swoosh! Every time the black horse dashed across the meteorite, it killed a cultivator. There were not many cultivators on the meteorite, but there were still a few hundred of them. Seeing the king's spirit's killing spree, the cultivators on the meteorite were terrified. Some cried, some ran away, and some fought back. But in the end, they were killed by the king's spirit. After a while, the cultivators on the meteorite were all killed by the king's spirit. The black vortex dissipated, leaving the 5 of them standing alone on the meteorite. Zhuowen frowned and looked at Yao Xiong. He did not expect the king's spirit to be so unreasonable as to kill those who had nothing to do with him. Yao Xiong smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. We're being cautious this time. The fewer people who know about this, the better." Seeing the smile on Yao Xiong's face, the ghost curse lady and Luo Suo's hearts skipped a beat. Zhuowen's eyes were cold, but he did not say anything. "Yao Xiong, open the entrance." The king's spirit looked at Yao Xiong and said. Yao Xiong nodded and walked to the edge of the meteorite. He formed a seal with both hands and took out a palm-sized brown bead from his spiritual ring. He threw it forward. Swoosh! Suddenly, a huge arched door appeared in front of them. "Go in." Yao Xiong looked at Zhuowen and the other two behind him and invited them in with a smile. Yao Xiong, don't you trust us? Luo Suo asked in a deep voice. The king's spirit laughed and said, Why do you have so much to say? If you don't want to go in, you might end up like those cultivators on the meteorite. Facing the king's spirit's threat, Luo Suo's face changed, but he didn't dare do anything. After all, he had just been taught a lesson. With a cold snort, he strode into the arched door. His figure quickly disappeared. Zhuowen and the Lady of the Curse ghost followed closely behind. They did not waste any time like Luo Suo. After Zhuowen and the others entered the door, King Spirit and Yao Xiong did not rush to follow. Yao Xiong, are you sure these three are useful? The King Spirit asked. Brother D, don't you trust me? The Ghost Curse Lady is proficient in curses and arrays, especially the power of curses. She will be of great help to us when we enter the Luotian Palace. That lock has boundless strength and can help us fend off many dangers in the Luotian Palace ruins. Furthermore, it can be used as a life-saving cannon fodder in times of crisis. Yao Xiong laughed. The king's spirit nodded and said, What about Zhuowen? His cultivation level is too low. What can he do? Yao Xiong smiled mysteriously and said, Zhuowen is also proficient in arrays. Most importantly, his soul is far stronger than the average cultivators. Do you think he will be useful? Strong soul? How strong is it? The king's spirit asked, his eyes flashing. Yao Xiong laughed and said, Perhaps as strong as you. He is the key to our success. The king's spirit's eyes lit up. They were indeed lacking cultivators with low cultivation levels, but powerful souls. Generally speaking, cultivators with powerful souls were not weak. They did not dare to provoke such cultivators. However, this was the first time they had seen someone like Zhuowen. There was a crucial place in the Luotian Palace ruins that required Zhuowen's help. Zhuowen felt that the world was spinning. Countless light spots around him disappeared in an instant. However, when they stopped, a huge fireball the size of a wash basin appeared in front of him, whistling towards him. Zhuowen pulled out the glorious purple galaxy sword. The sword light was like water. It slashed across the fireball, shattering it into countless sparks. At this moment, Zhuowen realized that there were many such fireballs around him. They were densely packed together. Luo Suo and the Ghost Curse Lady, who appeared beside him, also used their special powers to destroy the oncoming fireballs. While blocking the oncoming fireballs, Zhuowen began to observe his surroundings. He realized that there was a 7-colored fog around him. This fog was very strange. Visibility was very low. Even with Zhuowen's eyesight, he could only see 10 meters around him. When he looked around, other than the oncoming fireballs, there was only the 7-colored fog. Luo Suo and the Ghost Curse Lady were not far away from him. That was why he could see them immediately. At this moment, the three of them were gathered together. Although they did not see eye to eye, they were now in a dangerous place. They put their grudges aside and dealt with the trouble in front of them first. The three of you go straight down. We are not far from your feet. Suddenly, Yao Xiong's voice appeared in their minds. The three of them looked at each other and went straight down. After a while, they landed on solid ground. The three of them realized that they were on a cliff. In front of the cliff was a chain bridge that connected to the opposite cliff. It looked very dangerous. Yao Xiong and the King Spirit were at the entrance of the chain bridge. At this moment, Yao Xiong turned around and smiled at Zhuowen and the others. He said, This place is quite far from the Luotian Palace ruins. I hope that the three of you will listen to me. Otherwise, if anything happens, I will not be responsible. I have no objections. Zhuowen was the first to speak. The specific route was with Yao Xiong. If they did not follow him, were they supposed to wander around by themselves? Luo Suo and Lady Ghost Curse had no objections. Yao Xiong reminded the King's Spirit, and then he and the King's Spirit stepped onto the bridge and walked to the other side. Hearing Yao Xiong's words, Zhuowen could not help but recall the densely packed fireballs that had attacked the three of them when they were hovering in the air. But now that they had landed on the ground, the attacking fireball had disappeared without a trace. It seemed that flying in the air was forbidden here. Otherwise, one would be attacked by the laws of this place. After crossing the iron chain bridge, there was a vast and boundless plain on the other side. On the other hand, the originally dense, seven-colored fog had become much thinner on the plains. At this moment, Zhuowen could see his surroundings clearly. There was a plain in front of him, and above the plain, there were countless twinkling, colorful stars. These stars were all planets in the waning, waxing moons. However, almost all of these planets were dying. Soon, these planets would completely collapse and decay along with the waning, waxing moons. These bright stars were actually the final radiance of these dying planets. The closer they were to death, the more dazzling the light released by the planets would be until they finally exploded. The group of 5 silently traversed the plains, not saying a single word. The atmosphere was lifeless. At the end of the plain, there was an endless void. Zhuowen frowned and could not help but look at Yao Xiong in front of him. Yao Xiong wasn't flustered at all. His right hand formed into a claw as he suddenly clawed at the ground beneath his feet, and he directly tore out a rock that was over 3 m in size as he said, "The laws within the Yin-Yang waxing moons will cause backlash to cultivators that fly in the sky, but if we step on the rocks here to fly in the sky, it practically won't cause any backlash." After saying that, Yao Xiong stepped on the stone and rushed forward. The king's spirit followed closely behind. Zhuowen also tore off a piece of rock and flew into the air, following after him. The 5 of them flew for 10 days and 10 nights. Suddenly, they were alarmed by a huge movement not far away. In front of them, there was a huge circular island-shaped continent. However, this continent looked lifeless. But now, on this lifeless continent, densely packed figures were constantly flying over it, accompanied by sharp battles and screams of agony. What happened on this continent? Luo Suo frowned and whispered, "Why don't we go and see?" Yao Xiong chuckled as he rushed forward. This continent was very large. It was surrounded by a dark fog, and there were brown and black, withered branches everywhere. It looked very strange and gloomy. Zhuowen's divine sense spread out and found that in the center of this continent was a huge graveyard. In the center of this graveyard, there was a huge stone coffin floating. The surface of the stone coffin was surrounded by dense black chains. Within a range of 10,000 miles around the stone coffin, there were many long swords. Most of these long swords were quite old. However, the aura of each long sword was extremely sharp and powerful. At a glance, one could tell that each of these ancient swords was unusual. This is the ancient sword tomb. There are 9,999 ancient swords here. They were forged by the extremely famous ancient Sword Saint King. After the ancient Sword Saint King died, he buried himself here and used the 9,999 ancient swords he forged in his life as his tombstone. Back then, the ancient Sword Saint King said that every ancient sword he created was spiritual. If it met a fated person, the ancient sword would choose its master. Yao Xiong laughed. Zhuowen had heard a little about the ancient Sword Saint King. It was said that this guy became famous much earlier than Luoshan. Back then, before the land of the far west was like this, the ancient Sword Saint King was already famous in the great Brahma domain. Before Luoshan, he was the only peerless genius outside of the star field whose cultivation had reached 8 void sky steps. Chapter 2079 to the Strange Broken Sword. Haha, the opening time of the ancient sword tomb is not fixed. We just entered the waning, waxing K, and the ancient sword tomb opened. Looks like our luck is not bad. Yao Xiong's eyes blazed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Yao Xiong finished speaking, the Emperor's spirit took the lead and flew into the ancient sword tomb like a rainbow. He said coldly, "The opening of the ancient sword tomb depends on your luck. Contact each other after the tomb closes. The moment the Emperor's spirit flew out, Lady Cursing Ghost and Luo Suo also rushed out without hesitation. Obviously, they knew the ancient sword tomb well. Only Zhuowen was confused. He looked at Yao Xiong, who was not far away. Yao Xiong looked at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Brother Zhua, the opening of the ancient sword tomb means that the ancient swords are looking for their fated ones. It's also the time for cultivators to find their own opportunities. It's hard to say. Brother Zhua, you'll know once you enter the ancient sword tomb." "Of course. I'll contact you after the ancient sword tomb closes, Brother Zhua." After saying that, Yao Xiong went into the ancient sword tomb. Zhuowen frowned and looked at the ancient sword tomb again. Sword lights flashed like stars in the sky above the ancient sword tomb. Zhuowen saw that the 9,999 ancient swords that were stuck in the ground had flown up into the sky and were revolving around the huge stone coffin, forming a huge sword light storm. Around the storm of sword light, many cultivators' eyes were burning with desire. They rushed into the storm of sword light to snatch the ancient swords they had their eyes on. Unfortunately, most of the ancient swords let out ear-piercing sword cries the moment the cultivator grabbed the sword hilt and violently flung the cultivator away. The same thing happened everywhere in the ancient sword tomb. Some cultivators who were not strong enough could not resist the terrifying tearing force of the sword light storm and were torn to pieces. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the storm of sword light. Then he looked around and suddenly flew into the distance. As soon as this person left, some of the clever cultivators in the surroundings followed and attacked together, strangling this person to death. As soon as the person died, a sword light flew out. It was an ancient sword. It seemed that this person was fated with one of the ancient swords in the ancient sword tomb, so the sword chose this cultivator. Unfortunately, this cultivator's strength was too weak. He was simply not a match for the surrounding cultivators. As a result, he was besieged and killed by so many cultivators. As for the ancient sword, after the cultivator died, it turned back into a sword light and merged into the sword light storm. Zhuowen slowly landed in the ancient sword tomb and looked up at the swords that had turned into a sword light storm. From time to time, there would be cultivators flying in the ancient sword tomb, trying to snatch the ancient swords. Zhuowen's divine sense, he noticed that the Emperor's spirit was in the middle of the sword light storm. Its sword spirit was a sword tomb. A sword spirit was 2 feet long, and one long sword was 1. Sword was inlaid in the middle with sword, a sword in the middle, it was in the golden sword. Sword was at it. With Zhuowen's knowledge, he could tell that this ancient sword was much stronger than the other ancient swords in the sword light storm. The king's spirit grabbed the sword with his right hand, and a massive amount of god power formed a chain around the sword. The ancient sword let out an angry sword hum as it continuously twisted its body. The sword light poured out like water, but it was useless. The king's spirit was a 7th level elite. Although it was far weaker than the ancient sword Saint King, it was still strong enough to take the sword that had been forged by the ancient sword Saint King. After struggling to no avail, the giant sword finally stopped screaming and surrendered to the king's spirit's power. The king's spirit grinned and put away the sword. Just as he was about to try and claim the second sword, a powerful attack came from the coffin in the middle of the tomb. It was headed straight for the king's spirit. The king's spirit's face changed. He clenched his right fist and punched the incoming attack. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded, and the king's spirit was forced out of the sword light storm's range. Ancient sword tomb. The fated one can only claim 1 ancient sword. Do not be greedy. The voice from the coffin was deafening and thought-provoking. The king's spirit frowned. In the end, he did not enter the sword light storm again. He knew very well that although the ancient sword Saint King was dead, the divine sense he left behind was very powerful. He was no match for it. As for the surrounding cultivators, After the king's spirit was forced out of the sword light storm, they scattered like frightened birds. They did not dare to get close to the king's spirit. Although many cultivators wanted to attack the fated one who claimed the ancient sword, it depended on the person. The king's spirit's aura was as vast as the ocean. It was obvious that he was a high-level void sky elite. How could they dare to snatch such a powerful elite, unless they were tired of living? The king's spirit also noticed Zhuowen not far away, but after a glance he ignored him. He took out the ancient sword and planned to refine it openly. The king's spirit's actions were arrogant. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted others to come and snatch it? Zhuowen ignored the king's spirit and jumped into the storm of sword lights. Zhuowen was good at using swords. If he could find a better ancient sword in the sword light storm, he might be able to replace the glorious purple galaxy sword. After all, as Zhuowen's cultivation increased, the glorious purple galaxy sword was not as useful to him. After all, it was a divine sword that Zhuowen had refined when he was at the peak of the sky celestial stage. It was not a void sky divine weapon. This ancient sword Saint King was an old monster of the void sky 8 steps. Moreover, the aura released from the sarcophagus just now was even more magnificent than Yu Wuxi's. It seemed like this ancient sword Saint King was much stronger than Yu Wuxi when he was alive. Zhuowen did not know how terrifying the ancient sword sage king was. The ancient sword sage king was only half a step away from the 9 steps void sky. His strength was so strong that even Lord Brahma could not help but praise him. Although Yu Wuxi was also at the 8 steps void heaven realm, he was still a distance away from the peak. Moreover, this old man had suffered serious injuries in the past. Although he had taken the heavenly domain star essence, it had dragged on for too long. He had already developed some hidden injuries, and his strength had declined a lot compared to the past. An ancient sword forged by such an existence must be a top-quality, void sky divine weapon. If Zhuowen could obtain one, it would be greatly beneficial to his strength. Moreover, the fated one did not have to be fated. If one was strong enough to subdue an ancient sword, they could be considered fated. Just now, the king's spirit had used the same method to forcibly subdue an ancient sword. I can only choose one ancient sword. I have to consider it carefully. Shuttling through the storm of sword light, Zhuowen resisted the tearing force around him while using his powerful consciousness to observe the uniqueness of the swords in the storm. Zhuowen's divine sense was so powerful that it was like countless tentacles. In an instant, it spread through the entire sword light storm. Zhuowen could clearly observe the uniqueness of each ancient sword and even compare them. As Zhuowen's cultivation continued to improve, his divine sense also increased. Strictly speaking, Zhuowen's divine sense was stronger than the 7 steps void sky divine weapon. In this sword light storm, Zhuowen was like a fish in water. Not only could he rely on his divine sense to travel quickly, but he could also quickly compare the various ancient swords. This ancient sword. Zhuowen's eyes suddenly narrowed. In his divine sense, he found a rusty broken sword floating near the center of the sword light storm. This broken sword looked very ordinary, and it was extremely damaged. It looked very broken. If one didn't pay close attention, one wouldn't pay too much attention to this mediocre-looking ancient sword among so many ancient swords. But Zhuowen's eyes were particularly dignified. This was because when this broken sword floated in the air, the other ancient swords around it all retreated. It was as if they were in awe of this ugly, broken sword. Zhuowen's divine sense was very strong, and this scene was unintentionally seen by him. If he hadn't seen this scene, Zhuowen wouldn't have paid attention to this broken sword. Zhuowen also found that this broken sword was very low-key. It was basically floating in a relatively secluded place. It was only because the broken sword had casually moved a certain distance that Zhuowen had discovered the strange scene just now. This sword is not ordinary. Zhuo Wen's eyes flashed as he rushed towards the broken sword. Perhaps it had sensed Zhuo Wen's gaze, but the broken sword actually turned in his direction. Soon after, it turned back and quickly rushed forward. It was like a cat that had stolen something. When it turned back and saw its owner chasing after it, it immediately ran away. This guy is so human. It's definitely not simple. Zhuo Wen was more and more certain that this broken sword was not ordinary. He quickly rushed forward, wanting to catch up with the broken sword. But what surprised Zhuo Wen was that every time he was about to catch up with the broken sword, the sword light storm around him would suddenly rush over. A terrifying tearing force would reduce his speed. After the broken sword had rushed forward for a distance, the tearing force disappeared again, and Zhuo Wen chased after it again. Zhuo Wen felt that this broken sword seemed to be playing with him. If this was really the case, wouldn't this broken sword be able to control the strength of the sword light storm? Then what was the origin of this broken sword? Xiao Hei, I'll leave that broken sword to you. Can you subdue it? Zhuo Wen immediately summoned the Thunderfire sword and pointed forward to the broken sword that was slowly luring Zhuo Wen to chase after it. He knew that Xiao Hei liked to be a sword slave. Back then, the Blood Immortal and the Extreme Flaming Sword were both turned into sword slaves by this guy. Now that this broken sword was not ordinary, perhaps this guy would be interested. This broken sword's artifact spirit's intelligence is not low. It actually knows how to play with people. It really has the demeanor of this dragon, Lord back in the day. Chapter 2080. Reign of Thousand Swords. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll make this little broken sword my sword slave. Xiao Hei patted his chest and said confidently. Then he rushed out and summoned the Blood Immortal sword to chase after the broken sword. Perhaps it was because the Thunder Fire sword and the Blood Immortal sword were both swords, but the surrounding sword light storm did not seem to be able to stop the two at all. On the contrary, Zhuo Wen's body was continuously hindered, and he could not increase his speed at all. However, Zhuo Wen's divine sense was always paying attention to the Thunder Fire sword and the Blood Immortal sword. Dragon Master, it's just a broken sword. You don't need to go out. Let Blood Disciple capture it for you. The Blood Immortal sword said to Xiao Hei and then chased after the broken sword. The broken sword didn't speed up. Instead, it turned around like a human and looked at the Blood Immortal sword up and down. It seemed to be thinking that there weren't such two strange swords in the ancient sword tomb. Haha, surrender for me. The Blood Immortal sneered and urged the sword to rush at the broken sword and cut it down without hesitation. The Blood Immortal was very satisfied with his sword. In his opinion, this sword was enough to smash the seemingly ordinary and even broken sword into pieces. But soon, the Blood Immortal's face became very stiff. Then he flew back and screamed. The whole sword seemed very dim. Buzz! The broken sword screamed as if it was angry. Suddenly, the sword light storm around it became more terrifying. Then the broken sword suddenly rushed out and slashed at the Blood Immortal as fast as light. So fast! Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. The broken sword looked ordinary, but when it attacked, it was so terrifying. The Blood Immortal screamed and cried. She also felt the threat of death and kept retreating. Bang! The Thunder Fire sword blocked the broken sword in front of the Blood Immortal. The Thunder Fire sword and the broken sword flew back dozens of meters at the same time, facing each other from a distance. Little Blood Disciple, you're by my side to assist me. This broken sword is not simple. Damn it, it's actually so terrifying. Xiao Hei said with a serious look. The Blood Immortal nodded weakly. After suffering a bit, just now, this guy was much more obedient. He no longer dared to charge in front of the Thunder Fire sword. Of course, the Blood Immortal was cursing in her heart. She had been cursing Broken Sword for being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Whoosh! Xiao Hei let out a shrill cry. Like a sticky candy, she swept towards the broken sword. However, Xiao Hei was very smart. She did not confront the broken sword head-on. Instead, she used guerrilla warfare. Ever since Xiao He used up all the thunder and fire energy given by Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch in the Thunderfire Sword, this guy became a little timid. Once there was any sign of danger, it would not dare to go up and risk its life. Instead, it would let Zhuowen go first, and then it would follow. Now, Xiao He was still adhering to this principle. She would delay this strange, broken sword first. When Zhuowen caught up, she would leave it to Zhuowen. Buzz! 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 Xiao He's shameless way of fighting made the broken sword extremely angry. The broken sword let out a shrill cry and burst out a terrifying sword chi. Instantly, it blocked the thunder fire sword surroundings. Then it turned into a sword light and swept towards the thunder fire sword. Damn! This cunning guy, Xiao He cursed. However, there was nothing she could do. She could only face the sword light of the broken sword head-on. Bang! Terrifying sparks burst out. Then, Xiao He let out a shrill cry and flew backwards. The brilliance on the surface of her body became much dimmer. The broken sword's body shook. Then, it stabilized itself and continued to rush towards the thunder fire sword. Master! The blood immortal shouted. However, she shrank to the side. She did not have any intention of protecting her master. At this moment, Zhuowen still swept forward. He slashed with the glorious purple galaxy divine sword and performed the 7th move of the destruction sword art. Sword swimming, great void. The mysterious sword art turned into a purple light and blasted out. To Zhuowen's surprise, the broken sword's casual slash had completely broken his sword art. Zhuowen's eyes were resolute. He instantly shattered 300 divine soul galaxies. His enormous divine sense condensed into a single point and attached itself to the soul-absorbing god needle. Then it turned into a beam of golden light and shot out, slamming heavily on the broken sword. Bang! The broken sword's movement stiffened. It was as if time had stopped. Seeing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He immediately took out the heavenly starry sky marrow and swallowed a drop. His spiritual soul recovered instantly. Then he shattered 300 divine soul galaxies again. His terrifying soul consciousness was applied to the soul-absorbing god needle again. Bang! 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 Zhuowen shattered the divine soul galaxies again and swallowed the heavenly starry sky marrow again and again. He repeated this 10 times. The soul-absorbing god needle could not withstand the terrifying soul consciousness power and shattered into pieces for the 10th time. The broken sword retreated again and again. Its body was even more damaged, and its aura became dispirited. Zhuowen's eyes lit up with joy. He waved his right hand, and a powerful divine force turned into a giant hand, grabbing the broken sword in the palm of his hand. Then Zhuowen used the devouring of all things to form a series of restrictions, completely grasping the struggling broken sword in his hand. After putting away the broken sword, Zhuowen rushed out of the sword light storm. You're only at the 3rd step of the virtual sky realm. You're not qualified to own the ancient sword. Give it to me. Zhuowen had just flown out of the sword light storm when a sinister voice sounded out. Not far away, a middle-aged man was like a cheetah, swiftly and violently flashing over and attacking Zhuowen without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, several figures rushed out from other directions and rushed toward Zhuowen. They also attacked Zhuowen to kill him. They had no intention of leaving him alive. Because the broken sword in Zhuowen's hand was too shabby, there were not many cultivators who attacked him this time. Even if they attacked, they were virtual sky realm cultivators with ordinary cultivation. Those proud and powerful virtual sky realm cultivators would not attack for such a shabby-looking broken sword. There were more than a dozen cultivators who attacked, and almost all of them attacked with killing intent. They had no intention of leaving Zhuowen alive. Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer as he summoned 24 golden, no-beginning devil swords. It was not worth Zhuowen to use all of his golden no-beginning devil swords to deal with more than a dozen virtual sky realm cultivators with low cultivation. Pucci! Pucci! The 24 golden no-beginning devil swords drew mysterious trajectories in the void and constantly intertwined to form a terrifying vortex of killing intent. None of the cultivators who rushed over were spared by this vortex of killing intent. They were all strangled into a bloody mist and couldn't be more dead. The area around Zhuowen was covered in a rain of blood. Zhuo Wen's divine power formed a barrier around him, blocking the falling rain of blood. It looked extremely strange and terrifying. Zhuo Wen's attack immediately shocked many of the surrounding cultivators. The cultivators who originally planned to attack all stopped, not daring to act rashly. After all, the broken sword in Zhuo Wen's hand was really ordinary. There was no need to offend such an expert for such a broken sword. Di Ling raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuo Wen again. He muttered to himself, "It seems like Yao Xiong is right. This child is not simple. His strength is not weak and his divine soul is so strong. This time, my chances of winning the Luotian Palace are much higher." Zhuo Wen sat cross-legged on a rock with the broken sword across his knees. His divine sense silently extended into the broken sword. He felt that this broken sword was not ordinary. After all, when he was chasing after this broken sword, it had controlled the sword-light storm to stop him. It was as if this broken sword was the king of countless ancient swords, and none of the other ancient swords dared to disobey it. Zhuo Wen scanned the broken sword inside and out. Suddenly, he stopped at the broken part of the broken sword. There was an extremely inconspicuous, small hole at the broken part. This small hole was extremely dark and seemed to be unfathomably deep. It was difficult to detect the bottom. Zhuo Wen's divine sense explored this small hole for a few dozen breaths. Suddenly, his expression became serious. This was because at the end of the small hole he felt a spatial barrier. Zhuo Wen was all too familiar with this spatial barrier. This was because the entrance to Devour's inner world had a similar spatial barrier. Zhuo Wen knew what it meant to have such a spatial barrier at the end of the small hole. It meant that on the other side of the spatial barrier there was a small world. Zhuo Wen did not expect this broken sword to have a small world inside. Could it be that the ancient sword Saint King had left something behind in this small world? Thinking of this, Zhuo Wen's divine sense moved slightly. Suddenly, it passed through the spatial barrier and entered the other side of the barrier. This space was pitch black and empty. The only thing in this pitch black space was probably a huge, irregular rock that was at least 30 meters in size, standing in the center of this pitch black space. In the middle of the stone, there was a sentence written in seal script. Zhuo Wen looked at it and found that what was written on the stone was a powerful sword manipulation technique. Moreover, this sword manipulation technique was not about controlling one divine sword, but thousands of divine swords. This sword manipulation technique was called Rain of Thousand Swords. It was said that once one learned this Rain of Thousand Swords, they would be able to control 9,999 ancient swords forged by the ancient Sword Saint King. The reason why the ancient Sword Saint King had worked tirelessly to forge so many ancient swords was actually because of this Rain of Thousand Swords. This stone also recorded that the Rain of Thousand Swords was not created by the ancient Sword Saint King. He had obtained it by accident. It was precisely because of this Thousand Sword Rain sword controlling technique that the ancient Sword Sacred King was able to rise so quickly and eventually become the strongest person in the far west land. Even in the entire great Brahma domain, he was still an incredible expert. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart was beating fast. Although he had not finished reading, he could already feel the terror of this sword manipulation technique. Just think about it. If one could control 9,999 divine swords, and each of them was of the highest quality, one could imagine how terrifying the power of so many divine swords would be. I must learn this sword manipulation technique. Chapter 2081. Eerie Footsteps. The imperial sword technique reign of thousand swords was quite complicated and required a period of time to practice. However, Zhuo Wen had the fire spirit juice, a divine medicine that could temporarily increase his perception, and his divine sense was extremely powerful. He believed that it would not take too much time to fully comprehend this reign of thousand swords. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wen quietly stored the broken sword in his inner world and handed it to the black-clothed Zhuo Wen. The black-clothed Zhuo Wen's divine sense was connected to Zhuo Wen's. As long as the black-clothed Zhuo Wen fully comprehended the reign of thousand swords, Zhuo Wen's original body would naturally learn it as well. However, the black-clothed Zhuo Wen's original body was Devour. Naturally, the original body would not know some of Devour's special abilities. However, the two of them could use some special abilities together. For example, the golden sword of no beginning could be used by both the original body and the doppelganger. After handing the broken sword to the black-clothed Zhuo Wen, Zhuo Wen's gaze fell on the ancient sword tomb in front of him. The terrifying sword light storm was shrinking. Then the countless divine swords hidden in the storm fell like rain and stabbed into the ground of the ancient sword tomb. A vast repulsion force spread out from the stone coffin in the center of the ancient sword tomb. Then the cultivators in the sword light storm flew out and landed outside the ancient sword tomb. Zhuo Wen followed the crowd and left the ancient sword tomb. He knew that the ancient sword tomb was officially closed. He looked around at the over 9,000 ancient swords stabbed into the ground of the ancient sword tomb. His eyes were burning with passion. He knew that as long as he mastered the reign of thousand swords, he would be able to control the 9,000 divine swords left behind by the ancient sword sage king. His strength would definitely improve. Gather at the entrance of the ancient sword tomb. Suddenly, Yao Xiong's voice rang in his mind. Zhuo Wen thought for a moment and rushed toward the entrance of the ancient sword tomb. When he arrived at the entrance, Zhuo Wen found that the other four had all gathered. Among the four of them, the ghost curse lady and Luo Suo were expressionless. It seemed that they did not gain much in the ancient sword tomb. The king spirit, however, looked at Zhuo Wen with a mocking smile. Zhuo Wen didn't like the way the spirit looked at him. It was as if Zhuo Wen had become the king spirit's plaything. Now that the ancient sword tomb is closed, there's nothing else of value here other than the ancient sword tomb. Let's continue our journey. Yao Xiong said, then led the crowd away from this place. Within the waning waxing moons, there were many stars and continents. Almost every star and continent had many adventurers and cultivators searching for treasures, hoping for a fortuitous encounter. Yao Xiong and the others completely ignored the cultivators on the star continent. Instead, they followed the route provided by the map fragment and headed straight towards the depths of the waning waxing moons. Along the way, the five of them also encountered many troublesome, giant starry sky beasts. Not only were the laws imperfect, but there were also more astral beasts inside than outside. It was as if all the astral beasts that were scarce in the outside world were all gathered here. From time to time, they would encounter obstacles from astral beasts. We're almost there. Let's quickly get rid of these giant starry sky beasts. The Luo God Palace ruins are just ahead. Yao Xiong suddenly said. The other four, who had been casually dealing with the giant starry sky beasts, suddenly became alert. They used their powerful divine powers and techniques to kill all the giant starry sky beasts that surrounded them. After eliminating the giant starry sky beasts, the five of them landed on a star continent shrouded in white mist. Is it restricting divine senses? Lady Ghost Curse frowned and whispered. Zhuo Wen and Luo Suo both frowned. Zhuo Wen's divine senses were extremely powerful. Although he could still extend his divine senses far away, he could clearly feel that there was a mysterious force in the white mist that was suppressing his divine senses. However, Yao Xiong and the King Spirit looked normal. It was probably not the first time they had entered this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so calm. Let's move on. The Luo God Palace ruins are not far from us. Yao Xiong smiled slightly and walked forward side by side with the king's spirit. Zhuo Wen, on the other hand, followed closely behind with a calm gaze. Luo Suo and Lady Ghost Curse, on the other hand, looked bewildered. Both of them were beginning to think of retreating. Wealth comes from danger. Follow them. Luo Suo gritted his teeth and chased after them. Although the Ghost Curse lady was uneasy, she wasn't afraid at this time. A long, winding path appeared in front of the white mist. Zhuowen followed and found that Yao Xiong and the king's spirit were walking very slowly. As Yao Xiong walked, the 5 fingers on his right hand moved slightly and his mouth muttered something. It was as if he was deducing something. Zhuo, when carefully observed this small path, and only then did he discover that this small path was set up with extremely powerful and terrifying restrictions, and Yao Xiong was deducing the method to break this restriction. Brother Zhuo, Lady Ghost Curse, you two are not weak in Array Dao. Come with me. The restriction spell on the way to the Luo God Palace ruins is very powerful. It can't be completely broken. It can only be temporarily offset. To be honest, back then, Brother D and I made a trip here. Back then, it took us half a year to finally open up a temporary path and reach the Luotian Palace ruins. It hasn't been that long. The temporary path that I spent half a year to open back then has disappeared without a trace. Now, we can only open a new path. Yao Xiong smiled bitterly. Brother Yao, you are too polite. Now that we are in the same boat, we have to work together, the Ghost Curse lady said quickly. Zhuowen just nodded and didn't say anything. Yao Xiong smiled slightly and then taught the two of them how to deduce the restriction spell on the path. Although the restriction spell on the path was terrifying, there was a pattern to it. The Ghost Curse lady and Zhuowen's array Dao was not low, so they quickly figured out the pattern. Next, the 3 of them continued to deduce and work together to open a new path to the Luo God Palace ruins in the center of the continent. Although the 3 of them were together this time, it took them 2 months to finally reach the center of the continent. During these 2 months, while Zhuowen was deducing the restriction spell, he was also constantly observing Yao Xiong and the Ghost Curse lady's arrayed Dao techniques. He constantly compared them, and Zhuowen's arrayed Dao skills improved imperceptibly. Zhuo Wen, who was originally a level 5 divine array master, had improved his understanding of array Dao to a whole new level after 2 months. He had actually reached level 6 in one leap. After passing through the canyon in front, we will reach the Luo God Palace ruins, but Yao Xiong stopped. His eyes were filled with fear as he pointed at the canyon in front of them with his right hand. The canyon was very narrow. It was only about 20 feet wide. Occasionally, some stones would roll down the canyon, making ear-piercing sounds. Other than that, it was completely silent. At the front of the canyon, the fog was thicker. Due to the thick fog, the other 4 could not see much. However, Zhuowen's divine sense was different. His divine sense was far more penetrative than ordinary cultivators. He extended his divine sense into the canyon and scanned it. Suddenly, he stopped at the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, he could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged. The figure was as thin as firewood. When Zhuowen wanted to see the figure clearly, the fog around him suddenly rolled and began to devour his divine sense. Zhuowen was shocked. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and revealed a look of lingering fear. Everyone, be careful in this canyon. When you enter, don't use your divine sense. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. The king's spirit gave a rare reminder and glanced at Zhuowen. Let's go. The real danger lies behind the canyon. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Yao Xiong reminded him in an indifferent tone as he cautiously entered the canyon. Zhuo Wen followed behind with a slight frown on his face. What exactly was that figure that his divine sense detected just now? At that time, when he wanted to see the true face of this figure, the surrounding fog became unscrupulous and forcibly squeezed out his divine sense. The canyon was not long. Soon, the 5 of them reached the second half of the canyon. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the end of the canyon. To his surprise, there was no figure at the end of the canyon. There was nothing at all. Did I see an illusion? Zhuowen muttered to himself and began to doubt himself. That's not right. My spiritual sense can't be wrong. Moreover, the sudden raging of the mist doesn't seem to be an illusion. Otherwise, my spiritual sense wouldn't have suffered such damage. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he pondered. Don't move! Suddenly, Yao Xiong, who was walking in front, stopped abruptly. Zhuowen also stopped, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Not only Zhuowen, but also the ghost curse lady and Luo Suo. Just as Luo Suo was about to speak, Yao Xiong said again, Everyone don't move. Don't use your divine sense. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He found that Yao Xiong's body was trembling. Even the king spirit's eyes were strange, and there was a trace of fear in them. Even the king spirit showed such an expression. Zhuowen was even more confused. He didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, Zhuowen felt a bone-chilling coldness spread throughout his body, causing him to stiffen to the point that he couldn't move. It felt as if he was frozen in ice and couldn't move at all. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, silent footsteps slowly came from behind. The sound of footsteps was very slow and light, but it was as sharp and piercing as the edge of a blade. Zhuowen's pupils constricted. He could not help but feel nervous, especially as the footsteps got closer and closer. The nervousness in Zhuowen's heart grew. Furthermore, as the footsteps got closer and closer, Zhuowen had the urge to turn around and take a look. What the hell is this? Chapter 2082. The martyr due to his position. Zhuowen could see part of the scene behind him from the corner of his eye. An extremely skinny figure slowly appeared in his line of sight. It's him. When the thin figure appeared in front of Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but recall the thin figure that his divine sense had detected in the canyon. He dared to conclude that the strange figure that appeared in his line of sight was the emaciated figure that his divine sense had detected earlier. It was a thin old man in a black Taoist robe. He had no hair, and the strange thing was that his lower body was transparent. Zhuowen could clearly see the dense blood vessels and meridians in his lower body. The man slowly walked over. There was no life in his eyes, as if he was a living dead. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The man finally stopped a few steps behind the 5 people. Luo Suo was at the back of the 5 people. He could clearly feel a bone-chilling coldness. It was getting stronger and stronger. He could not help but tremble. When the thin old man came to a position next to Luo Suo's eyes fell on the thin old man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the skinny old man's footsteps came to a halt. Then he slowly turned around. His empty eyes stared straight at Luo Suo. Luo Suo frowned slightly. When their eyes met, his heart could not help but tremble. Then his eyes were filled with confusion. The illusory heavenly bridge in Luo Suo's body began to slowly appear in the air. Zhuowen was shocked. He could clearly see that Luo Suo's illusory heavenly bridge was slowly approaching the thin old man. Finally, it completely merged into the old man's body. After the illusory heavenly bridge entered the old man's body, Zhuowen found that Luo Suo's eyes were as empty as the old man's. He looked as if he had lost his soul. The old man turned around and continued to walk forward. Luo Suo also raised his feet and followed the old man silently. Both Zhuowen and the ghost curse lady were shocked by this strange scene, especially the ghost curse lady. She quickly closed her eyes. her body trembling and her face turning pale. The old man walked silently. Luo Suo, who was following behind him, gradually lost his hair. The lower half of his body gradually became transparent. Dense blood vessels protruded from the lower half of his body, making him look exceptionally strange. The old man didn't stop and continued to move forward. However, when he passed by Zhuowen, Zhuowen felt that the chill in his body was much heavier than before. Moreover, he keenly sensed that a soulless gaze fell on him. Zhuowen knew that the owner of this gaze was definitely the strange, skinny old man. Zhuowen's heart trembled. He forced himself to calm down and closed his eyes, not intending to meet the old man's gaze. It wasn't until the skinny old man's footsteps gradually faded away that Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that his back was completely soaked in sweat. It was very uncomfortable to be stuck to his back. After the old man left, the bone-chilling cold in the surroundings finally disappeared completely. Yao Xiong trembled and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The king's spirit and the ghost curse lady also let out a sigh of relief. Yao Xiong, who was that thing? The ghost curse lady asked with lingering fear. That was a martyr. It is said that when Luo Shun died in battle and moved the Luo Shin palace to the waning crescent, there weren't many disciples left in the Luo Shin palace. However, the few remaining disciples had a deep obsession. They had to revive the Luo Shin palace. Just like that, they were trapped here day after day, year after year, and finally died with this obsession. However, after they died, they didn't turn into a pile of yellow dust. Instead, they became martyrs who were neither human nor ghost. Yao Xiong spoke tirelessly and briefly about the origins of the martyrs. Can cultivators also become martyrs? Zhuowen asked with a sharp gaze. Yao Xiong smiled and said, Didn't you see what happened to Luo Suo? What's the point of asking this? Zhuowen was silent. Just as Yao Xiong had said, once a cultivator's spiritual sense or eyes met with a martyr, they would be assimilated by the martyr and become the next martyr that was neither human nor ghost. Are there many martyrs here? The ghost curse lady suddenly asked. Yao Xiong said solemnly, I'm not too sure. This is the second time Brother D and I have entered this place. Last time we also encountered martyrs, and almost half of them were taken away. This time we only brought 5 people, and one of them was taken away. Sigh. Speaking of this, Yao Xiong sighed softly. No one knew whether he was sighing for Luo Suo or for his companion who was taken away last time. Brother Yao, if there are such terrifying martyrs here, why didn't you tell me before we came in? If I knew there were such things here, I wouldn't have agreed to come in. The ghost curse lady's expression changed slightly, and she was quite angry. Compared to the treasures in the Luo Shun Palace ruins, the ghost curse lady valued the latter more. The king's spirit sneered and said, Trash will always be trash. You're retreating after such a small setback. Yao Xiong stopped the king's spirit from mocking her. He looked at her and said, If you really want to back down, I won't stop you. But let me tell you this. If you don't have the map, you won't be able to leave this place. The ghost curse lady's expression changed slightly. If she couldn't leave this place, it would be no different from death. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was sneering inwardly. It seemed that Yao Xiong had already predicted that his team member would back out. Now that he had said those words, the ghost cursing lady who wanted to back out would not dare to leave by herself. Do you still want to leave alone? Yao Xiong asked again. The ghost curse lady's face turned pale. She shook her head and said nothing. Let's go. We'll arrive at the Luo Shen Palace ruins after we leave the canyon. I'll need the 3 of you to enter the Luo Shen Palace ruins together. Don't worry, the 3 of you. I've never thought of harming you. We're all in the same boat. If we don't work together, we may all die in the Luo Shen Palace ruins. Yao Xiong looked at the 3 of them and said calmly. Walking out of the canyon, the 4 of them were greeted by a long stretch of mountain range. Yao Xiong led them around the mountain range and finally entered the deepest part of the mountain range. Here, there was a huge black rock that was thousands of feet tall. The pitch-black rock was completely different from other rocks. Its surface was actually suffused with a strange metallic luster. Moreover, the metallic luster was sparkling like the surface of a lake under the setting sun. Countless ripples appeared on its surface, reflecting the rays of the setting sun. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that the black rock wasn't a real rock. It was just the appearance of a very powerful seal. As long as the seal was broken, the huge black rock would collapse on its own. Ghost Curse Lady, you're the most skilled in array formation here. Can you see what the seal is? Brother D and I were trapped outside the seal and couldn't enter. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled at the Ghost Curse Lady. Zhuowen and Di Ling also looked at the Ghost Curse Lady. Although the Ghost Curse Lady had suffered a loss at Zhuowen's hands, it was because she had underestimated Zhuowen. In addition, Zhuowen's divine sense was stronger than the Ghost Curse Lady's. The Ghost Curse Lady was caught off guard and had no time to react. In terms of array formation skills, even Zhuowen, who had become a level 6 divine array master, was inferior to the Ghost Curse Lady. However, Zhuowen looked at Yao Xiong and frowned slightly. He felt that some of Yao Xiong's words were not trustworthy. Although Zhuowen couldn't see through Yao Xiong's array formation skills, his divine sense was much stronger than the Ghost Curse Lady's. When he was deducing the path, he felt that Yao Xiong's array formation skills were not low. He might even be stronger than the Ghost Curse Lady. Zhuowen didn't know why Yao Xiong wanted to hide his array formation skills, but he knew that Yao Xiong was up to no good. The Ghost Curse Lady didn't suspect anything. She looked at the black rock in front of her seriously and said, "What kind of seal is this? We have to explore it first to know." As she said that, the Ghost Curse Lady took a few steps back and formed a seal with her hands. Suddenly, a series of hand seals appeared between her fingers. These hand seals overlapped with each other and turned into an extremely complicated seal. The Ghost Curse Lady shouted in a low voice and slammed the seal into the black rock in front of her. The moment the seal landed on the black rock, the surface of the rock seemed to melt. Strange ripples appeared on the surface of the rock, as if a stone had fallen into the water. However, the moment the ripples appeared, Zhuowen clearly sensed with his divine sense that there were tiny runes in the ripples. These talisman seals were profound and obscure, and they were like talisman scrawls. Moreover, they emanated a distant and ancient aura. The Ghost Curse Lady took a few steps back again. She took a deep breath and tapped her chest 7 times in a row. 7 wisps of black gas came out of her 7 apertures. The Ghost Curse Lady was surrounded by the black gas, which contained a strong vitality. Then, she suddenly stepped forward and entered the pitch-black rock. The moment the Ghost Curse Lady's figure disappeared into the rock, the huge black rock began to tremble violently. Then, the ripples on the surface of the rock became faster and faster, and gradually became transparent. Finally, a pitch-black cave passage appeared in the transparent part. There was no light in the passage, and it was extremely deep. The Ghost Curse Lady's face was pale. She quickly retreated from the cave and gasped, "It's the 7-step rockfall formation. This is an 8th-level formation. Isn't the Luo God Palace ruins a little too extravagant to use an 8th-level formation at the entrance? Is there a way to break the formation?" Yao Xiong asked deliberately. The Ghost Curse Lady took an elixir, and her pale face eased a lot. She said in a low voice, "Of course there is, and it's very simple. Since this is the 7-step rockfall formation, when the formation was set up, it took 7 steps in this passage." Chapter 2083. 7-Step Falling Stone Matrix. Is this matrix dangerous? Yao Xiong asked. The Ghost Curse Lady shook her head and said, "This matrix has been around for countless years. Its attacking ability has long since disappeared, but its sealing ability is still intact. The person trying to break it will not be in too much danger. With my cultivation and my knowledge of matrices, I can only take 4 steps at most. That is my limit. The ghost curse lady looked at Yao Xiong and the others calmly. Her meaning was clear. She had already deciphered the basis of the 7-step falling stone matrix. As for breaking it, she was powerless. She could only leave it to Yao Xiong and the others. Yao Xiong's eyes flashed, but he smiled at Zhuowen and said, "Brother Zhua, why don't you give it a try?" The king spirit and the ghost curse lady looked at Zhuowen mockingly. From the beginning until now, Zhuowen had not been of much help, and Zhuowen had not been the main force in figuring out the path. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He knew that since he was already here, he could not do nothing. If he did, he would be excluded from the team. He had to enter the Luo God Palace ruins. Once he entered, he would be like a fish in water. After all, he still had another incomplete map with him, which recorded the path inside the Luo God Palace ruins. Once he entered the Luo God Palace ruins, Zhuowen planned to find an opportunity to part ways with the 3 of them. I have only reached the virtual sky, 3rd step. Brother Yao, do you really trust me that much? Zhuowen asked calmly. Yao Xiong did not take it seriously. He said, "Brother Zhua, you may not know this, but the 7-step falling stone matrix does not only test one's cultivation, but also the strength of one's body. Brother Zhua, I remember that you have a doppelganger. That doppelganger should be a demonic cultivator with an extremely strong body. If you have the help of that doppelganger, breaking the 7-step falling stone matrix will not be difficult." A cold light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. It seemed that when he killed Lu Wuqi, Yao Xiong had arrived at the scene very early and had seen the scene of the black-clothed Zhuowen killing Lu Wuqi. King Spirit and Ghost Curse Lady were surprised. They did not expect Zhuowen to have another body. Although it was not rare for cultivators to create clones, the clones required a great deal of resources to nurture. In other words, if you have a clone, then not only do you have to split your attention to nurture the clone, but you also have to use a portion of your resources to nurture the clone. After all, if the doppelganger was not strong enough, it would not be of any help to the main body. It would be better to use all the resources on the main body to improve the main body's cultivation as much as possible. With Yao Xiong exposing his clone, Zhuowen could do nothing about it. He could only wave his sleeve and find the black-robed Zhuowen, who was surging with demonic qi. True God, 2 disasters! Ghost Curse Lady raised her eyebrows. She could feel the fire aura on the demonic cultivator. She sneered in her heart and said, "How strong can this trash's body be? I'm afraid he can't even take a step forward in the 7-step rockfall matrix." Thump! Unfortunately, as soon as Ghost Curse Lady finished speaking, the black-robed Zhuowen took a step forward and landed firmly on the 1st step of the 7-step rockfall matrix. Ghost Curse Lady's face stiffened as if she had eaten Chinese medicine. She did not dare to say anything. Humph! Even if he takes the 1st step of the 7-step rockfall matrix, how many steps can a true god 2 disasters take? Let alone break the matrix. Ghost Curse Lady snorted coldly and whispered. Yao Xiong and King Spirit squinted their eyes. Their vision was much higher than Ghost Curse Lady's. They did feel the fire aura on the black-robed Zhuowen, but they also felt the terrifying power of thunder on the black-robed Zhuowen. The power of the thunder was far stronger than the thunder disaster of a true god 1 disaster. It's true god extreme thunder. This guy is really something. I'm afraid this doppelganger is even stronger than his original body, King Spirit whispered to Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong smirked and replied, "So what? Even if it's true god extreme thunder, he's no match for you. In the end, he's just a pushover in our hands." The King Spirit nodded nonchalantly. At that moment, the black-clothed Zhuowen silently stood at the position of the 1st step. The instant he took the 1st step, he felt a pressure pressing down on him from all directions. In particular, the pressure in front of him was even more terrifying. Fortunately, The black-robed Zhuan's body was much stronger than a normal cultivator's, so he was not afraid of the pressure. Thump, thump, thump. The black-robed Zhuan took 3 steps forward slowly. The pressure condensed from the 3 steps was like a terrifying whirlwind, sweeping Zhuan's body. Zhuan could feel that the pressure had reached an unbelievable level. The resistance in front of him was like a storm, like thousands of mountains, preventing him from moving forward. With every step he took, the pressure would multiply. If this continued, it would be more difficult to move forward. If it was an ordinary cultivator's body, it would be difficult for him to last until the 5th step. His body would collapse inch by inch. However, the black-robed Zhuan was different. He had the body of Devourer, a powerful race in the starry sky. The pressure was indeed terrifying, but it was not enough to stop him from moving forward. Taking a deep breath, Zhuan continued to step forward. He took 2 consecutive steps and arrived at the 5th step. The instant the 5th step landed, the oppressive might in the area reached a terrifying level that could shake heaven and earth. It was as if the invisible pressure under Zhuan's feet had turned into ferocious hands, entangling Zhuan's feet and dragging him deep into the ground. At this moment, under the terrifying pressure, Zhuan was like a lonely boat in the sea. Under the monstrous waves, he could sink into the sea at any time. At this moment, the ghost curse lady frowned and lowered her head, muttering to herself, "The array has changed at the 5th step. The person who set up the array is really insidious." Although Lady Ghost Curse said so, her lips curled into a gloating smile. As far as she was concerned, being able to make Zhuan suffer was absolutely pleasing to the eye. After all, ever since she met Zhuan, everything went wrong for her. Now that she could see Zhuan suffer, she was more than happy. Yao Xiong and Di Ling's eyes were calm and even cold. It was impossible to tell what they were thinking. Zhuan took a deep breath and took the 6th step. However, the moment the 6th step landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, but he still managed to stand on the 6th step. Yao Xiong sneered in his heart. He originally thought that Zhuan was smarter than most people and knew how to make choices. Now he realized that this person was still a little reckless and impulsive. He hadn't even entered the Luotian Palace ruins yet, but he was already so desperate to break through the 7-step rockfall matrix, and he didn't care about the consequences. Yao Xiong was sure that even if this kid broke the 7-step rockfall formation, at that time, this clone would probably be heavily injured, and this kid would surely lose a sharp trump card. The moment he took the 6th step, the black-clothed Zhuan didn't stop at all and took another step. The moment he took the 7th step, the black-clothed Zhuan's body emitted a dense popping sound. It was as if all the bones in his body were being crushed under the terrifying pressure. Around the black-clothed Zhuan's body, a large amount of blood mist spewed out. The demonic aura surrounding the black-clothed Zhuan's body was dyed red by the blood mist. It looked very strange. The black-clothed Zhuan stopped at the 7th step. As for the real Zhuan, he looked at Yao Xiong and said in a low voice, "Brother Yao, my clone has suffered heavy losses this time." Yao Xiong's eyes flickered. He patted Zhuan's shoulder and said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Zhuan, for your selfless contribution. How about this? After we enter the Luotian Palace ruins, you can have the first pick of the items we find. How about that?" Zhuan shook his head and said, "Yao Xiong, I'm afraid this isn't enough. After all, I've sacrificed a lot this time." Yao Xiong's eyes were dark, but he still smiled and said, "Take this." As he spoke, Yao Xiong handed Zhuan a jade-colored elixir. This elixir flickered with dense light patterns and looked very strange. However, Zhuan felt a strong medicinal power from this elixir that surprised him. This is the Holy Seal elixir. This elixir can permanently raise cultivators below the 5th step of the void sky realm by a small realm. Moreover, there are almost no side effects, Yao Xiong said. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and he accepted the Holy Seal elixir without hesitation. He cupped his hands at Yao Xiong and said, "Thank you, Brother Yao. There's only one step left. The rest is up to you, Brother Zhuowen." Yao Xiong looked meaningfully at Zhuowen's real body. Then his gaze fell on the black-clothed Zhuowen, who was on the 7th step. After receiving benefits from Yao Xiong, the black-clothed Zhuowen hesitated for a moment. Then he quickly raised his right foot and took the 8th step. The moment the 8th step landed, the surrounding mountains suddenly rumbled and trembled violently. Many huge rocks fell from the mountains, alerting the martyrs hidden around the canyon. At this moment, the 7th step rockfall array completely collapsed. Pucci! The moment the array collapsed, the black-clothed Zhuowen's face turned pale and he was sent flying. The eyes of Zhuowen's real body flickered. He immediately took a step forward, stretched out his right hand, and accurately pressed against the black-clothed Zhuowen's back, completely stopping him from flying backwards. "Brother Zhuowen, is your avatar okay?" Yao Xiong immediately stepped forward and placed his right hand on the black-clothed Zhuowen's shoulder. A secret divine sense quickly probed from Yao Xiong's palm into the black-clothed Zhuowen's body. It traveled all over his body before he quietly withdrew it. After confirming that the black-clothed Zhuowen was indeed seriously injured, Yao Xiong was relieved. He knew that this avatar was not fake. However, the coldness in Zhuowen's eyes was biting cold. Although Yao Xiong did it very secretly, his divine sense was not to be trifled with. The moment Yao Xiong's divine sense probed the black-clothed Zhuowen, he noticed it, but he did not act. So. Suddenly, the valley behind the mountain range completely collapsed at this moment. Then, more than 10 figures flew out from the valley. The moment Zhuowen saw these figures, his scalp went numb. This was because these figures were none other than the hairless martyrs whose lower bodies were transparent. "Let's go." Yao Xiong and Di Ling's faces darkened. They quickly went into the tunnel in front of them, followed by the ghost curse lady. Chapter 2084. 7 poison puppets, the leader of the dozen, or so martyrs, had a broken sword stuck in his left chest. Only the tip of the broken sword was left. The surface of the broken sword was rusty and ordinary. The moment Zhuowen saw the broken sword, his pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his heart thumped wildly. Wasn't this broken sword the first half of the broken sword he had obtained from the ancient sword tomb? Zhuowen pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. Zhuowen immediately shattered 300 divine soul star systems. Then his divine sense instantly increased by countless times. His terrifying divine sense transformed into a gigantic hand that shot out and grabbed the broken sword in front of the martyr's chest. Pucci! Zhuowen pulled out the broken sword without hesitation. The martyrs stared at Zhuowen. Under the gazes of so many double martyrs, Zhuowen felt dizzy, as if he would collapse at any moment. However, Zhuowen made a prompt decision to consume the heavenly domain star essence, which instantly healed his damaged divine soul and shattered his divine soul galaxy once again, allowing him to recover from his confused state. Grabbing the broken sword, Zhuowen took a step forward and entered the tunnel. After Zhuowen's figure disappeared into the passageway, the martyrs arrived one after another. However, they seemed to have some kind of taboo. They lingered outside the passageway, not daring to enter. Zhuowen sped through the pitch-black tunnel for a long time until he could no longer hear the footsteps of the martyr behind him. Only then did he stop. Only then did Zhuowen start to look around. This was still a passageway, but Zhuowen's divine sense probed out first. He discovered that there was a huge stone room not far from the passageway. In the stone room, he also discovered Yao Xiong and the other 2. They continued forward, and as soon as they entered the stone chamber, they immediately attracted the attention of Yao Xiong and the others. "Brother Zhua, why are you so slow? Did something happen to you outside just now?" Yao Xiong turned to look at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen smiled and said, It was the first time I saw so many martyrs. I was stunned for a moment, so I came in late. I see. Yao Xiong took a deep look at Zhuowen and did not continue to ask. At this moment, Zhuowen began to look around the stone room. The walls around the stone room were overgrown with weeds, indicating that this stone room was ancient. The stone room was not big. There were 3 rooms in total. The ground was messy and many pills were scattered everywhere. However, most of these pills were already in the wind flower realm and would scatter with a single touch. They were completely unusable. As I said just now, Brother Zhua contributed a lot to deciphering the 7-step rockfall formation. So we must let Brother Zhua choose first. This stone room is quite big. Perhaps there is something good. The 3 of us don't need to touch it. Let Brother Zhua search by himself. Whatever he finds will belong to Brother Zhua. The 3 of us cannot take anything. Yao Xiong suddenly said this righteously, but Zhuowen's heart sank. The stone room in front of them was the entrance. What good things could there be? Yao Xiong had purposely said this because he wanted to use the things in the stone room to casually dismiss Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen had the other half of the map fragment. He knew that the real good things were in the depths of the Luo God Palace ruins, and not in this stone room. It was already good enough that he could find some divine medicine and pills in the stone room. It was wishful thinking to want better things. What? Is Zhuowen not satisfied? If you are not satisfied— Before Yao Xiong could finish, he was interrupted by Zhuowen. Zhuowen appreciates Brother Yao's good intentions. How can I not be satisfied? It's just that my clone is seriously injured and my strength has been greatly reduced. I'm afraid that it will be extremely disadvantageous for me to continue. Therefore, I plan to recuperate in this stone room for a while, Zhuowen said. Yao Xiong frowned slightly. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and nodded. That's good. Brother Zhua has put in a lot of effort this time. You do need to recuperate for a while. With that, Yao Xiong waved his sleeve. A black gas condensed into a human figure in front of him. It was an expressionless man in black. His skin was a strange greenish-black color, as if he had been poisoned. This is the 7 poisons puppet that I personally refined. The poison in its body is terrifying and its toxicity is unparalleled. If an ordinary cultivator of the Void Sky 5th stage is not careful, they may be poisoned and seriously injured. I'll leave this puppet to you, Brother Zhua. If you encounter any danger, this puppet can definitely help you, Yao Xiong said with a smile. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. It seemed that Yao Xiong was worried about him. He had actually placed such a puppet beside him to keep an eye on him. Thank you, Brother Yao, Zhuowen said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Yao Xiong waved his hand and said hypocritically, Brother Zhua, what are you saying? We are companions now. Naturally, we should help each other. Only in this way can we go far in this dangerous Luo God Palace ruins. Isn't that right? Now, the 3 of us will go ahead to explore. When the time comes, we will set up markings. When Brother Zhua is done recuperating, just follow the markings and follow. Zhuowen did not say anything. Instead, he nodded. Yao Xiong instructed again. The 3 of them left the stone room and began to explore the depths of the Luo God Palace ruins. After the 3 of them left, the puppet stared at Zhuowen. Its tyrannical divine sense locked onto Zhuowen tightly as if it was looking at a prisoner. The black-robed Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the spot and began to pretend to recuperate. Meanwhile, Zhuowen's original body began to search the 3 stone rooms. He carefully searched the first 2 stone rooms, but didn't find anything of value. When he entered the 3rd stone room, it was empty. There was only a praying mat stained with blood. Zhuowen carefully examined the praying mat. He slowly probed it with his divine sense and discovered that there was something mysterious about it. He took off the praying mat and discovered that there was a hole underneath it. He probed it with his divine sense and found a skeleton sitting cross-legged at the end of the hole. Zhuowen looked up and down at the skeleton. Under the skeleton's pelvis, he found a half-empty elixir. Zhuowen picked up the half-empty elixir and looked it up and down. He narrowed his eyes. He discovered that there were faint light patterns on the surface of the elixir. It looked 90% similar to the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill that Yao Xiong had given him. Zhuowen took out the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill and compared it with the half-empty elixir. Indeed, in terms of patterns, the two elixirs were almost identical. Without a doubt, this half-empty elixir was definitely the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the skeleton again. He discovered that the skeleton was completely black and was faintly surrounded by black gas. Furthermore, Zhuowen could sense the black gas with a sniff. It was probably a powerful and terrifying poisonous gas. Zhuowen looked at the skeleton and played with the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill in his hand. The coldness in his eyes intensified. He was certain that there was something wrong with the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Although he did not discover any poison in the Holy Forbidden Divine Pill, he knew that the skeleton was an example. He would not be fooled because of this. Of course, Zhuowen did not need to think to guess why the skeleton was sitting in the stone chamber and why it happened to have consumed the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Yao Xiong must have entered the Luotian Palace ruins more than once. Yao Xiong knew a lot more than he did. He knew about the martyrs in the canyon and the interior of the Luotian Palace ruins. Perhaps Yao Xiong had long known that one person needed to be assimilated into a martyr to be allowed to pass through the canyon. Luo Suo had become a pitiful sacrifice in Yao Xiong's plan. As for Lady Ghost Curse, her array formation skills were extremely high. Yao Xiong had only invited her to open a path for them. As for Zhuowen, what did Yao Xiong see in him? Divine Soul, Zhuowen guessed the answer. During the battle with Lu Wuqi, Yao Xiong had also sensed that Zhuowen's divine soul was different. That was why he had invited him to enter the Luotian Palace ruins. In other words, there had to be something in the Luotian Palace ruins that required a powerful divine soul to decipher. However, Zhuowen felt that something was amiss. If Yao Xiong really needed Zhuowen, why would he give him the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill? The Saint Forbidden Divine Pill was suspected to be poison. Wasn't Yao Xiong afraid that Zhuowen would be poisoned to death like the skeleton in front of him after consuming the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill? Saint Forbidden Divine Pill. Consume it. You can advance by a small realm. A stuttering voice came from the door of the stone chamber. Zhuowen turned to look at the puppet with a sneer on his face. Now he knew why the owner of the skeleton had died of poison. The Saint Forbidden Divine Pill was indeed not poison. However, there should be something in it that was related to the 7 poison puppets' poison. Once he consumed the Saint Forbidden Divine Pill, he might be able to advance by a small realm. However, he would be restricted by the 7 poison puppets at the same time. At that time, the poison released by the 7 poison puppets might be able to kill Zhuowen. He would be in so much pain that he would wish he was dead. If he did not want to die, he could only listen to the 7 poison puppets or the 7 poison puppets' master, Yao Xiong. Yao Xiong, you have a good idea. Chapter 2085. Luo God Stone Statue Green. Light burst out of the 7 poisons puppet's eyes. With a grin, it shook its arms, releasing a dense poisonous gas that instantly spread throughout the stone chamber. Zhuowen calmly took out a bottle of Heavenly Domain Star Essence, poured it into his mouth, and held it in his mouth. The 7 poisons puppets' poisonous gas was really powerful. Not only did it cause terrible damage when it invaded the body, but it also had terrible corrosiveness when it touched the skin. If Zhuowen didn't rely on the Heavenly Domain Star Essence, this poisonous gas would be really troublesome for him. But now that he had the Heavenly Domain Star Essence, Zhuowen had no scruples in this poisonous gas. Bang! Sword Swimming Great Void was used. Sword light poured down like water, pouring down on the 7 poisons puppet. But the 7 poisons puppet was not easy to deal with. Its hands formed a series of seals, and green runes appeared on its arms. Bang! The 7 Poisons puppet punched out with both fists at an extremely fast frequency, like cannonballs, endless and endless, blocking the terrible sword light. Just as the 7 Poisons puppet was about to counterattack, a palm suddenly grabbed its head from behind. The palm of this hand contained terrifying black thunderbolts, and they crackled continuously. Boom! The black thunderbolts were so terrible that the 7 Poisons puppet's head was directly blown off. But the black thunderbolts did not stop. The terrifying black thunderbolts invaded the 7 Poisons puppet's body and began to wantonly destroy it. Boom! 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 The 7 Poisons puppet's body trembled violently, and with a boom, it exploded into countless pieces. After the 7 Poisons puppet collapsed, a figure shrouded in demonic fog slowly walked out from behind it. It was the black-clothed Zhuowen. In Yao Xiong's impression, the black-clothed Zhuowen was seriously injured and was no longer a threat, so he did not let the 7 Poisons puppet guard against the black-clothed Zhuowen. It was because the 7 Poisons puppet did not guard against the black-clothed Zhuowen that the black-clothed Zhuowen successfully launched a sneak attack. The black-clothed Zhuowen waved his sleeve and summoned a devouring vortex, which absorbed all the poisonous gas in the surroundings. Zhuowen's true body slowly walked out of the poison gas. He glanced at the destroyed 7 Poisons puppets and frowned, muttering to himself, "The 7 Poisons puppets have been destroyed. That Yao Xiong will definitely sense it. I have to leave this place as soon as possible." As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a jade slip from his spirit ring. This jade slip contained the route of the sun and moon grass that he had obtained from the crepe myrtle sect. The map recorded the route inside the Luotian Palace ruins. Although there were no specific markings, it was better for Zhuowen to have this map than to blindly wander around the Luotian Palace ruins. After briefly skimming through the contents of the jade slip, Zhuowen put away the black-clothed Zhuowen and allowed him to continue comprehending the 1,000-sword rain in the spirit ring while he flew out of the stone room. Not long after Zhuowen left the stone chamber, 3 figures returned from outside the stone chamber. These 3 people were Yao Xiong and the other 2 people who had returned. Yao Xiong came to the broken 7 Poisons puppet and silently looked at the puppet fragments under his feet. His face was as calm as still water, and no one could tell his true emotions. It seems that this Zhuowen did not know how to appreciate kindness. He actually attacked my 7 Poisons puppet and destroyed it. You may know a person for a long time, but you cannot judge his true nature. After a long time, Yao Xiong sighed softly, and then his eyes burst with a cold, murderous intent. He continued, "If I find this boy, I will not let him off." The ghost curse lady's eyes flashed, and she saw a clue. But she was not stupid enough to say it out loud. Now that she was tied to Yao Xiong and the king's spirit, if she did not rely on these 2 people, she would not be able to get out. So she had to rely on them. The place was overgrown with weeds, and the fog was faintly discernible. The scenery in the distance was faintly discernible. Zhuowen sped along, passing through one valley after another. From time to time, he would stop and take out the jade slip to look at it for a moment, as if he was comparing the route. Not long after, he continued to move forward. After a while, Zhuowen arrived outside a valley. At the very front of the valley, there was an extremely tall mountain range. At the top of the mountain range, clouds lingered, and the shadow of a building could be vaguely seen. Zhuowen knew that this building was most likely the Luo god palace of the past. This restriction. Is it the ghost curse lady's technique? Just as Zhuowen was about to enter the valley, his gaze fell on the entrance of the valley, and he found some clues. The entrance of the valley was originally sealed by a restriction, but now it had been broken by someone. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with this method at all. It was the ghost curse lady's method of breaking the array. After all, Zhuowen and the ghost curse lady had worked together to deduce the path to the Luo god palace ruins. Zhuowen knew the ghost curse lady's method of breaking arrays very well. Zhuowen thought for a moment, then summoned several array discs with his right hand and set up a continuous trap and kill array. On top of the trap and kill array, Zhuowen set up a shielding array to completely conceal the trap and kill array. Zhuowen believed that with the ghost curse lady and Yao Xiong's arrogance, they would have already broken the restriction here. They would definitely not expect someone to set up a trap and kill array here. Although the trap and kill array could not kill Yao Xiong and the others, it could at least annoy them. After doing this, Zhuowen turned into a shadow and disappeared from the valley. Not long after Zhuowen left, Yao Xiong and the others arrived at the entrance of the valley again. That Zhuowen is alone, and he doesn't have a map of the Luo God Palace ruins. He can only be a blind cat running into a dead mouse. There is nothing to be afraid of. Let's go inside the Luo God Palace ruins first. Yao Xiong stopped outside the valley and pointed his right hand at the top of the mountain range at the end of the valley. He continued, "At the top of the mountain there is a huge building. That is the Luo God Palace ruins." The king spirit and the ghost curse lady both looked in the direction Yao Xiong pointed, their eyes burning with passion. "Let's go in." The corners of Yao Xiong's mouth curled up as he stepped into the valley. However, the moment his right foot stepped into the valley, Yao Xiong had an ominous premonition. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a series of explosions under his feet. The explosions grew louder and louder, and a terrifying killing force instantly enveloped Yao Xiong. The king spirit and the ghost curse lady did not expect this to happen. The moment the explosions sounded, they quickly retreated, not caring about Yao Xiong. The explosions did not last long. They were annihilated by an even more terrifying force. Then, Yao Xiong walked out with a gloomy face. His face was green with anger. "Ghost curse lady, you have to give me an explanation. Didn't you say that the entrance to the valley has been completely broken? What is the situation now? Don't tell me you didn't see what happened to me just now." Yao Xiong looked at the innocent ghost curse lady furiously and shouted at the top of his lungs. Lady Ghost Curse was really frightened by this shout. She quickly explained, "I don't know what's going on either. I've clearly broken through the restrictions at the entrance. That's impossible." After saying that, the ghost curse lady walked to the entrance. She formed a seal with her hands and muttered something. Then she said in a deep voice, "Someone has set up a chain of trap and kill arrays here. They have also set up a shielding array outside the trap and kill arrays." Yao Xiong calmed down at this moment. His chest heaved up and down. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "You mean someone else came here before us? That's impossible. We are the only ones who entered this place. There can't be outsiders." The king spirit suddenly interrupted. "Brother Yao, did you forget about Zhuowen? That little bastard's array skills are not bad." Yao Xiong frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, "Lady Ghost Curse, we have to be careful from now on. If Zhuowen really runs ahead of us, he might set a trap for us." The ghost curse lady nodded. Then she suddenly wondered, "How did Zhuowen get here? I remember that we took the wrong path several times before we finally arrived here. But maybe that kid is just lucky. Be careful from now on. If you can find Zhuowen, capture him immediately." "I still have some use for him," Yao Xiong said. Then the three of them entered the valley. However, the three of them were much more vigilant than before. If there was even the slightest movement, the three of them would be on guard. At this moment, at the end of the valley, the top of the tall mountain range was shrouded in fog. Zhuowen stood in the hazy fog. His eyes fell on the huge group of buildings in front of him. Inside this group of buildings, there were countless palaces made of white marble. They looked many times more advanced than the palaces of mortal emperors. However, the building complex was now lifeless. Zhuowen even discovered that most of the buildings were rather dilapidated, as if they were in ruins. In the center of this group of buildings, there was an incomparably huge stone statue. The original form of this stone sculpture was that of a woman. Moreover, it was a beautiful woman with outstanding looks. This woman's eyes were slightly open. She looked down at the earth and the world with disdain. Her charm was outstanding. It was as if the entire sky was in her eyes. It was not worth mentioning. Zhuo could tell at a glance that this was a very proud woman. She was also a very strong woman. For this woman's stone statue to be able to stand in the middle of the Luotian Palace ruins, she must be the founder of the Luotian Palace. Zhuo muttered in a low voice. He walked towards the Luotian Palace ruins that were vaguely shrouded in fog. Zhuo, who had a complete map of the Luotian Palace ruins, avoided many dangers along the way. He arrived in front of the Luotian Palace ruins without any obstructions. The sun and moon grass. I must find it in the Luotian Palace ruins. Qin Shui, you must wait for me, Zhuo said as his footsteps became firmer. Zhuo stopped in front of the gates of the Luotian Palace ruins. This was a huge mountain gate. It was made of sparkling, celestial jade. The celestial fog that filled the air made people feel like they were in a fairyland. Chapter 2086. Duke Zhuo looked at the buildings in front of him and frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped onto the stone steps. To Zhuo surprise, there were no restrictions or pressure on the stone steps. They were just like ordinary steps. But the more normal they were, the stranger Zhuo felt. Along the way, he had encountered many obstacles and difficulties, but the entrance to the Luo God Palace ruins was as smooth as a mountain. I have to be more careful, Zhuo muttered to himself as he quickened his pace. At the same time, he took out the Jade Scroll and began to compare the route. According to the Jade Scroll, the interior of the Luo God Palace ruins was like a maze. It was extremely complicated. Just looking at the map gave Zhuo a headache, let alone experiencing it himself. The Luo God Palace was divided into 3 areas. According to the Jade Scroll, each area had its own corresponding checkpoint and danger. If one was not careful, it was easy to die inside. Zhuo stepped onto the stone steps and arrived at the first area of the Luo God Palace. It was a huge open space. Around the open space were scattered ruins and building debris. It was like a ruin. Zhuo muttered to himself, but he did not continue forward. Instead, he looked around and noticed a ruin on the left. Zhuo rushed to the ruin and moved the big rock at the top. He went in and sealed the big rock again. After hiding in the ruins, Zhuo set up a concealment formation. At the same time, his extremely enormous soul even gave birth to a terrifyingly powerful divine sense that enveloped the surroundings, faking the aura to be exactly the same as the surroundings. When he followed Yao Xiong and the others in, Zhuo could clearly feel that Yao Xiong and the King's spirit must have been here several times. They must have been inside the Luo God Palace ruins. He came to this conclusion because of his observation and the calmness of the Luo God Palace ruins. Just now, when Zhuo had stepped onto the steps, he had sensed that something was wrong. This was because he had used his powerful divine sense to investigate the stone steps. Originally, there was a powerful restriction on the stone steps, but it had been broken by someone. Zhuo guessed that it was Yao Xiong and the King's spirit who had broken the restriction. If the 2 of them had been there before, they must have been familiar with the place. If Zhuo went in first, he'd have to face Yao Xiong and the King's spirit. Zhuo was strong, but against a 7th-level virtual sky elite like King's spirit, it was still difficult. On the other hand, Yao Xiong's schemes were as deep as the sea. Although it was only 6 steps void sky, Zhuo could feel that Yao Xiong was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. After all, he had observed the King's spirit's attitude towards Yao Xiong when they were traveling together. Luo Suo was also a virtual sky 6 steps elite, but in the eyes of the King's spirits, he was just trash. But the King's spirit's attitude towards Yao Xiong was different. Zhuowen could see that the king's spirit treated Yao Xiong as an equal. It didn't look down on Yao Xiong, and it even seemed to be afraid of him. From this, it could be seen that Yao Xiong was not simple. Now, Zhuowen had completely fallen out with these people. Once they met, they would fight to the death. Zhuowen wasn't ready to face Yao Xiong and the king's spirit head-on, so it would be best if he didn't encounter them. Zhuowen didn't know what dangers lurked inside the Luo God Palace, so he planned to wait and see what Yao Xiong and the king's spirit were up to. At this time, Yao Xiong, the king's spirit, and the ghost curse lady had arrived outside the Luo God Palace ruins. Along the way, we haven't encountered any trap arrays. It seems that Zhuowen has taken the wrong route, the ghost curse lady said coldly. Yao Xiong laughed coldly and said, "The route here is very complicated. If you don't have a map or have explored it before, it won't be easy to find the right way." The king's spirit nodded and said, "Then let's put Zhuowen aside for now. Let's enter the Luo God Palace first." The ghost curse lady suddenly said, "I heard that the reason the Luo God reached the 9 steps void sky was because he was lucky enough to obtain the blood of heaven. Because of that, he was favored by the rules of the universe. Is that true?" Yao Xiong narrowed his eyes and looked at the ghost curse lady. He smiled and said, "That's right. Although the blood of heaven is a legend, it is not without evidence. Why is it that there are almost no cultivators who have reached the 9 steps void sky? Most of them stop at the 8 steps void sky. The main reason is that the rules of the universe don't recognize cultivators. After all, once you understand life and death, you're basically on the same level as the rules of the universe. As long as the universe doesn't die, cultivators who understand life and death won't die unless they're destroyed by external forces. However, things are different with the blood of heaven. The blood of heaven is illusory. It is said that the blood of heaven is formed by the rules of the universe. If you absorb the blood of heaven, you'll have the potential to reach the 9 steps void sky." The king's spirit's eyes were burning. He continued, "The Luo God Palace has many secrets. If we can uncover them, even if we don't have the blood of heaven, with the power of the Luo God Palace, we will benefit a lot." The ghost curse lady nodded, but her heart was beating fast. The blood of heaven, understanding life and death. Which cultivator wouldn't want it? Then why did Lord Brahma suppress the Luo God? And is the Luo God dead or alive? The ghost curse lady asked again. Yao Xiong shook his head and said, "This is a mystery. I only know that the Luo God Palace is in ruins. The Luo God is said to be dead. Lord Brahma never interfered with the affairs of the Far West. He never even set foot in the Far West. As for the truth, the records in the ancient books are vague. There is no reasonable explanation." The king's spirit suddenly said, "There is nothing to say. Whether the Luo God Palace has the blood of heaven or not, we will know when we go in. As for the truth, it is a mystery. There is no need to investigate. Brother D is right. Let's go in first." Yao Xiong said with a smile. The 3 of them stepped onto the stone steps and quickly entered the Luo God Palace. They came to the open space where Zhuowen had been before. The Luotian Palace ruins are divided into 3 areas. Back then, Brother D and I explored it several times, but we only entered the first 2 areas. The 3rd area, which is the core area of the Luotian Palace ruins, is very difficult to enter. Yao Xiong pointed to the huge Luo God stone statue in front of them and continued, "The Luo God stone statue is located in the core area. The real good things are in this area. However, we have to be careful in the first 2 areas. When Brother D and I entered these 2 areas, we encountered a lot of trouble." Yao Xiong reminded them again. The 3 of them continued to go deeper and soon disappeared at the end of the open space. When Yao Xiong and the other 2 disappeared into the open space, Zhuowen slowly walked out of the ruins. His eyes flashed as he looked ahead and frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he followed. After passing through the open space, they came to a broken temple. The temple was very large, covering tens of thousands of miles. If it had been complete, it would have been a shocking building. Now it was just a pile of ruins. The temple was still eerily quiet. There was nothing useful, not to mention restrictions or things. There were only ruins around. Zhuowen continued to move forward. He was getting closer and closer to the Luo Godstone statue, but the surroundings were still quiet. Suddenly, the movement in front of him attracted Zhuowen. He came to the corner, poked his head out, and looked over. What entered his eyes was an incomparably huge door. The door was very tall. It was 500 feet tall and sat outside the Luo Godstone statue. And inside the door, there was a 7-colored fog lingering around. The rainbow-colored fog obscured everything in the core area. Only the stone statue of the Luo god, which pierced through the clouds, stood out from the rest and could be seen clearly. In front of the door, Yao Xiong, the king spirit, and the ghost curse lady stood quietly. The ghost curse lady and Yao Xiong were knocking on the door. It seemed that they were trying to open the restrictions on the door. The king's spirit blasted out a series of spells, trying to break the door. Unfortunately, the king's spirit's attacks were as soft as cotton candy when they landed on the door. This is the core area. The restrictions on the door are too scary. My attacks are useless. The king's spirit took a few steps back and looked very serious. Yao Xiong looked at the king's spirit and smiled bitterly. Brother D, don't waste your energy. Didn't you try last time? The restrictions on the door can't be broken with brute force. The king's spirit snorted but did not answer. The ghost curse lady suddenly looked happy and said, I have a way to break it, but I need the 2 of you to help me. Then the 3 of them discussed and worked together to open the restriction on the door. Then the 3 of them entered the door. Zhuowen frowned. His eyes flashed, and he decided to go and have a look. He rushed to the door and looked up and down. Suddenly his face changed. He found that the restriction on the door in front of him was not broken at all. How did the ghost curse lady and her companions get in? Oh no, I've been tricked. Zhuowen thought to himself. He immediately retreated. Unfortunately, an invisible ripple formed behind him and blocked his retreat. Only then did Zhuowen discover that a very powerful confinement killing array had appeared around him at who knows when. Judging from the aura of the trap and kill array, it was a level 7 trap and kill array. With Zhuowen's current strength, it would take him a lot of effort to break this trap and kill array. However, he knew that since someone had set up a trap and kill array here, they were waiting for him to take the bait. If he guessed correctly, the person who set up the trap and kill array was not far away. As expected, the moment Zhuowen was trapped in the trap and kill array, footsteps sounded.